Welcome, one and all, to the Southeast Asia Oceania Shadowverse Open 2023 June Cup. I'll be your host, Ignitius, and joining me today, as always, is the ineffable East ML over there. I pointed in the wrong direction. Over there.
Off to a great start.
How you doing, East?
Doing pretty good, but more importantly, we got our brother in arms here, young, different fight. Man, what's up? It's been a while.
Absolutely. The effervescent Chris different fight here on the Shadowverse Open casting desk with us today.
That is right. He is back on the SVO side of things. They've been like ping-ponging me between regions lately. It's an experience.
You're our double agent. How's it over there?
There it is, yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You get to see Spice on both ends, but I mean, at the same time, the meta's changed. The mini's here, and regardless of how you feel about it, it's been a pretty interesting experience. So I'm hyped to see some games. Hyped to see what the players have brought, because there's definitely some things that we have to discuss in terms of these player lineups and certain decks not making it, but we'll get to that later.
That hurt, man. That was
absolutely.
I know that was a jab at me. He turned the knife. But yeah, before we do that, let's take a look at the actual format for this set in case this is your first time watching. I think long-time watchers know this is pretty straightforward. Day one, we had over 150 players go into that 7 rounds of Swiss. Luckily, there was no playoff, so the records are good enough to not warrant someone having to go in that, the terrifying top 16 playoff. But day two, we've got the top 8 here, and it's going to be a single elimination bracket from here on out, which means one loss and you're done. The stakes could not be higher.
Yes, sir. And the format, as always, is 3 decks, 1 ban. You bring 3 decks, and your opponent bans one of the decks you brought. You have to win with the other 2 to proceed.
Yeah, that is right. And so, of course, we are going to see who is going to be the number 1 at the end of the day today from these top 8. But, of course, let's take a look at what these players are playing for in terms of pricing. And, of course, there's some beautiful cash prizes just like every month. You get first place, you win $1,000. But even for just showing up to day 2, you'll already get some nice pricing. Top 8 gets that $200. You make it to top 4, you get $400. And, of course, second place still gets $600. And the bonus $100 for using a webcam during the broadcast. And don't forget that you also get, of course, the in-game card sleeves, as well as the latest card pack tickets throughout your games that you've played as well, and the original expansion emblem for all participants, which is pretty good. And don't forget about the points that are going to be building up to that beautiful Contenders Cup that's going to be happening at the end of the year.
Yeah, we're actually at we're over the hump at this point, so we're already halfway through the year, or more than halfway through the year, so those points are going to become really, really important these last couple months.
Yeah, not to mention, y'all, this is US dollars, all right? It ain't some monopoly money currency. This is real stakes on the line here. Every game is basically a $200 US or more money match.
Yep. That conversion looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, it definitely is,
no
matter where you are.
Ain't that the truth? So who are our top 8 here in this day 2? Let's take a look at the bracket. We have TKZY, of course, TK being Team Twilight Knights, one of the most accoladed teams in Shadowverse competitive history. We have Stella coming back yet again for another top 8 performance from Team Enmity. We have Ryzen, and we have East. Help me out here. What is this?
Shallow.
Shallow. It is Shallow as well in the top half of the bracket there. Then in the bottom half, we have The One versus Yuri from Team Mana Surge, and then Hapu from versus Karakiri from Team Dawnbreakers. A lot of familiar names here, but also a few new ones. We'd love to see that mix.
Yeah, a lot of these players pretty seasoned. I believe, what was it? Was it The One who did he win the wild card last year?
Yeah,
in 2022, I think he did. Yeah, taking it over Azure Cloud in a crazy final set.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of these guys, just in general, we've seen them here, if not this year, last year as well.
Oh yeah, they are storied. Like Karakiri, Yuri, Stella, ZY. We've seen them here time and time again. So it's nice to see that consistency rewarded.
That is right. But of course, we're going to get into the action of these games pretty soon, but if you want to get involved with the Shadowverse, of course, playing in the SVOs and coming out on top is one way, but we also have that lovely community support program, which of course has some new additions. you got that deadline coming up, which
Ooh,
is next
soon.
week. You have exactly just a bit under a week to submit your content to earn card packs for the upcoming card set. So you already know, the new cards are looking pretty good, and it's going to be an exciting time. So if you want to get involved, submit some content and earn some packs. Whether you get them for yourself or give away to your community, that's up to you. But the deadline is coming up soon, so don't miss it.
And that content can take many forms. It can be an article, it can be a video. So no matter what you're doing, as long as you think you're benefiting the Shadowverse community, make sure to go to svo.gg/CSP. That's svo.gg/CSP to submit your content through the form there. They'll review it, and if it's approved, you'll receive codes for those packs. There you have it. We have another piece of news as well that we want to talk about. Of course, SVO Mini number 3 is coming up as well soon. So, it's not only Shadowverse Open that is the only events that we're holding here. If you're a little bit nervous about competing in Shadowverse Open proper with the competitive circuit, we have the mini tournaments as well.
Yes, so those do happen every so often, but make sure to keep an eye out for upcoming announcements in the future as well.
Yeah,
but I think we are going to be ready to go into our games pretty soon, guys.
Yeah, our first game is going to be, I believe, TKZY versus Team Imnatus EMT's Stella. Now, TZY here, I gotta say, he must want this more than I think most of the folks in this top 8, because he got second place back in April. And to get so far, but just to fall short at just the very end, it's gotta hurt. So it's good to see him here back again, still competing, and hopefully he can't take first this month.
Well, he's only here 2 months later for another top 8, so yeah, he is hungry.
But before we hop into this game, let's take a look at what these guys are actually bringing as far as decklists are concerned. So I think we're going to have ZY up first here. It's going to be Chess Rune. Now, this deck last month did numbers. And also in the mini, they got that little added bit of spice, a little bit of support in the Magical Bishop here, being able to help you clear some wide boards. Kind of a strange, we talked about this before the cast, but kind of a strange pick, because sometimes it feels like you want to run those pawns, those magical pawns, into your opponent's board so that you can get those guys wiped out, so that your your Mystic King comes down, and then you start doing real damage to close out the game. But the Magical Bishop, maybe if your your opponent's board is just too wide or kind of thick, might be able to help out there. But he also does a little bit of damage to the face as well.
Yeah, the Magical Bishop, like you said, East, does have a little bit of anti-synergy, but just running it as a one-of for like a potential huge tempo swing or just like finishing damage, it can make a huge difference.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that is the first list from Zai's side. Let's take a look at one of the other lists in this 3-deck lineup. It's going to be the Discard Dragons. Of course, this is one of the decks that we expect to be seen quite a lot. Actually, 7 of the 8 players that qualified brought it, so it is almost everyone. But even within those, variants, there are some little differences. In particular, that one-of slot that you see the Ultimate Bahamut being in. So, of course, Ultimate Bahamut is kind of the card that, especially if you need to win through the long game, you can deck your opponent out and essentially just kind of cheat your play points to 50 relatively quickly, with a lot of cards that actually refund your play points after being played too. But overall, Discard Dragon is just the kind of deck that I think we have a few decks in this meta. We talked about this before the cast, where you have so much draw power that you actually see every single card. So running one-ofs is just quite fine, because you don't actually have a problem not seeing them, and you are going to eventually find all the pieces and find the lethal setups as well. So in the end, it just kind of becomes a race of who can draw their parts a little bit faster and who can actually find the pieces to deliver lethal first as well.
I think the Ultimate Bahamut one-of inclusion is also really interesting for the mirror, where because the deck has so much draw, if you're able to invoke that Ultimate Bahamut, which of course has the effect of reducing your opponent's deck to only 5 cards, if you do that when they're kind of stuck trying to find a way to lethal you, oftentimes their route to lethal will be to discard and draw new cards, and you might just make them draw the Reaper before they can finish you off.
Yep.
Well put. Yeah, it's like almost like a checkmate position, considering, like in the mirror, like you said, Igni, if you don't discard cards, you're also going to have to draw cards to replenish those, and a lot of those effects are pretty much tied together. So you kind of force your opponent's hand, like, oh well, how many cards can I draw to actually try to find lethal before I actually lose myself.
You want to use your Lumior, bro? Okay, sure. Go ahead. Draw your deck,
feel
man.
free. Yeah,
Go
Argente, no
for it,
problem.
bro.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I don't see no
Not a problem
Spartacus
here.
in this list, so have fun with the Reaper.
Right? Let's take a look at Zai's last deck list here. We've got the Chess Rune, we've got Discard Dragon, and to
And
round
we've
things out,
got Burial Right Shadow. Chris, sorry to cut you off there, East. I just wanted to say, Chris was like, Discard Dragon, 7 out of 8 players. Burial Right Shadow, though, 8 out of 8 players in the
That's
top
right,
eight.
baby.
Home run, baby.
Everybody's brought it. And it's actually a little bit surprising because with the recent balance patch with the nerf of in Ghost Hound, you'd think that the deck would have a little bit less play, but also the addition of Mikael gives it more bodies, another free target for Corral Souls once you invoke it. It gives it heal and sustain as well. It gives it a way to trade in the mid game also, and you invoke it so easily because your burial rights count towards the rally count.
Yeah, that being said, this deck also got, they lost the In Ghost Town, but they also got Spectral Stomp, the new card from the mini expansion, which honestly I feel like just fills its place in it good, but maybe even better, because again, you're gonna get more card draw off of the burial rights, and because this deck has so many ways to burial right during a turn, it's pretty easy to get that 2 burial right effect to get the extra card draw as well.
One cost burial right is pretty good, especially when you need to hit that mini quest in order to activate the septic shrinks as early as possible. So getting another 1 cost burial right is definitely going to help with this deck, but we're going to be mostly watching out as this deck performs today. I mean, this is the biggest winner of the mini, I would say. Definitely feels like it just got this huge breath of life. And overall, it's incredibly strong. I mean, so strong that it had to be nerfed, and I'm going to be watching out. We do have quite a lot of winged inversion in this format, so you're going to have to be careful, not overextending, just leaving up like a septic shrink without having burial righted away. Like, you get those moments in ladder sometimes where they just kind of like play it out, and then it ends up just getting transformed. It's like, oh, well, that's out of the pool. I guess I concede.
No!
Absolutely. Yeah, that's always a fun moment. I will say, just in case people are new here, because of course, Shadowverse is currently going through its coveted 7th anniversary, so I see a lot of new players coming into Shadowverse. In case you're new, Burial Right Shadow's win condition is of course getting that Mirowell Death Enforcer active, and then once you have that effect up on your leader, every time you Burial Right, you deal 2 damage to all enemies. So you play Mirowell, and also evolving Mirowell Burial Rights 2, activating it instantly. You can also reanimate your Septic Shrink from that, which deals additional burn damage, and then you very often win on turn 7 with the combination of the leader effect that Mirowell just gave you, plus powerful storm finishers like Sin Hunter and Deathly Tyrant's Face.
Now that's going to be TKZY's list on his side. Let's see what his opponent, Team EMT's Stella, is going to be bringing with his lineup. Is going to be, Mysteria Rune instead of the chess here.
I was actually surprised that ZY brought chess over Mysteria. I feel like a lot of people are favoring Mysteria these days. I wonder why the difference. I guess we'll find out which one is more consistent. But one of the things we were talking about before the cast is Mysteria has sort of shifted to this one of each follower build, which,
I'm scared using this, man.
Yeah, we were all a little bit unsure about this.
Yeah, I mean, you do have Freya, which kind of helps with that because you're able to search out all of the Mysteria pieces essentially, which is very, very good. But at the same time, you're basically trading off running all of these multiples of the Mysteria pieces in exchange for all the crazy card draw that you're able to have access to. And I mean, in this build, we're also having like It's Raining Blades and Crushing Rain as these sort of like spell boost options that are pretty good in just helping you either get a bigger high roll or kind of dealing with the mid game. And I run it, you sometimes see games where they didn't even get to the sort of quote unquote quest, which by the way is to use the Anne and Greya Royal Duo to essentially give yourself a spell called Majestic Sorcery, which then of course is sort of the win button for this deck. It, blows up your opponent's board, resummons your Mysteria followers that you've destroyed this match, gives them a bunch of buff, and then you use a card called Mysterian Exchange Party to give everyone +1/+1, as well as, being able to search out your Mysteria followers as well. So it's essentially just a big damage burst. But sometimes you see, because of these new tools that the deck plays, you're able to play through the mid game a bit better, and then that way sometimes even like have followers remaining on board. So I've seen games end where they just have like 2 Mysteria followers on board, and they just play Exchange Party twice and have enough damage without even having to go through the Anangria quest line, you know. And it's sometimes just playing this more kind of like, I wouldn't call it mid-rangey, but because you have so much more damage and so much more draw power, it definitely does make the game a bit different from what like the classic version of the deck list is.
Yeah, it's a very different playstyle. Like this one, you're focused on searching every single one of your Mysteria followers so that you can summon exactly those ones that you find valuable, right? Instead of just flooding your deck with a bunch of Mysteria targets to always have bodies. But I feel like there's so much of a trade-off here. We were talking about this earlier where you said that Craig's sustain is so powerful sometimes, especially since a lot of decks right now try and set up 2-turn lethals. And with only one Craig, can you really keep yourself alive to pull this off?
I guess here the hope is that you're gonna win with the turn before your opponent.
Yeah,
can do that,
you're gonna win before that's a concern, right? Yeah, exactly.
Fingers crossed. But yeah, let's take a look at what else Stella is running. He's got the Mysteria Rune. What else is in his lineup here? I believe it's also gonna be, yes, Discard Dragon. Now, this list pretty similar to the last one. I think he is running the he's not running any copies of Greater Will instead of running the Warden of the Adamant Claw. This card not that great on 0. Nobody really wants to play a 0-2. That doesn't really do much when it's played. But on 5, the enhanced 5, not bad here. Also, it's just a great card to discard if you like get it in the in the early game, or if in your late game it's not that useful. You'll see you have like a Drazael in hand instead. You might discard this card out and then later play the Drazael.
Yeah, the Warden of the Adamant Claw is yeah, as you said, always played for the enhanced 5, just as a draw engine, because honestly, the draw engine in Dragon is dire. You only use Angel's Blessing sometimes. The only way that you make it work is with the discard package, and you know, if you're really struggling, sometimes you have to play the one-of Warden just to draw the pieces you need. That being said, I feel like this list also plays very differently in the fact that they cut the one-of Ultimate Bahamut for the one-of Infiniflame Dragon. So they're not aiming to go for the long game. Like Chris said earlier, with Discard Dragon, with all the discard draws, you tend to see most of your deck, so one-ofs are actually more likely than in other archetypes. So using the Infiniflame Dragon as a one-of finisher at the top end after you maybe chip them down with Lumiore, rather than going for the extended attrition game plan with the Ultimate Bahamut, I feel like it's a difference of philosophy. I feel like Infiniflame Dragon is more poised to win against non-discard mirrors. But then again, Infiniflame Dragon can also run into Noir and Blank, for example. So I really think it's 2 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, or 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. If you have 2 in one hand, you got a problem. That's too little. But yeah, you know what I mean. I feel like it's sort of a difference in play style and what you find more valuable. Being able to survive way into the late game, or being able to survive and find an opportunity to play the Infiniflame and sort of finesse that as your win condition as well.
Yeah, definitely agree. But let's take a look once again at the last list here from Stella, which is going to be, I mean, we already told you that every single player brought Rite Shadow, so it's gonna be Rite Shadow, baby.
I will say the build is a little bit different. So you do see here, we run the Hugin and Moonin in this list, and you know, with the loss of In Ghost Town, I say In Ghost Town as if it passed away. It's a card that got nerfed. With the loss of In Ghost Town, the deck has marginally less draw, but I think it really speaks to the card quality generally of Shadowcraft's commons. That, you know, Hugin and Moonin, you would think is made for like a last word centric deck, but just having 2 bodies that draw you a card on last words is well enough of a draw engine to be run even in a deck that isn't centered around what you would think based on the card text here. So just being able to slot in Hugin and Moonin over the nerfed card, and then also running a one-of Ghost Town Apparition as a backup plan against a lot of rogue decks, which I think might actually be really relevant in this lineup versus lineup, because I learned this recently, by the way. So if you don't know, Ghost Town Apparition, it makes it so that everything becomes a ghost when it comes into play. And I learned this recently. If you have Ghost Town Apparition up and your opponent plays Mystic King, if they're playing Chest Rune, the Mystic King's Fanfare will activate and summon the pawns, but the Mystic King will get turned into a ghost and the pawns won't have Storm. So if you're able to summon the Ghost Town Apparition specifically against Chest Rune, which is what this match is,
Yep.
You just win against Chess Rune.
Terrifying.
So we'll have to see if that ends up being relevant. And of course, you never play the Ghost Town apparition for 10. You always summon it out early by burying it and then summoning it off of the Caridwen fanfare effect on 7. But it's a very good backup plan. And you know, just as a one of, it's like a panic emergency button if you don't get the turn 7 lethal after your Mirrorwell. So I really quite favor this build with the secondary game plan that you can fall back on.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of decks recently kind of have that, especially when we take a look at the other top tier decks like Discard Dragon as well. Having that backup plan of either the Infinite Flame Dragon or the Bahamut
exactly.
is just so strong in case things don't go your way during the game, but you found a way to survive until the late game, so you have another out.
All right. Yeah. Well, those are the two lineups from TKZY or Zai versus EMT Stella. Of course, like we said, y'all, this is a 3-deck, 1-ban format, so each player is going to ban one deck from the other side. What are your predictions here?
Predictions here. I think we're going to see Chess Rune come through. We might see Discard Dragon banned out on one side, though. Or...
It's a little tough. I'm personally like with Mysteria Rune, for example, I feel like the potential high roll does feel like it might be a little bit more difficult, but them low rolling means that the matchup gets a little bit easier to deal with. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see like a double shadow ban as well. Like just neither player has to deal with it. It does feel like it's the most represented deck, so at the same time you don't want to see it. The same could apply to Dragon as well, I feel like. Especially the Bahamut side of things. I feel like if you're bringing Dragon and your opponent has Bahamut, it's like, let's not do that. Let's not risk just, you know, my opponent going through the motions and shutting down my entire game plan.
I think on balance, Discard Dragon usually comes out on top versus Burial Rite Shadow, though. And since both players are playing that, I don't know. Yeah. I think they might let the Shadow through, hope to snipe it with the discard. But then there's the mental game of, are they going to ban my discard? Then you see, this is why the 3-deck 1-ban format is so interesting, because you have to take this all into consideration.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you think that in both cases here, we're going to see Chess and Mysteria come out?
I think Shadow is coming through, because I think they know that Shadow is like the most played, and it's probably what they have the most practice against.
Yeah.
And you know, if Dragon can land a Drazael after a Mirrorwell, they don't have the burst after that, and then you play your Lumior to win the game after that.
Oh yeah.
So I feel like if they think that their Discard Dragon is gonna go through, then they're gonna ban each other's third deck or their each other's discard. But it's a little bit of a gamble.
Yeah. I feel like the Infinite Flame discard could be kept up though. I feel like it's like if it happens, it happens, but at the same time, matchup wise, you're not as unfavored. Although Infinite Flame, as you said, like if a discard player goes a bit overboard, like, you know, you have like the Lumior and like a full board, you technically get like what, 19 damage out, because it's like 5 to face, 4 from killing, 10 from the on attack, and so, you know, but then leaving them with a 1 if they fully healed, knowing that Infinite Flame is coming. Especially because, you know, the deck lists are open now. Everybody knows what each other's playing.
True, yeah.
You know the Infinite Flame's coming. There's no Bahamut shenanigans in here. So you can kind of like sustain yourself up to 20, knowing that you can survive with 1 in that instance as well. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be very interesting. Can't wait to get into these games. And I especially really want to see the Mysteria myself, because I've been playing the more traditional Mysteria a lot. And I feel like it's been good, but it definitely feels like sometimes with like that traditional Mysteria list, you just don't find the pieces, or like you draw into them in the wrong order. You know, you don't get the discards or like the discounts fast enough, and then it just feels a little bit weird. So this new version of the deck, I mean, we're basically at the end of this format, by the way. Like this is the mini SVO, but this is also basically the SVO, a week before the next expansion comes out.
Exactly 9 days.
Exactly 9 days. There you go. And don't forget to log in every day, by the way. You get your free 10 packs. I pulled a Maisha for my free 10 packs today.
Nice.
You don't want to miss out on those.
I'm using my daily 10 free packs to get enough basic pack to draw on, so I can like spark for my Magnezio that I never got in Paradise. So
you know, they have a guaranteed leader bundle up right now too.
Wait, word?
There's a guaranteed leader special right now where you can exclude whatever leader you don't want. You can guarantee a Magna Zero right off the bat.
What am I doing? Hold on.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm seeking 90 packs and something's supposed to rotate out. Meanwhile, I can just hold on a second.
Not only is there a guaranteed leader bundle on sale for crystals right now, but literally during these celebrations, upcoming, they're going to give away a free pack that has 7 legendaries and 1 leader in it guaranteed for free to all
like
players.
On the 26th, I want to say that is.
Yeah.
I think so.
So if you guys don't know
before the next set.
if you guys don't know what we're talking about, of course, Shadowverse is celebrating its 7th birthday right now. Happy birthday, Shadowverse!
Happy birthday.
And there's a lot of festivities happening in game right now, including lots of free goodies, lots of free packs, new leaders, new quality of life changes, like the background. You can change the character that's on the background now.
Yes.
And my favorite new feature. The replay button is insane now. You can skip to whatever turn you want.
Yeah.
You can rewind. Shadowverse now has the best match replay in any digital card game, in my opinion, because that is so cracked. So yeah, Shadowverse 7th anniversary. Lots of stuff going on.
Yeah, actually, it's crazy that like the background thing just happened because it wasn't that long ago, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was talking with folks in my Discord about, I feel like we could do a bit of an update to like the home screen for Shadowverse, and they're like, yeah, actually, if you take a look at I think the Chinese client it was, they actually had something similar to this. So it's really cool that they actually gave us this and the ability to change it. That's what I'm most excited about because now that we have like the base leaders, I want to know what we can do as far as like new leaders going forward. Like, can I get a Magna Zero background? I would go ham if I could.
East. They actually said in the current 7th anniversary birthday poll, the winners will get a background.
Yep.
All right, fellas.
So make sure you vote for your faves.
Speaking of the poll, that's right, Chris. I'm coming after you. You know what I'm about to say.
Don't worry.
Who did you vote for in your polls, fellas? Who did you vote for?
Oh, you are not gonna like my votes.
Bring them up. Hold on, let me find mine right now.
I posted mine the other day. It's all waifus,
Pretty good.
All right.
Worse.
I have my votes and I have my reasons, but you will still not like them. But
all right,
let's
get a quick discussion.
They were all considered. Okay, for Forestcraft, I voted for Wimael.
Let's go.
Redolent Enforcer. Thank you, East. We got some support for the Wimael gang. He just looks sick, frankly.
He does, right? He looks cool.
For Sword, I voted for Tidal Gunner. For me, it was between Tidal Gunner and Barbaros, and I just
Barbaros, bro. You take the blue pill or the red pill. You take the blue pill.
I took the red pill, baby. Call me Neo, okay? For Runecraft, I know for a fact Sephi is gonna win.
Yeah.
So I voted for Mystic King to try and sneak him into 2nd or 3rd place.
My man.
That's pretty smart.
For Dragoncraft, I voted for Draziel. Because if I play the Draziel leader, my opponent will mold and make worse decisions in game. For Shadowcraft, I voted for Departed Soul Taker.
Yes!
Because she is the best
choice.
Is the best. My second choice would have been Masquerade Ghost.
Jesus.
Respect.
For Bloodcraft, this one you're going to be mad at me for. I voted for Genomuel Worm Enforcer for Bloodcraft.
No, Shadowcraft, no, Bloodcraft L, Bloodcraft L.
I am the only person in the world who has played Control Genomuel other than Suyu. We are brothers in arms. We both voted for Genomuel, and let me tell you right now, when the results come out, it's gonna say Genomuel votes 2, and that's us. That's us, baby. For Haven, I voted for Diamond Master. It was between her and the egg.
Skullfane, come on, man.
Skullfane? That's crazy.
I think Skullfane looks really good in his original art. This one, he's ugly. Why is he red? What happened to him?
He's a castle, bro. He's like a huge dude.
He's a tree castle, my bad.
And then for Portal, I voted for Kirzael because he's like Batman and he looks sick.
There you go. Let's go. W Igni.
My logic this time around with making the votes is when you look at the winners from last year and like when they actually turn into skins, their evolution, like when you evolve, their animations are like insane. It's like full screen, massive thing, background, like you know, like blinking eyes and all this stuff. So I was like, which of these can go the hardest in terms of like an evolve animation? Draziel's gonna like roar and that's gonna be it, bro. Like I'm not seeing a big Draziel animation.
Draziel speaks. She's the only dragon leader who would speak if we get her.
I don't know, man, but I was looking at the choices. I was like, I could see Anta Maria going like there being like an insane animation, like how Mars like charges forward on hers.
Yeah.
I could see something crazy.
Anta Maria was my second choice, so I agree.
Yeah, okay, good. Barbaros as well. Like if she like, if Barbaros like pulls up in like a ship or something for her like evolve animation, oh my god, like. The gunner is gonna like shoot a cannon or something, and that's gonna be it.
Bro is manifesting his imagination into reality.
It's
right?
gonna be hype. It's gonna be hype.
To be fair, like choosing Title Gunner over Barbaros feels like choosing Usopp over Luffy. That's such a weird choice, in my opinion.
Hey man,
It is.
Hey man, I think
How dare you?
She looks
You
good.
don't choose the captain? You don't choose the captain?
I didn't choose the captain.
Mutiny. You get thrown overboard for stuff like that, man.
Exactly. I don't respect authority.
You should have all voted for Grattina, man. She is a mech. She's a mech that does the pose inside her mech, bro. Come on.
Okay, but Kirzael is the Arkham Knight, so I voted for Kirzael.
Fair.
You're not wrong. Kirzael might also just be Baron in disguise. I'm gonna call it. Like Kirzael has like the same like shotgun that Baron does, so it might just be Baron in a mask. He might actually just be Batman.
True.
East, we actually had more in common than I thought we would, East. I'll just be
we had a
honest
lot
with
in
you.
common. I'm very surprised. I think the one big L that separates us is that you didn't choose Galam, Empress Fist, for Bloodcraft. But
I was between Genomo and Gyaradeath, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think Gyaradeath looks awesome.
Bro,
Galam's so
Galam
cool.
doing the pose. She's got the nice ink background.
Nah.
She's got the half hat, half hair, and somehow the hair turns into like white and pink at some point. But yeah, whatever. we don't talk about the physics there. It's fine.
That could be a reference to something, but who knows? Who can say for sure?
True.
Half hat, half hair? Who knows?
Looks like we're still getting the players in the room, folks. But I just want to say, like, the fact that you made a really good point, DF. Like the fact that you choose the leader based off of who goes the hardest on the animations, especially for the Evo. It's crazy that neither of you pick, or excuse me, that you didn't pick the Mystic King in that case. Giant trombone sound plus like you already seen the Mystic King's like effect when he drops. Trombone sound plus like the crazy background for the chessboard could be sick.
I literally picked the Mystic King so that I could blow out my opponent's speakers whenever I evolve.
Yeah.
Like bass boosted.
I want them to buy a new headphone, okay? I will break yours with my
I
Mystic
spent money
King.
for this skin. You will spend money on 500 pairs of headphones.
I think the only thing that separated me from Igni's choices are that for Sword I chose Valiant Fencer because I think that the hero card is actually pretty sick and he's probably one of the best designed ones in my opinion. And for Dragon I also chose Draconeer, which he kind of cute. It's
Draconeer?
cool.
Oh, the anime.
Yeah.
I respect it. I
thought about that too. I was like, this would be like a cute mascot.
Yeah, I
but
want to
just give him away for free at some point.
I want the dragon doesn't have a dragon leader that speaks. That's criminal. So it should either, by rights, it should either be Draconeer or Drazi. I'd be okay with Draconeer winning.
Low IQ diff.
Wait, what about? I guess Imperial Dragoon's not.
Imperial Dragoon's a man.
It is a man, huh? I always thought he was a little bit of a dragon man, but you know,
He looked like a man.
a dragon man.
Yeah, but you know, like we said, the 7th anniversary, it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff going on. A bunch of new formats are currently available right now, too, in private matches. Gems of Fortune is back. Take 2 All-Stars is back. Legacy Dex is back. And my personal favorite, Custom Rotation is back. So get in there,
You can buy a Tetra Leader, by the way. They finally made Tetra Leader.
Bro,
I bought it.
went crazy on Twitter for Tetra Leader. Like they went insane.
It's like how many years have people been asking for it? It's literally been from
That's
the very
true.
beginning.
She was
been
on
a while.
the leader poll like 2 or 3 years ago.
She just kept losing.
Yeah, she's been losing the leader poll all the time.
How?
because
What did
they
she
just keep-
lose to?
She's the
Popular
ultimate.
stuff.
She's the ultimate L farmer, Tetra. But she finally made it.
But like even like JP players like Tetra finally. I'm like, wait, then what did you vote for beforehand? Like that was
She lost to Eleanor, I think, the first
I
time.
went for?
Pain.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, man.
I mean,
That's
hey, Oh, why are you saying it as if it's my opinion? I'm just saying what happened.
I don't know about
You're
that one,
reacting
Amy.
to me like it's my take.
We know you have.
Tetra for me.
This is just I'm just reciting history.
We know that you have You have John Shadowverse on speed dial. You have KMR on speed dial.
Jeffrey Shadowverse. Yeah.
So we know that you have the ability to just call it, hey, make it happen.
Do it, King, right now. Man.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of, the upcoming expansion, Heroes of Rivenbrand, is happening on the 27th of June. And I just want to let everybody in chat know who's watching the stream right now that we might have a little something to share with you. So make sure you tune in for the whole stream because there might be something coming out. I'm just letting you know.
Emblems? Flares?
A new battle pass.
Let's go.
Okay, well that one that's a gimme, Chris. Imagine I tease it and at the end we announce that there's gonna be a new battle pass. Yeah, we know.
You said, guys. There are cards in Shadowverse.
I'd be the biggest villain ever if I was like, oh, we might have something special, and at the end I say we have a new battle pass.
That's actually pain.
I'm just saying, you're gonna want to tune in all the way to the end.
Yeah, folks, stick with us. I think we're still having a little bit of trouble getting the players like situated and getting the spectator running for the actual match. But you talked about this before, DF. Like, we also talked about this before the cast. How is it that 1 out of 3 players brought Swordcraft, and there are 0 Swordcrafts? No spoilers, but there are 0 Swordcrafts in top 8 today.
I hate to break it to you, buddy.
decks.
Sword is just slow. They're too slow.
No,
They're
one
trying
of
to
the
set
cards
up
literally
their
says the
Weiss.
opposite.
They're trying to set up their Mars. Nuh-uh. Burial Rite Shadow, Muruel into Sin Hunter into Deathly Tyrant's Feast. They can't really do much about that, to be honest.
I feel like with Mars, it's like the decks that are not at the very top, you can take them pretty easily.
Yeah.
Especially if you get a bit of high roll, you Valiant Defense, or you get all your stuff going relatively quick. But it's like once you face against Dragon or Burial Rite, it's like, here's me trying to poke so that I can win next turn. Oops, there's like 10 heal. Well, I guess I can't do anything anymore. That hurts.
And also to speak to consistency, like the best performers in the meta right now are decks that have either an insane draw engine or the best tutor that they have. Like Burial Rite Shadow. Just draws all day, every day. Discard dragons, sees the whole deck, like we talked about earlier.
Yep.
Wrath, Bloodcraft, you're gonna see that later today. It has Raging Commander, which is the best tutor ever.
Yeah.
So
he
they're just over the course of many tournaments, over the course of this expansion, we've just seen the more consistent decks that are able to get the finish every time just rise to the top.
Yeah, speaking of the actual ability to like draw out the cards and see the entire deck, the fact that Sword is also losing Bumpkin in the next set is tragic.
Edge of Paradise was a pretty powerful set, and there's a lot that's rotating out from every class. That's kind of a problem going forward.
And just next week, we're losing a lot of pieces. Like even for neutral, we are losing a few things. Like of course the whole Paradise package, and in particular, I think we're losing the Blessing. So like everyone's like favorite card draw options are just gone. So that definitely does hurt a little bit. Angel's Blessing has been a huge tool. Like, of course, in Discard Dragon, it's kind of most apparent, but a lot of decks like Angel's Blessing. So losing that, I think a lot of eyes will be on trying to see if we get a better one or like a replacement. Maybe not immediately, maybe in the mini. Like, we'll kind of see, but it's going to be interesting. But every class loses a lot. Like, for Dragon, you lose a lot of the buff parts, and you also lose Noir Blanc. So Discard also takes a huge hit. Ooh. I think in terms of the ones that get damaged the least, feels like Rune doesn't lose that much. Especially like Mysteria loses nothing.
Mysteria loses nothing. Rune does lose Chakram Wizard though. So.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough. Yeah.
That is pretty rough. And Forest only loses Woodland Pest Control in terms of relevant cards. But Woodland Pest Control, that's one hell of a card.
Going back to Witch for a moment, like you said, like Mysteria doesn't really lose anything. In fact, they gain cards. Have you guys seen the new reveal for Dual Barrier? Like Mysteria just got more support. Despite them like not losing anything.
There's a lot of new cards that have been revealed so far that I'm really excited about. Like you were just talking about Angel's Blessing. They did reveal kind of a replacement called Kyrie.
Yeah.
And he is a 3 play point, 3/3 with ward that draws a card, and then evolve, recover 2 play point, draw another card. I think it's a follower specifically.
You search followers, yeah.
So it's a 1. So if you evolve it, it's a 1 play point 5/5 ward tutor 2 followers, which is
Jesus
really
Christ.
good.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, I think the Heroes of Riven brand expansion is actually going to be very Evolve focused, it seems like, from what the reveals we had so far. And I'm very happy considering Evolve is my favorite mechanic in Shadowverse. So
Yeah, that's the differentiator. But also, I like that you mentioned that because I don't know about you, but whenever I think of like Evolve mechanics in Shadowverse, especially like super Evolve heavy decks, I think of cards like, who is it? Odin and Zeus. And we've actually seen Odin already. So my prediction is that we might see Zeus at some point in some of these reveals.
Is that your called shot? Is that your swing for the fences?
That's why if I call it wrong, I lose a finger sort of a prediction.
Okay, that's a little much, bro. It's not that deep.
I believe.
We're just playing cards over here, man. Come on.
What's your swing for the fence, Chris, for this set? Wild prediction.
It's tough because like the entire set is like Rage of Bahamut focused. So we're getting a lot of the classics. So interestingly enough, we don't know what we're revealing today. And,
Yes.
Igni has kindly...
we actually have no idea, yeah.
Yeah, like Igni has kindly hinted at the fact that we are doing a card reveal today. But if we reveal a new Cerberus or like Cerberus related stuff, that'd be pretty hype. Because
So
that is like...
Cerberus is already in rotation. Is she rotating out?
No, she's not.
No, but if
Really?
you think of Rage of Bahamut, like that is one of the faces
that's
of Rage of
true.
Bahamut. So
If you think of Rage of Bahamut, you think of Kerberos, and she was already in the trailer, so she's confirmed to be coming.
Oh, was
and
she?
also
She
in the
is.
trailer,
I missed that.
Forte is in the trailer, and we already
Yeah.
have a Forte in rotation still. So we're gonna get 2 Fortes and 2 Kerberoses in rotation confirmed.
thing is though, if you look at the set, so that you can see the splash art of the next expansion. Isn't Forte together with another character?
With Miriam. So
yeah, right.
if Forte
Really?
ends up being a portal card, I'm actually gonna cry. Because she's together with Miriam, and Miriam is a portal card.
would actually be hilarious.
If Portal gets Forte, that's plundering. That's plundering. That's illegal.
I'm getting a call from Tanko right now. Tanko seems very interested in the statement.
I'm gonna call him up. I'm gonna call him on Discord. Be like, hey,
Get him on the cast right now.
Give it back.
You don't deserve her. She's mine.
Give it back.
Like the cherry on top there is if she somehow ends up being like artifact support as well.
Don't play with
be
me like
crap.
that, Eve. How can you say something like that? That's devious.
Artifact is losing a lot this set though, so you
Yeah,
know.
they're losing Celestial Artifacts, Full Blast Gunner, Merciless
Nice.
Voiding, and Craftsman's Pride, which is
Pretty bad. That's like a lot. We're gaining a lot of artifacts because they already revealed a bunch of artifacts already too, right? Like during the stream they did for the anniversary.
I believe so,
But-
yeah.
They still gotta give us some more, I think, in order to patch up these gaps for the
Yeah.
time being.
Losing Merciless Voiding is actually pretty insane. Like the fact that was just like 3 artifacts right there from the rip. So not having access to that. Now, again, I don't know how Artifacts is going to play or even if it's going to have like a huge amount of support in the set, but like the fact that Artifacts in the past has mostly been like get 6 artifacts with different names down or destroyed. I feel like that's like a pretty common theme, and if we don't have like Merciless Voiding to fill the gap for like half the cards, I don't know what you do otherwise.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. We're just gonna have to see as more cards are revealed. Of course, you can check that out on the official Shadowverse website, shadowverse.com, if you want to see all the cards that have been revealed so far, and play along during spoiler season and keep up and see what's coming out for your favorite class.
Yep, absolutely. It's gonna be a hype time. Still, you know, kind of looking through what other big hits we might be losing from this rotation, just because like now I'm realizing it's like since we lost so much for our artifacts, it feels like that's almost getting damaged like as hard as like blood. Blood is also losing, like Full Moon Leap is like a pretty big one. A lot of the Vengeance package is also getting removed, so it's like,
I don't
Handless
think
is gone entirely.
Yeah, I think that's the one that nobody is like super mad about. Like, oh, handless is gone. Shame. Moving forward.
Thank God.
You're such a hater, East. You're such a hater.
Bro, they just throw their handling. They just kill me. What the hell? And then Full Moon Leaf, when that card came out, I was like, Jesus Christ, why? Why do they have this? They're not even bleeding. What?
They
why?
also lose Shapeshifter and Room Service Demon, so Vengeance is taking a huge hit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Evolve also
Shapeshifter's
takes a
pretty
huge hit because Itsurugi rotates out, and that's a big deal.
Oh, crap, yeah.
With how Evolve Focus the set is looking to be, I'm sure that's not going to be the biggest issue.
Yeah, they basically already replaced Itsurugi with the new Dublim, so it's alright.
Yeah, I saw that.
Damn. Seeing Flaming Glass rotate out is also like, damn, remember when that was the best deck? Remember when that was the card that carried?
That was one of the most left field, like, this is actually a really good card in this deck sort of moment for me. I was like just playing, and then people were like, have you seen like the new Flaming Glass Shadow? I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, oh.
I wouldn't be too sad about it. Flame and Glass won second place in the card poll last time, so Flame and Glass Retrain is coming inevitably.
Ooh.
So
In what form though? Because like she's neutral.
because Alice won last time and she got a new form.
You're right.
And then
you're right,
in
you're
second
right.
place, Flame and Glass won.
Oh,
so
she'll
Flame and
definitely get a
Glass is
home
coming
skin
back.
too. She'll definitely get a home skin too.
Let's go.
Keep that
I'm
in
so
mind.
hyped for the backgrounds.
Yeah, the backgrounds
Yeah.
are awesome. Can I just talk about? Okay, listen. Dragon loses Sealong. What the heck? That's so
Good.
sad.
No problem. Dude, you have 37 other forms of ramp. Why
That's
do you need this
sad.
one too?
We lose Sealong, we lose March of the Dragon Spring, we lose Noir and Blank, and we lose Tropical Mermaid. Bruh.
Tropical's big. Tropical's actually really big.
What
for
am I
buff.
even gonna play? Evolve Dragon? Actually, I will play that. I'm the only
Of
person who
course.
played that last month, actually. But
Evo Dragon.
I'll be there yet again. Yeah, dude. Have you ever heard of Ipu Piara? Yeah, exactly. I'm the
you
only
just made
person
that
who's
up.
ever played that card. Evolve Dragon. Don't sleep.
I'm pretty sure you made that card up.
Pupiara.
You know what's sad? The entire glittering gold package is rotating out before it ever got a chance to shine.
Yeah.
That's true, huh?
Top tier pun.
That didn't even exist. That's actually pretty sad.
Yeah, Takatumi also leaves as well, right? I mean,
Yeah.
for Commander Sword, and just like as a generally good sword card, being able to like recover Evo points and deal like tons of damage and give you like defense buffs.
Oh yeah, the quality of Taketsumi is insane. They were just like, let's give this guy all the effects. He's the main character actually, so let's give him all the effects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the face of the set. They put him
Yeah,
as
he
the
was.
face of the set.
He
They were
was.
like, this is the guy.
It's a handsome
Cool.
face.
That is
Can't
true.
lie.
No
That is
spoilers
true.
about how he ends up in story mode. Though.
No spoilers.
Big
Find
old
out
dude.
for yourself on Shadowverse.
Yeah.
Play the Shadowverse story mode. I haven't. I will
You get
eventually.
packs. You
But
get
you
packs
gotta
for
go through
playing
that.
it.
Yeah, yes.
I'll tell you right now. Do you know where I am in the story for Shadowverse? I am still on Iolon fighting Belphomet. It's been a while.
Wow, I'm actually there as well.
For
Really?
for
Oh,
me,
come
dude, East, let me
on.
just tell you right now, for me, the release of this Tetra Leader, right on time. I'm just getting into it. I'm just getting into it.
Oh, finally, my favorite character in the story now gets to be a leader.
5 years ago.
Right on time. Thanks, Shadowverse.
Right on time. Let me tell you right now, when I see Tetra doing Delta Cannon, I'm like, I saw that just yesterday.
Let's
That's,
go.
that's crazy.
You did that to me just now.
Bro, meanwhile, you're using these decks from the future that are just like cracked beyond all belief compared to
Yeah.
like the story mode.
I don't know who
that's
these people
time.
are. Who is Valdane? I don't know who he is yet. I'll find out soon.
I
You
beat
are
you with Valdane before you even know who he is.
It's crazy how far back you are.
I've
back
just-
on,
I'm enjoying too much playing the game with my friends and casting it with you, East.
Aw.
nah, man, it just means you're not literate. Read the story mode. Come on now.
If I was so
Damn.
illiterate that I couldn't play the story mode, that's a real problem because they read it to you too. That'd be a huge
Oh,
problem.
no. You're one of the people who decides not to download the voice pack before it happens. So like,
Because he can't read the voice pack download prompts.
damn.
I don't even
Like,
know what
what's
you're
this,
saying right
no?
now. Like, I don't understand what you're saying, East. I predicted what you were gonna say ahead of time, and I'm just responding.
Igni reads by mind link.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
Damn.
but Edge of Paradise, man, it's gonna be sad to see it go on one hand, but on the other hand, wow, the power level of that set was crazy. So it's gonna be wild to see how the meta and the entire dynamics shift as we go into the Heroes of Riven brand.
Yeah. Although I think like this, we've had some rotations which like hit super hard. Like Omen of Storm's rotation was pretty big, like losing Gilman.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
This one doesn't feel as heavy hitting, but the next one, like Godworm, is gonna be bad. It's like lose Bahamut, Metatron, Bad B. It's like already just immediate, just oof.
I do think
pretty massive.
I do think that the EOP rotation is going to be really impactful though, because Burial Rite, which is like the best deck, or at least one of the most consistent decks for sure. Like that's just a fact. It loses like Sin Hunter and La Kandula and Call of the Great Arm. Like those are the best cards in there. And like losing that is so tough. So I think the hierarchy of the Shadowverse universe is about to change as we get into this.
That is true. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and listening to us podcast for a little bit. But
yeah, podcast over, all right?
We are ready with our games here, I think, to get into our first of the top 8 matches. Potentially,
I believe they're just testing right now.
I think they're doing a test.
Podcast is back on, baby. Make sure to subscribe and rate 5 stars.
Make sure you like on all platforms.
Time out.
Time out.
Do we know who got what banned yet?
No.
Do we know what the bans are?
We don't know what the bans are. This was they're currently testing, but I think they've resolved the issue. Thank you guys so much.
Button check.
Thank you guys so much for bearing with us. I hope you enjoyed Shadowverse Open Podcast with Ignidius and Different Fight. And now we're gonna head into the game. TKZY and EMT Stella. Just as a quick refresher, because it's been a while, TKZY is playing Chess, Runecraft, Discard Dragon, and Burial Rite Shadow, and Stella is playing Mysteria Rune, Discard Dragon, and Burial Rite Shadow. It looks like the Chess Runecraft has been banned, and the Discard Dragon has been banned on Stella's side.
The Infiniflame Discard Dragon.
The Infiniflame discard. That's so true. So that means ZY still has the Bahamut Discard Dragon and Burial Rite. Meanwhile, Stella has Mysteria Rune and Burial Rite Shadow as well.
I'm kind of surprised that Chess gets banned out here, but okay.
I think ZY might lead Dragon and just try and snipe Shadow because I feel like that matchup is actually quite good for them. Then again, does Mysteria even beat Dragon? I kind of find it difficult. I think the reason why ZY let Mysteria through, honestly, is just that Mysteria is just less consistent than the other top performers, in my personal opinion. So, like, if Stella doesn't get the exact right draws in the exact right order, I feel like ZY is just going to execute his game plan perfectly and roll over them.
That's definitely a consideration. One of the other things I think is important here is that, like, the fact that Mysteria has so many like pieces that actually stop you from attacking or like basically just like halt your offense. Cards like Enchanting Spell I think would be really good in decks like Chess Rune, being able to just stop pawns from doing anything and just making your opponent stall out and they lose board space at the same time.
Ah, that's true. Yes, exactly why. Well, here we go. Going into it here, Stella has the Caridwen in the opening hand as well as the Necromancer. I feel like that one has the Sweet Soul has really made a comeback. It's just like, especially in the Burial Rite mirror, every single bit of sustain and recovery helps so much. So Sweet Soul has really made a comeback, especially after the dog has been nerfed as well.
Just a quick. All right, looks like we are fixing it, but the players were flipped upside down here. Looks like we are correct here now. So Stella, of course, is running. So it is actually Stella that is running the Mysteria Rune, and we actually see they drew into their one of Hana, and they had the double Freya in the opening hand too, and the one of Craig.
There's the Craig too. I was just gonna say, like, we were talking about, oh, we don't know if this list is as consistent, but you know, when you get all your Freyas right on time, you're gonna draw every single one of your Mysteria cards in the order you need them.
And Gray by 5 is also perfect here.
What's a witch
He played.
Alright,
He waited to actually play the first Seradwin, so he actually get the damage off, and now the second one's gonna drop down as well. That's gonna be really impactful considering he does have the Septic Shrink in hand. So once those Seradwins pop, you're gonna see those Septic Shrinks drop. Oh, he's got 2 now. Jesus.
He's got the 2, and of course, like, one of the key factors in being able to play Burial Rite properly is just making sure that you time your Lakandula invokes exactly when you need them to clear the board, so that you're not spending any of your resources actually dealing with the board, and you're just advancing your game plan forward without any tempo loss.
This
That
pinpoint
honestly
search
is
is so damn good.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just looking at these Freyas like, oh my god.
That's the thing. That's the entire key of the deck. The Freya draws exactly what you need, exactly when you need it seems. And now on their evolve turn, Stella has the Mysteria evolve potential coming into turn 5.
He Night Terrors this Septic Shrink. He's not at 5 Burial Rites yet, so it's not gonna actually get the damage off. So it's actually not a bad idea here.
Yeah, just get it in the pool as well, because you're gonna have the crit when proccing next turn anyway, so you kind of want it to die.
Just having it in the pool is really important for next turn, so not against it. Leaving it up to your opponent to do is might backfire with a winged
Oh, it's
inversion.
active.
Oh, really?
Oh, we got
It is?
5.
Really? Did you get the
Caridwen,
5? One,
Caridwen,
two,
Sweet
three,
Soul.
four. What's the 5th one?
Are they Great Arm?
Oh, that's right. He did use Great Arm. I'm sorry. Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah, he had the Great Arm in the opening hand. Yeah, it's turn 5. We kind of know how turn 5 works for Mysteria here. You got the duel,
Yeah.
they heal 5,
Get
destroy
the
5.
Anangrea out. And remember, guys, the win condition of Mysteria is, of course, to use the Anangrea spells, get the Majestic Sorcery, reduce the Majestic Sorcery down to 0 by playing spells and Mysteria cards. It summons all your Mysteria followers. They gain Storm, you buff them with Mysterian Exchange Party, and they go first.
This is gonna be like a 14 damage turn potentially.
Where is the Mirowell?
Yeah, that's the question. He's digging really hard for it
You
right now.
need that next turn like right now.
If you don't get the Mirowell,
but you have good burst damage. Like even if you don't get the mirror well, like I feel like the sustain has happened. You know that there's only one N and Gray in the deck. So the 5 heal has happened, so it's not going to be popping off big time with no evolve point there for that Angel's Blessing.
Miranda
So right
human
now
check.
it's like, you know this is the big discard turn, so pushing down to 12 is actually pretty huge because this means that you can do double Septic and then... but with double Septic Sin Hunter is just barely off. It's like 1 off, right?
double Septic Sin Hunter would be 5
11,
plus,
right?
yeah, it's 11 damage.
Yeah.
So if anything sticks here, which is not likely,
Yeah,
but
he
if
has-
it does...
It's 11
also
damage,
dropped the
and
Craig
he has
here.
two blitzes, so he's healing back up to. And with Craig, he's healing
14,
back up to 15,
Oh yeah, Craig
right?
is also... mhm.
Yeah, 15.
And he is using an
Or
exchange for even more Craig.
And Miranda, wow. That was a really crazy extend
Ah,
right
the
there.
heal is in. Hey, maybe you only do need one Craig.
Just draw it like turn 1.
Turns out. Out.
Ooh, double Sin Hunter.
Where's
Double system
Mirowell?
is good. That's what?
Come on. Yo, MIA.
5, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Miko pops out.
He's still wow.
Jesus
You can't make this up. You can't make it up. Like how? Really?
That is
Trade that into
nasty.
the 5-2 right there.
That is nasty. Right
really
off
fit into
the
the
top.
Just pretend it's been there the whole time. Mirwell with the Evo. We're gonna get those burial rites, and of course, for those of you that are seeing this for the first time, you get 2 damage to the entire board over
That's
and over and over
crazy.
again. And a bit of extra board clear from Luck and
not-
Ghoul if that was enough.
You got the Spectral Stomp, the Sin Hunter, and the Deathly Tyrant's Feast now. I mean, with Spectral Stomp, you're already at 20 Shadows, then Sin Hunter, Deathly Tyrants. That's a huge amount of burst. But
he good
does
here? Hold
Stella
on,
have a
Crushing Rain?
lethal?
Crushing Rain has to, and this
Majestic
might
Sorcery.
be... There we go.
That might be
That
it.
is enough, that is enough, that is enough.
Is it?
Yeah, with Mysterious
Oh, you're
Exchange
right.
Party.
You got the buff. Magic Missile for another one, and the 0 cost exchange party,
yeah.
buffing it up for exactly 20 damage on board.
You know, we were talking about, hey, maybe Mysteria is not that consistent. Well, Stella just drew all their Freyas in their opening hand, and that's not a problem anymore. You search out exactly what you need, exactly when you need it, as long as you get a mulligan like that. That was very impressive.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean,
good.
ZY was like 1 turn away from getting his own lethal, so I mean, it was Razor's Edge right there for Stella.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If it wasn't for those sustains, I feel like the Septic Shrink was really close to just like finding lethal on its own. But at the end of the day, Stella got that perfect game plan. Like, that was actually just ideal turns. Now we're going to see the mirror match and see where that goes. Double Metatron in that opening hand.
Double Metatron, but
Mirror
Stella is going second, so he is going to be able to ramp into Mirrowell very easily here.
Meanwhile, here on
and there's
my
Caridwen.
side.
Next turn is going to be a Caridwen Spectral Stomp, almost guaranteed from Stella's side.
Spectral, wow, just opts the pass here. See why? What's the game plan, buddy?
Don't really have anything good to drop into the pool on like either side in this situation.
Hugin
So
and Moonin has to go.
yeah,
I'm really surprised he didn't Sweet Soul Necromancer there that last turn. Like you could have tossed the Metatron out or the Miro if you really wanted to.
But he wants to activate Spectral Stomp, and Sweet Soul Necromancer is his only burial right besides
yeah.
Spectral Stomp in hand. So
He's
he needs to
holding
save
out
it for turn 3.
Yeah. Oh, Crowsel's not a bad pickup either.
Yeah, you bury the Mirrowell, and then you just Spectral Stomp the Metatron here, I expect.
Oh, League is really good pickup as well.
Fires of righteousness.
Okay, there's all the cards you need. All right, fair enough.
There they are.
Lakandula coming through. There's another potential card you can ditch away. Pretty good. Such a strong card in this too. It's like you play something mid-rangey, clears the board.
Yeah.
If you don't, it's just more stuff to add to your pool. Septic Shrink picked
There
up.
it
That's
is.
big.
I was just gonna say, Stella's just like, where's my shrink?
Can we talk about like what? Can we like translate Septic Shrink for a moment? Is she just like a bathroom psychologist? What is Septic Shrink?
I think it's based off like that bathroom ghost legend, isn't it?
the bathroom
Septic?
ghost legend.
Isn't there
Well,
like
you don't know
always
the
like
bathroom
a,
ghost?
Isn't there like
is that
always
like the
an
Red
urban
King?
legend about a ghost that lives in a bathroom or something?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, I'm not crazy, right? you
No,
know what I'm talking
you're
about,
not.
right?
This is, I will, in objective terms, I will say Shadowverse is not the only card game that has worked off of this legend.
The bathroom ghost.
Oh,
He's just
Hanako
googling
of the
bathroom ghost
toilet.
right now.
I actually did. It's actually a thing. I didn't know that. Wow, Hanako of the toilet. All right. Cool.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the bathroom ghost, y'all. I just forgot her
guess
name.
Septic
Kind of
Shrink is a
rude of
little
me.
better.
Yeah.
My apologies, Hanako.
Sorry, how'd it go? Please don't show up in my bathroom.
Please don't show up in my bathroom. Don't deal 3 damage to my face in my bathroom, please. That'd be bad.
Ooh, the Metatron is good here, especially since Stella's going second. So he's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
put,
just instantly
like,
ramp
like-
into to Mirrowell, and then like you have so much. Well, actually, after the Metatron, Stella doesn't have that much going on, right? He has
Really?
one
He's got the
Septic
shrink.
Shrink, and then that's
Sheridan's
it.
gonna pop as well, so he's gonna get the second Septic Shrink at the same time. So you gotta.
That's
you're gonna-
true.
he's gonna have 2 shrinks. So that's like 8-10 damage on board.
I mean, it's definitely a better position than ZY is in right now.
Yeah, like ZY
Yeah.
is just trying to find anything. He's trying
Well,
to.
ZY is
find
pushing here though, and
gas.
he does have the Mirrowell next turn. He needs Septic Shrink though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He needs to find it. I mean, this happens, right? Like you're just digging through your deck and Septic Shrink just doesn't come out like bottoms and.
Yeah. Hanako's stuck in the
Bro, not clogged.
stuck in the top,
Come on, bro.
stuck in the
That's
top of the
rude.
toilet.
Bro, she's clogged up in there in the pipes. Come on.
I'm still stuck on the fact that East called her a toilet psychologist.
Yeah, toilet psychologist is wild. Where did that go?
Septic Shrink? Come on, no?
Nah,
Tell me
bro.
about your problems. How was your day, Iggy? How you doing, man? You passed me the tissue. One second.
Well, I'm doing okay. I would probably be doing better if we were doing this session not in my bathroom.
Yeah, the 10 damage burster comes out from Stella, and ZY needs help.
The Mikael, like I said, it's such a huge addition to the deck, though, just being able to add so much sustain, especially in the mirror, and then the Mirrorwell comes out. But is it going to be
Is this
enough,
enough?
especially since Stella has...
No Septic Shrink, right?
Yeah, Stella has no Septic Shrink. Stella has, like, no gas, unfortunately.
There's nothing
coming
in
into
that
this
pool.
next turn.
One.
Yeah,
that's-
Cerberus, you're not doing too much here.
ZY only summoning Sweet Soul is really sad.
No ward here, and I think like.
Oh, wait, that's a free target for Corral Souls.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh,
He's only at
the
15 though.
Deadly Tyrant's Feast. But he's only at 15 shadows.
Yeah, he needs more
not quite
shadows
there
here.
yet.
You could run Mikael in, but you're still 4 off.
I think you have to Corral Souls. You have to Corral Souls to try and find a lethal.
You could Corral Souls, or you could just you could run Mikael into Mirrowell and just hard Lakandula.
I don't know if hard Lakandula is gonna keep you alive. I mean,
yeah.
we know that it will, because
otherwise,
ZY's hand is not great. But
Yeah.
I don't know if Stella knows that.
Well, hold on. To be fair, Stella does know that he did bury 2 Mirrorwells. He has no Evo points.
Oh, he's
left,
going
so-
for it.
Then again,
maybe
ZY
making
does
it
have Call of the Great Arm, so if that Call of the Great Arm pulls another Burial Rite plus Corral Souls, but then this is a ward.
Yeah. Ward.
Lots
Ward's
of
good here.
moving parts in play here. Wait, that's Sin
Sin
Hunter.
Hunter
Sin
is
Hunter's
really
big.
That's
good.
Sin Hunter. But
2,
wait, if he's Sin
Wait,
Hunter's, if he's Sin Hunter's first, the Lakandula leave field effect might proc on their Sin Hunter and kill it before you can
Oh, that's
damage with
true.
it.
He's got to get rid of it somehow
You
first.
gotta get rid of this
Yeah,
Lakandula.
yeah.
Oh, there's a septic
Septic
shrink.
I might just
Right.
run.
On time.
You
Oh,
run this in.
Stella.
Wow.
He's not happy with that one. Just passing 3 damage to face.
GG. Stella had like such a great opener, but no gas after that. Like I mentioned that before. Like he only had 1 septic shrink in the back, and that is not enough to build a city with. You can't only have toilets. You need the roads and the libraries. Okay, you gotta do
And
something
the
about it.
convenience store.
Public services, you know?
You can't just have Hanako. You gotta have Sadako. You gotta have all of them.
But yeah, that was he I feel like that Cell was in such a good position getting that really early 10 damage burst. He got the Metatron early to help him with the play points, and then the Mirrorwell the turn right after. I really thought the game was in his favor, but then ZY just brought it
Yeah.
back there with the best septic shrink.
ZY was able to get it. And then I think now Stella is in a tough position because we were talking about this earlier. I think Dragon does really well against Burial Rite personally. Like we saw just now how many problems a Mikael caused, right?
Yeah.
That's a Mikael. Now you're up against Dragon. Dragon has Drazael, okay? That's, level 1 crook, level 99 mafia boss, okay? You gotta be
Level
careful
1
about this kind of stuff.
crook. This is a petty crime.
I ain't wrong. You can't even say I'm wrong. Drazael is mafia boss tier. So, like...
Can we,
He ain't wrong.
Shadowverse artists, please give us him in a pinstripe suit. Can we please get Drazael in a pinstripe suit, just sitting on a throne somewhere?
Although Stella's hand isn't horrible, it does have the Mirrorwell still, but no Caridwen, first of all.
That's
No
all we have.
Absolutely. Yeah, no Caridwen, no Septic Shrink, and now we have the Waterworm's Blessing, and then even the Ultimate Bahamut Accelerate is going to be able to come out to try and clear up the board a little bit too.
Double.
And you can also get your second discard here, so that if you do draw into the Argente, you can get
Argente.
ramping as well. So overall, pretty nice.
Not to mention this damage is also healed up by Angel's Blessing here too.
Yeah. Angel's Blessing, man. When Dragon loses that, they're finished.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon's losing a lot.
Yeah.
Long is gone too. It's tough out here, man.
I say that with malice in my voice, Igni.
I know you do. I know you do. I know. I'm used to it.
With hatred in my heart, malice in my voice.
I'm used to it. But you know what? We stay up. It's good. Something's gonna come out and it's gonna be awesome. Unless Portal gets Forte, and then I'm gonna cry.
Then it's over. Then it's just over.
That would be the greatest rug pull I've ever seen. That
That'd
would
be messed
amazing.
up. That'd be actually cruel. That'd be a cruel joke by Jeffrey Side Games or whatever.
Oh, they're already at 10. Wow, okay. We're pretty fast there. Septic Shrink here is not bad. Well, how can you just push damage this turn?
I mean, Mikael might be the worst possible draw in the entire deck for Stella,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's not great.
Not hot.
I mean, it's Barrier Rite fodder, right? You just toss that boy aside.
Yeah, it's good to have bad cards because you can throw them away.
Exactly.
No,
That's
when they
exactly
come
what this
back,
deck does,
though.
bro. Hold on. Time out. Dragon's got Adamant of the Warden Claw. You're gonna sit here and say that it's okay to have background, you just throw it away? Bro, hey, come on. You're throwing stones in a glass house over here? Come on, bro.
Hey man, Adamant of the Warden Claw. I'm just saying, he's got the juice. He's a juicer.
Son.
He's a Jew. I don't know about that
Yeah,
one, bro.
he also believes in like crystal therapies and
All right, Mikael comes out and does the trade. I mean, hardcast Mikael. When ZY sees a Burial Rite do hardcast Mikael, ZY is like, okay, things are going pretty well.
alright.
I'm gonna push the gas like right now.
Drazael.
Speaking of the boss himself.
But you get to ramp here with your Argente. You get to push up into your Lumior for next turn.
yeah,
Keep the
Lumior's
creation in
next
hand as well for like the big burst off the Lumior as well. So you're big chilling.
Wow.
Or just Lumior again.
Yeah,
you
you
can just
know
Lumior again. But keep it for next turn. Get that extra combo.
Ooh, cute Augite Worm.
I don't know about burning that here though. I feel like you could get more out of it next turn. But
Yeah, that's true. You do pass up on the damage here just to replenish hand.
I guess we'll see where it goes. Muriel's gonna come out no matter what. It's gonna be quite a lot of damage actually for Stella. Basically aiming for next turn lethal no matter what. Because like we say that, you know, Discard Dragon has a lot of sustain, but it's like it doesn't sustain 20. So
Discard Dragon has a lot of sustain, but ZY tossed away the Sealong. Feels bad.
that is true.
Yeah,
that is
he
true.
did.
Where go?
All right, so you want a Lumior here, but you only have 5 health, bro. That is...
If you don't Lumior here, you just lose in time anyway. Like this dilemma comes up all the damn time because you're in a situation where it's like, well, I could Raziel and heal and like, you know, kind of sustain myself, but you're not pushing lethal. You're just gonna die next turn anyway. By going into Lumior and still having other ways to heal, like sure, you haven't seen your Mermaid Songstress yet, but you're gonna draw 3 here. You see them, you discard them for your Argente, you're gonna be fine. So you just have to take the gamble here. I think that otherwise you're just you lose speed. You lose too much speed. All right.
We need Noir and Blank to be down.
And they get the bonus effect too.
It's really important to play the Lilium's hatchling too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Wait, they're not ramped into 10, so Noir and Blank. Noir and Blank. Wait, yeah, Noir and Blank doesn't have.
Oh no!
They didn't play the Argente. That's huge. Hold up.
Hold the phone.
ZY,
They're going for
bro?
pure damage, but I don't think that is right. I think because you're just gonna get the 1 warrior off of the hatchling, and you're at 5 life.
That's not enough damage.
Oh, that's rough. Oh,
No, you're just too
close.
off. You're
Not
too
there,
off.
though.
This is easy lethal for Stella.
Yup.
Lakandula
Big
just comes
lag.
on down.
Yo,
Just whoop.
I don't know about that line, to be honest with you. I think tossing Sealong against Burial Rite was really a tricky decision, first of all, early in the game. And then when it came to that end game, they're not going for ramp. I mean, I guess it didn't really matter in the end because he knew that Lakandula was in hand.
Yeah.
Man, all that sustain and nothing to do with it. Dragon folding to the Burial Rite Shadow.
you love to see it.
The bias is crazy. I don't know what did Dragon
Chris,
do to
how
you?
dare you, bro? What
What happened?
Calm down now. Calm down.
I thought you liked Dragon. That is
I
crazy.
love Dragon, you coward.
What happened to you? So, Dragon killed my family.
They did, bro. No Swordcraft here in top 8? Come on.
We gotta blame someone. We gotta blame someone.
All right, well, congratulations to ZY. Just take it. Oh, sorry, to Stella. I just wanted the reality where Dragon won. Congratulations to Stella for moving forward into the semifinals here, man.
That is right. And now we're gonna get to see who they're gonna play against, as we have the next 2 players getting ready. Ryzen versus Shallow. So of course these two, it's gonna be intense, and we've got a whole bunch of decks to show you as well for their player lineups. So it's gonna be a good old time. Of course, some things don't change, such as Burial Rite being in every single lineup, but it's gonna be exciting regardless, because I mean they do have a little bit of their own spice. We're gonna see another Mysteria in here as well.
All right.
We're gonna see which form it's gonna be, whether it's gonna be the typical one, or it's gonna be the more, you know, the one of borderline Highlander Mysteria instead.
Let's take a look. Going into the deck lineups right now, Ryzen versus Shallow. It's going to be you and me for this one, Chris. This is Discard Dragon. We saw this variant before with the one of Infiniflame Dragon. The one that's really interesting here is the one of Uranus, even after the nerf. I feel like this is such a 4D chess play. You're going to play Ultimate Bahamut. I'll just play one of Uranus instead. Yep. It seems like an incredible counter tech to a counter tech. We'll see how it works out. All right, next deck list here from Ryzen. Let's go ahead and queue it up. Discard Dragon, and then the next list, I believe, is gonna be
roll,
Burial Rite
please.
Shadow yet again. And you know, we were talking about this earlier. When the In Ghost Town was taken out, a lot of people were saying, what do I substitute it with? Well, just putting the Hugin and Moonin in as the replacement draw engine turned out to just be well enough for the deck to still function.
Yep, it's right there. I mean, we saw it in the previous list as well. It is an incredible draw engine, as you said. Gets that rally count, which like you're already satisfying the rally count pretty easily for your Mikals, but it's just giving you even more gas on top of that. But I think if we're talking about Ryzen's lineup, the deck that everyone wants to see and everyone wants to talk about is the third list in this lineup, which we'll try to get up on screen for you right now.
Oh yeah,
roll,
this one is a real out of left field one. The deck with the highest conversion rate since only a handful of people brought it, and one of them made it into the top 8 here. Crystallize Haven. You know, I feel like Haven really had an uptick in play recently, but honestly, it was mostly the Condemned Haven with Unariel, but not Ryzen. Ryzen is still playing the Diamond Master version, where of course you're trying to crystallize as many followers as possible to activate the conditions for stuff like Diamond Master and Bejeweled Shrine, then giving Diamond Master Storm and Ward with Wingy. Diamond Master then gives it to Skullfane, and then you go face for massive damage. I feel like this one, the win condition is different to an Ariel Haven, but it still is very much Skullfane reliant. So I'm gonna have to see like how consistently Ryzen is gonna be able to pull that Skullfane early in order to make this deck have potent power and keep up with the Burial Rite Shadows and Discard Dragons of the world.
Yeah, and like, unlike, you know, the Condemned Haven, this deck's been around for a little bit. You know, it's taken some different changes. You know, we got the Garuda in this most recent update as well. But the deck itself has some crazy burst potential, but it does feel like it's equally as piece reliant and equally as, like, you know, combo heavy. If you don't find Skullfane, as you said, it's kind of bad news bears. And at the same time, you also need to make sure that you have like good early curve. Make sure you actually have like Wingy as well to enable everything, and the Diamond Master too. So I'm curious to see. I mean, Ryzen is one of the 6 believers, and of the 6 believers that brought the deck to SVO, he's the only one out
carrying the torch,
top
man.
With like out of 6. Out of over 100 players, dude. This is crazy.
It is
so I'm
pretty
curious
wild.
to see how it's gonna go. It's a deck that I think is able to fight, but if I was bringing Haven, I mean, as you said, Condemned is the way to go, I think. But Ryzen begs to disagree. But on the opposing side, we do have Shallow. So let's take a look at what they're bringing to the playing field here. It is going to be that Mysteria with some. It's the high roll version, but we do see a second copy of that Hana being played here.
I think Shallow might not be as confident as Stella in being able to get all their Freyas in the opening hand. So we're going to be like, okay, maybe we're not getting all the Freyas. Let's just run more Freyas, which is, of course, Hana, which has a very similar effect. But yes, we saw the power of this in the last game, just being able to Anand Grey, Majestic Sorcery, summon everything back, give them all Storm, and then, you know, the ops go face. So very, very dangerous. Let's take a look at the next list here from Shallow. Of course, it's going to be no surprise here. We sort of lampshaded it at the start. 7 out of 8 players play Discard Dragon. This is the list with the one of Ultimate Bahamut, and no other text other than that. It's just a clean 3 of the entire way through. Might be the most consistent for ladder deck in this entire lineup.
Yeah,
and finally, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, I mean, as you said, it is definitely the most consistent in that sense, but at the same time, it feels like you're giving up a little bit of what this deck allows you to do, right? Because you draw through everything, it allows you to play the one-ups. It allows you to get away with being greedy in the list because you can actually see them. So I feel like passing up on that, it's like, it's respectable, but I think that it's kind of like you're able to exploit that strength of the deck, and choosing not to might also be a bit of a weakness. At least personally, I'd see it that way.
I agree with you, actually. We've actually talked, this has been a through line for many, many years in SVO, where we always say when it's single elimination and when the stakes are this high, if your opponent has even a one of in their deck, you have to consider it as a possibility when you're playing against them. And Discard Dragon is the deck that can take advantage of that weakness or that advantage the most. So I actually do agree with you there that maybe not including Infiniflame or another tech might be a mistake, but we'll have to see how it pans out. And finally, Shallow's last list. We talked about it earlier. 8 out of 8 players bring Burial Rite Shadow. I believe this is actually the exact same list that we saw last time. 2 Hugin and Munin, 2 Mikael, 1 Deathly Tyrant's Feast. Yep, it looks very, very similar.
Yeah, this is just the list. Like, this is, if you're playing Burial Rite right now, I mean, enjoy it. You only have a week left until, you know, it feels like a good quarter of this deck becomes unplayable.
You sound so smug when you say enjoy it, which I really
I'm gonna
like.
be real with you, bro. I'm not the biggest fan.
Woke up real early to be a hater today. All right, those are the lineups there. Ryzen versus Shallow, 2 names that aren't as familiar to us as some of the other names in this top 8. Sort of like a less veteran player here. Let's see how they match up, and maybe later in the tournament, let's see how they match up against some of the more established names as well. Shallow versus Ryzen. It's going to be you and me for this one, Chris. East is in timeout for insulting Dragon too much. I imprisoned him with my mind powers. And now we are going into it. Just as a reminder to everybody at home, of course, the rotation format, 3 deck, 1 ban, and the bans are Dragon is banned on both sides.
East was such a hater. East was such a hater. They removed the whole class from the game.
This is revenge of the East. He removed the deck from the game as recompense. But, you know, that last game was really a surprise to me because I really do feel like in matchups, Dragon usually beats Shadow. So the way that last match went was a huge shock. And I feel like even this ban still proves that my feeling on this is still correct because they let the Shadow go through but still banned the Dragon. So, you know, I feel like that there's something to be said about that. But as we go into the first match here, Shallow is going to be bringing that Mysteria Rune craft up against Burial Rite right away.
That's right. And hey, you said, you know, Ryzen, he's been newer to the scene this year, but he did win the February Cup.
That's true.
He's been definitely doing good in this year's SVO. And don't forget that, you know, we do have contenders at the end of it. So if you can win two SVOs, you're in a pretty good spot into contenders at the end of the year.
Shallow's hand is quite interesting. Having to spend a Mysterian exchange party just to draw a Craig, and now you're using Dreams of Adventure to draw Hannah, and then
I mean, at least Hannah will connect into something. You know that it's gonna target a good follower, so it's deck thin. Leads though, gonna put that Shrink in that pool there.
You have to play Hannah, right? Because you need to draw either Anne Grey or Mysteria very, very soon. Or do you just play Angel's Blessing and just go for a raw draw right
Hannah now? Because you're not going to use any of the things that you search until a later turn anyway. So
I think you just play Angel's Blessing here then.
Yeah,
right?
Go for the draw. Let's see it. Shallow.
Man, we were talking about this earlier during our podcast, but Angel's Blessing rotating out is such a huge hit for so many different decks. Just an amazing premium draw.
Yeah. See, now this is so much better because now you can go Hannah and Freya, so you get 2 of your combo parts, hopefully.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Hannah doesn't pull Hannah, right? So Hannah is guaranteed to pull.
Yes, but Freya.
But Freya could pull Hannah because they're running 2 Hannahs.
That's the problem.
maybe running 2 Hannahs might come back and bite Shallow here.
Yep. Leads probably just gonna toss. Yep. Get rid of that other mural here. And so now we're at 2 Burial Rites. Definitely a little bit slower than some of the other matches we've seen. Another Freya, Jesus.
Ryzen's hand is looking really scarce here. No Spectral Stomps, no Call of the Great Arm. The draw is not coming in fast.
Oof.
There's Hannah too.
Yep, Hannah Search Hannah. Not Hannah Search Hannah, Freya Search Hannah.
Freya Search Hannah. We're talking like cavemen now.
Freya Search Hannah. Hannah Search Freya. Ooh.
But you know what? This actually curves so well because now you can Anne and Greya evolve, Hannah, Mysteria evolve, and there's all your pieces, right?
It's crazy, like, you know, you ever remove yourself from the context for a second and it's just like you listen to like the conversation when from the perspective of somebody that doesn't know what's going on. It's
Did
like,
you just disassociate just now?
Yeah, just for a second I was like, wow, imagine if you're just a guy walking past and you just hear Anderson's great evolve. Whoa.
It's a good thing we're doing this from the comfort of our own homes. Nobody can judge us.
All right. We got the ramp real quick here, but again, Ryzen's hand is, I mean, you're kind of chilling into next turn. But the thing is, you're liking draw power, but the burst potential is so high that you might just make do.
There's a very scary and real possibility that if you just play Anne and Greya here, you mill your Mysteria.
No.
So
right.
you have to play winged inversion first.
Yeah. That is definitely true. Did he wing inversion the?
He winged inversion his Freya, so it doesn't affect his pool.
Okay. I was like, was that the?
So
Hannah
it's
or
all
the
good.
Freya.
I'm
That's
so
cool.
glad Shallow caught that, because
Yeah.
if he didn't catch that and he milled Mysteria, it was over. That's 200 USD down the drain if that happened.
You can calculate how much each play cost you, and that's in
Yeah,
that
man.
very instance.
Put that on your tax return. Anyway, out comes the Noel, and he's gonna go ahead and bury that Septic Shrink. Still, though, a distressing lack of draw on Ryzen's part. He's got, like, no fuel after this, man.
That is true. I mean, you got big damage. Like Hugin and Moonin helps a little bit, and finally Lakandula. This is the first Lakandula of the game, isn't it?
That's the first Lakandula of the game.
Turn 6, bro. Nah, technically turn 5. I guess you rammed.
Yeah, it's still pretty dire. At least the Mysteria comes out here now. Shallow's game plan is looking pretty good. This Craig is gonna get to 0 with a quickness. Of course, you get what's it called? The Mysterian tutoring arcade instruction.
Yeah.
Mysterian tutoring. It's basically the same. And you get the Miss Miranda out of that, which is so strong because it's so much value in one card too.
You need that to the pool as well.
Wow, transforming the Hannah. I don't need Hannah. Get that
Yeah,
out
I mean,
of here.
the other one's already gone. In
The
the
only
pool,
one's
so
already
you're
gone,
fine.
exactly. I mean, I guess that's the beauty of the two Hannahlists. It offers you a little bit of flexibility in that sense.
Dreams of adventure. What are we dreaming about? Magical strategy. And there we go. This should be the full pool for next turn. So, I mean, for Shallow, this is like, you know, you wake up, you make your like to-do list for the day, and one of the things on it is just like win on turn 7, and that is exactly what he wants to do here. For Ryzen, Hugin and Moonin just to draw cards is like, ooh, this hurts.
This is extremely dire for Ryzen. And not having the Spectral Stomp or anything in the early game, really, it has just left him high and dry here going into, you know, you said trying to win on turn 7. I feel like every deck is trying to do that, and Ryzen is very, very far from winning on turn 7 right now.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dire, and Sin Hunter just to clear the board, and you get to push a little bit, but in terms of Burial Rites, we're also, you know, we are there, but even though you've achieved your Burial Rite quest, it's like, all right, what can you do now?
Yeah, exactly. And out comes Magical Strategy. That's going to boost the sorcery even more. And then you can even play... Oh, you can play Mysterian Missile on the ward, which even deals more damage because he rolled Mysterian Missile off of the.
This is just game, isn't it? Yeah,
it is just game because he has a Mysterian Exchange Party.
Exactly. So we're coming in here big time with exactly 20 damage on board. That's the beautiful part about this specific pool, is that this pool plus the Exchange Party is exactly 20. So you're basically safe, and if they play anything cheeky that pushes them past the 20 life points, then you got that extra little bit of extension as well from your other spells. So beautifully done. Very well played.
I was a bit of a doubter, but I think Mysteria is really impressing me today. I'll just be honest with you.
This specific variant.
This specific variant is really impressing me. I thought that with only one ofs it wouldn't be as consistent, but just the amount of draw and the amount of tutor, man, I think I'm gonna have to, you know, I just had egg on my face on this one because that was really impressive. All right, going into the next game here.
We get a mirror. We do get a mirror. It is going to be Burial Rite Party out here, just dancing on each other's graveyards.
You know, you say that, but you know, back in the day, Shadow did used to have a card called Zombie Party that was literally zombies dancing on somebody's grave. Shadow, you know, Shadow, they do not respect the laws, you know. Desecrating the dead, doesn't matter. That's funny to them.
That's right. They do the same thing to the meta anyway, man. It's all right.
All right, burying. Oh, there you go. Now Ryzen is very happy. It's like, okay, finally, we got the draw early. Last game, the Spectral Stomps were all at the bottom of the deck for some reason. Now he's got some gas.
Shadowverse.
Absolutely.
Last game was just verse, man. That was pretty sad.
Last game was just versus crazy. Bars, dude. Bars. All right, Spectral Stomp comes out, and we're actually going to be able to invoke a Lakandula turn 2.
Good. That's what we want to be doing. Not turn 6.
This is how the deck is meant to be played, man.
All right. Can Shallow come back with the same? Well, gonna get Lakandula anyway, whether you like it or not.
Oh, yeah. Drawing a Lakandula is always a little bit painful. Because not only does drawing a Lakandula deny you the invoke to clear, it also denies you the draw from the deck, and very importantly, it denies you a hand space. So, in 3 manifold ways, drawing Lakandula is bad. Oh, they're really good at drawing Lakandula today, huh? Holy moly.
This is the Draw Lakandula championship out here, man. Forget the SVO.
That's all Lakandulas taken care of for Ryzen.
Yep.
No more Lakandulas in the deck. Did he bury a Septic? I don't.
No, I don't
No.
think either player's seen a Septic yet.
Hanako
Chad,
not around.
if I'm wrong, please scream at me.
Scream it. Yeah, we can definitely hear it.
That's right. This is the SVO experience. But I think at least here, Call the Great Arm is thinking about the targets. It's kinda tough. I mean, you are gonna get your stuff back anyway, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, this is the best outcome. You do not want to bury Metatron. Metatron going second in the mirror, I legitimately think, unless your opponent bricks, is the only way to win. And in fact, it's not only the only way to win, it makes you favored. Because like you get the mirror well off first, and you're basically just 1 turn ahead at that point.
Yeah. Although we are slowly starting to come into this problem on Shallow side where we're starting to slowly run out of gas, but also like we haven't seen a Septic yet.
Drawing the Mikael.
It is pain, but I mean, you get something else to do on top of your Metatron, but it's not what you want to be doing, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Metatron feels like confirmed. You have to Metatron here.
You have to Metatron. There's no other way. Like, how else do you even win the game if you don't Metatron evolve here?
It's just the numbers are so awkward, man. It's like the 3-4.
Yeah. You don't really even have a target for Night Terrors, right? Because you have to trade with the Metatron.
You have to trade Metatron. You have to also trade with the Mikael too. So that's gonna chill in the hand here. So it's kind of tough. I mean, you don't care about the 1-1s.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
That is ambitious.
That has to stay on board. You don't get the ramp if it doesn't stay on board.
I think they just Night Terrors, yep. And the Mikael draw again.
Wow. There's only 1 left in deck, I think, right? No, there's none. There's
none. They only have 2.
Ooh. Well, no sustain there. Gonna just pass on this board. Yep. Swing that in. Now you get your plays back out. Oh, God. Drawing into that Sin Hunter's pretty good too. Corral Souls or Sin Hunter. Which one's gonna be? It's gonna be the Sin Hunter.
Just Sin Hunter.
Pushing damage.
Even more damage. You might even still Corral Souls. Why not?
Yeah.
What's stopping you?
For you.
Wow. That's a lot of damage faced. Shallow has no more sustain since all the Mikaels are gone.
And this turn has to be, going into the mirror well, so you know that they're not going to be spending time on anything else. It's a safe play. I mean, turn 5 is like the opportunity turn.
That is incredibly unfortunate. Not even resing anything really impactful. Mirrorwell is able to come out, but you don't have really any play after that. Like, even now, Mirrorwell doesn't res Septic Shrink, right? It only reses Sin Hunter again.
Still missing in action, so gonna be just an Evo. You get the damage, you get the board clear, but at the end of the day, does it really matter when the next turn is looking pretty yikes? Oof.
Oof.
That emphasis on yikes.
Emphasis on yikes, man. Hey, the Lakandula came out at least. Hooray.
Impression is cool. Alright, well, you don't get Mikael, but I do. Here comes another 2 heal.
Oh yeah, and this is just gonna be an easy Mirrorwell. Bury your own Mirrorwell.
Yep, no questions asked. Get that out of here.
You only need the one, man. You only need one Mirrorwell. No Septic Shrink on this side either, but that's okay. I think that Ryzen is in a much better position this game than he was last game, so he's not too upset about it.
If Septic was in the tank, there would have been a 3 damage ping at some point, and this would have been a 3 damage ping for game. So, for Shallow, that is another turn they get to play. but what are you gonna do with that? It's pretty tragic. Cerberus is also not exactly gonna be giving you the kind of pushback you're wanting.
Drawing all the goodness. Drawing all the invokes, first of all, it was incredibly unfortunate, but then Ryzen also just had an incredible hand to be able to punish Shallow, and now going into next turn, a Sin Hunter plus Call of the Great Arm plus
Feast.
Deathly Tyrant's Feast is just super lethal. 5 ways to Sunday, so.
Yep. Shake my hand, please.
Shake my hand. And you know, yeah, okay, Sin Hunter does come out, but again, like, because Ryzen was able to get the Mikael as well, while Shallow wasn't, it's like it's just running further and further away from him at this point.
Yeah, Ryzen winning the February Cup, but Shallow is basically just, you know, trying to put a stop to things. But Ryzen making that run back. You know, we saw how tragic that game 1 was. We saw how tragic game 1 was for Ryzen, not finding parts, not getting the burial right, but getting that run back and telling Shallow, you know, don't get too excited. You got that first game, but the clapback is coming, and we're gonna see it all kinds of ways to close out this game.
Yeah, Ryzen was like, okay, I brick with burial right, now you brick with burial right, let's call it even.
13-13 goes to face, and Ryzen ties up the set against Shallow. A much better looking performance with that Shadowcraft this time around, and now everyone's long awaited. It's Haven time, baby.
Frankly, I'm very excited. I was kind of worried that we wouldn't be able to see the Crystallized Haven, and we are absolutely going to be able to see it in action right now. Can it face up against Burial Rite Shadow, widely considered to be one of the best and most consistent decks in the game? Is Crystallized Haven a secret sauce, or is it unseasoned white bread? We'll have to find out.
You want to just say cope, or are you gonna try to get fancy there?
Listen, I'm a master of my art, and my art is saying things. So be prepared. Wow, tossing away the Lightning Bird is actually really ambitious.
It's huge.
I think keeping Lightning Bird and trying to find Skullfane is usually the line of play. And there's the Skullfane.
It doesn't matter, bro.
No, but I'm saying, is not keeping the Lightning Bird end up gonna be a punish? Because now he can reduce the cost of the Skullfane as fast as he would have been able to otherwise, right?
Yeah, I'm also like, I played this deck a lot in previous expansions, so I'm also doubting it as much as you are. But I'm like, have things changed that much in this expansion to the point that you would toss it? Like, no, that's still like your core piece. Like that's
true.
Go 2 and 2 together, you know.
I feel like the deck has gotten a little bit better with the addition of Azurite Maiden with the mini expansion, but I feel like tossing Lightning Bird that's crazy talk.
Yeah, because like, especially in this matchup where your opponent's going to be playing out quite a lot of like random followers early, and like getting that little damage ping out there too is pretty good. Okay, choosing not to play anything else. You want to keep having that cycle of Skullfanes here. And, you know, having double Skullfane in hand, by the way, we haven't really talked about that. It's pretty good.
It's dangerous. But like I said, without the Lightning Bird, that Skullfane is going to be proccing way less often. He only has 1 crystallized Skullfane out right now. Not only that, but without the Lightning Bird, this Kerberos is going to stick around and do face damage. It's a little bit scary.
Yup. This is big. I mean, Shallow is building up some good tempo. At the same time, though, we do have the Diamond Master already in hand here, so that is like a big burst potential coming through.
Just need
they can
Wingy
also
now,
control
right?
the board. Yep. Wingy pickup would be big. And of course, we have card draw. This is going to be a Skullfane for a draw. Let's see what it finds. There it is. Oh, you can see Ryzen was like, he was like, oh my god.
I don't know. I think you shouldn't have tossed it away in the mulligan. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I wouldn't have, frankly. But hey, it turned out okay in the end. Well, Shallow is really good at drawing lock on 2.
Yeah, dude. Best friends.
Oh no.
Okay, you got big damage burst on this turn though. Like this is for Ryzen. I mean, you do have a fair bit of sustain in Haven as a class, but not. I wouldn't say that that's what this specific archetype is known for, though.
Nah, true. But I will say the addition of Azurite Maiden actually helps with that a lot. Like 1 mana heal, 1 play point to heal 3. Hello?
Yeah,
That's pretty big.
Good. As long as you have the quest finished, which I think the quest is... Are we at 5 yet? Whoa! Tyrant's Feast burn.
Wow.
Hello! Okay, Shallow's like, I see blood. I can smell it.
Shallow is like, I'm actually not playing very alright, Shadow. I'm playing aggro Shadow now.
Yep.
Surprise.
You ever seen a 5/5 Cerberus? Get ready, bro. Okay, this also makes this... Wow, it actually hit the one good target.
Nice hit. Great hit.
Hold up. Shallow is like, this might be over before you blink, but managed to actually find the wingy. This will clear out the board at the very least. Gonna Evo forward, and of course that beautiful Evo animation. I can spark her in 2 days, bro. I'm ready.
Hey, I voted her for leader. I'm just letting you know right now.
Same.
Hey, my man.
Hey.
You know what I like about her the most? She has a really big hat, and it really amuses me. I don't know how they're gonna fit that in the leader portrait. I think it's gonna move her down. Who knows?
She's gonna put the hat on after she evolves. It's gonna be.
She's like Doug Dimmadome.
The hats multiply with every evolve point.
He's the owner of the Doomsday Dimmadome, man. You gotta show some respect.
On God, but Shallow, where'd all that speed go, bro? Come on. We had so much aggro going into this, but now Ryzen, with the board clear plus the pushback, managed to control it. And of course, like, if Shallow can make it to another turn, Mirrell's gonna do all the work, all the heavy lifting. But question is, how is he gonna get to that? Because can't ignore this. You need to clear off this board no matter what. And only 2 play points left.
You can't board lock either, because these amulets are gonna pop with the Skullfane, and then because you can't board lock, Ryzen's gonna be able to play the Azurite Maiden and be able to heal.
Yep. Here we go.
Oh, that is a desperation move. Oh
God.
Man!
I have some questions here. This is gonna have to just trade and swing.
I really don't understand that line.
Oh, but I guess Lakandua does clear out perfectly.
That's true. That is the perfect clear. That being said, Azurite Maiden is so good here.
The big heal, the quest is ready. This is good. You have your clear, you have the Skullfanes that are getting discounted as well. Wingy can come on through, but I feel like you might want to keep the Wingy because you don't have a big burst on this turn per se.
That's true, but you want the Azurite Maiden to go face so that it gets +3 defense so that it doesn't die to Mirrell.
That's true.
Oh, and Balanced Blessing is a lot of burst. We talked about this. The one of Balanced Blessing tech, because of the +3 defense from the Shrine.
You're so right. Oh, wait.
That's lethal.
That's just lethal. Oh my God, Ryzen.
Holy moly. The Balanced Blessing for lethal. This is a world first. Mark your calendars. June 18th, historic day. First time we saw Balanced Blessing win a $200 money match. That was insanity. We called it out during the deck preview. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if they used Balanced Blessing and got the buff from the Rite and then was able to deal a huge amount of burst? I guess it wasn't that funny. It wasn't a joke. It was real, and we just saw it.
That's right. I don't know about that name sense, man. Balanced Blessing? That's looking like a bit of a broken blessing to me, dude. That's a good little card right there, man.
That's great. That's great. I really like that one. Good one, Chris.
I appreciate it. I get +1 Igni point.
Absolutely fantastic performance out of Ryzen there. The February Cup god coming back in to show us what's what with that Crystallized Haven sauce. I think Shallow's line of play was really interesting. Like trying to push as aggressive as possible. But honestly, it didn't work out. And I think it might just be to do with, like, you don't really have that much experience playing against this. So you're thinking like, okay, is my usual game plan gonna work out? Looks like with my hand, no. Let's try and aggro them down, not realizing that Crystallized Haven just has all the tools it needs to sustain, and that game plan was never gonna work out because of all the wards and all the heal. But man, just really impressive play out of Ryzen there. I'm really satisfied with that. Wow.
Same. Like, it's goes to show, I mean, the one of 6 people that brought the deck also manages to perform beyond expectations. Like, we were saying, yeah, the deck's pretty good. Yeah, you got some good burst potential. Oh, look at all these Skullfane. Doesn't matter. Skullfane was just an engine. It didn't do any damage in the actual match itself, and that was a beautiful way to close it out. And it's crazy because running these, like we were talking about how, like, yeah, you run these one-ofs in decks like Discard, you know, where you draw through the whole deck and you're able to find them more consistently. I wouldn't necessarily say that, you know, Crystallized Haven is a deck that goes through the entirety of it and finds these one-ups, but managing to use them to such a strong extent is just incredible. So very, very impressed. And you know, it seems like every time that I cast, I'm able to you know, help Ryzen reach finals a little bit easier. So if that's the kind of buff we're working with here.
That's right. You were here last time
Pretty
too,
good, man.
when he was coming through. Ryzen should send you a gift package, man.
Hey.
the Chris, called the Chris blessing. Anyway, let's take a look at the bracket here. As we saw, we just went through the first 2 quarterfinals. We got EMT Stella moving up through the ranks, as well as Ryzen. Coming up next, right after a short break, it is going to be The One versus Mana Surge Yuri, and then Hapu versus Dawnbreaker's Karakiri. Also, just as a quick reminder to everybody at home, the upcoming expansion Heroes of Rivenbrand is coming out on 27th of June, and we do have a reveal for you at the end of this stream. So make sure you tune into the whole thing. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the rest of the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere.
Twilight reigns. Day wars with night. Thus it has been from time immemorial. At the end of their trials, bearers of light come to know their fate and face it head-on. With wills sharp as blades, they stand against the darkness. Drawn to their imperial valor, fledgling heroes will come together and become the guiding light for all those who abide in hope. And Aeon the Lost Lambs will follow in their shepherd's wake. For they all know that at grueling journey's end, a bright future awaits them. And the time for swords will be no more. Bearers of darkness sneer at light's folly, and with baleful claws seek to rend the world asunder. As the ages pass, the battle rages on, giving birth to new heroes who forge their own legends. Heroes of Rivenbrand. What legend shall you forge?
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure, leave it to us.
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun. You're gonna love the academy.
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but...
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Southeast Asia Oceania Shadowverse Open June Cup. I am joined by different fight. We have both put Igni in timeout for his comments against me before, and we'll continue to ban out Dragon for the rest of the day, and you'll like it.
Damn, you removed Dragon from the game, now you removed Igni? Come on, dude. I get you're salty, but there's limits to salt.
No, we will not let this stand until Drizael rotates out. Dragon's got to keep catching these hands. But anyway, folks, if you missed our first set of games, you missed some crazy action to start the day. Dude, the last Crystallized Haven game that we had up before, let's take a look at the brackets real quick. The last Crystallized Haven that we had go up was insane from Ryzen. I didn't believe in this deck. I was telling you before the cast, but somehow this man made it work. And he also got the 1-up balance blessing to actually come through in the clutch. That was amazing.
So good, so good. But we now have 2 of our players in the top 4 determined, and we move on to the other side of the bracket, and it's time to see which one between the one and Manister's Yuri is going to be making it into the top 4 next. So it's going to be exciting because we have more pretty interesting decks that, again, only a couple players brought into their top 8 lineups. So I think there's some exciting things to see to kind of wrap up this meta for the Academy of Ages set release before we move on to the next one.
Yeah, let's take a look at actually the ones deck list here. Now, I think Burial Rite Channel probably the most obvious deck, but Discard Dragon also here. This one is more akin to the one I think that was it Stella was running with the Infinite Flame here. Yeah, this is like the Infinite Flame. And it's also the one of Warden as well. So we did see this one at the start of the cast too. Yeah, the Adamant of the Warden Claw. Unfortunately, didn't get to see that card come out. And I told Igni, how dare he talk about bad cards being discarded. Meanwhile, this card exists. But but yeah, I'm interested to see how this deck does. But let's take a look at the one's next deck list coming up here.
That is right. It is going to be, of course, again, we say this every time. Burial Rite, brought by every single person, you're going to see in every single lineup. And the list looks more like maybe some ratio difference here and there, but overall looks the same. The 2 Mikhails as usual, and of course the 1-ofs of the Feast as well as the Ghost Time Apparition are pretty regular. And it's going to be just, down to the draw, down to, when we see those Mirror Wells, if we see that early Burial Rite count, if which player finds Septic Shrinks as usual. The Mirror is pretty exciting to watch, in my opinion, just because of how many pieces you have to balance at the same time in order to not die and also win. So it's pretty exciting. But let's take a look at the spice that the one has, and it's going to be in the 3rd deck of the lineup. And it is going to be the one and only Wrath Blood. Ah, good old Wrath Blood. Blood is spoiled for so many good decks, so many good cards right now. Wrath Blood, of course, the nice little effect where when you ping yourself 7 times using various effects like the Steamrolling Tank, Howling Screams, Devilish Flautist, pretty much all those guys, all the little followers in this deck, as well as Vate. And then once you get to those 7 pings, you get tons of effects turned online. For example, Howling Demon, just
free evolves, slaps everything on your opponent's side of the board. You also heal 5. Additionally, that Gabber death. Now, he is the real baddie of this deck. Now, getting a bunch of the 0-cost spells or token spells from other followers, you can help ping yourself over the course of 1 turn 4 times. And when you do that, Gabber is going to be able to first drop on the board, destroy, deal 3 damage to something, including your opponent's face. And then he's going to free evolve and get Storm as an 8/8. So that's 11 damage in 1 turn, and most decks just can't sustain that kind of damage. In that,
I thought Evolve followers supposed to gain +2/+2 instead. Why does he double? That's
bro.
not what the script said.
Nah, bro, he's sexy. It's different. Anyway.
Yeah, okay, noted. I'll write that down as gym motivation. But there's one more card I want to talk about in this lineup, which is that Lunel. So Lunel, Queen of Wolves, is a card that's been kind of adapted more recently, which essentially not only summons the Liberté, but on enhanced 7, evolves everything on your board, which is considering that you have quite a lot of burst damage in this deck to begin with, and you can go through some pretty wide boards. Is pretty strong. You can generally just win on 7 with Lunel as well. So as the one of, it's a pretty cool addition to the deck in my opinion.
Yeah, we think of things for like Burial Rite Shadow or Dragoncraft in things like the Ghost and Apparition or the Infinite Flame Dragon or the Bahamut. Think of Lunel as kind of similar to that in this case for Shadow. All right, well, let's take a look on the other side. We've got Team Mana Surge's Yuri. What is he going to be bringing in his lineup? Of course, Burial Rite Shadow. 8 of 8 dentists all agree that Burial Rite Shadow is it's a fantastic deck. The question is, unlike last game, can Yuri draw his Septic Shrinks? I feel like that was a really big hindrance for both players in that last set there.
Yes, absolutely. We do see slight change in ratios here. Mikael at 3 here, Hugenmunin down to 1. So of course, ratio-wise, there are slight discrepancies, but we're gonna have to see. But one really important thing to note about Yuri's lineup, he is the 1 of 8 not bringing dragons. So let's take a look at what the second deck is here, because this is definitely our special potential main character of the tournament. It's going to be Vengeance Blood. So 2 different lineups for Blood in this top 8 as well. And this is what the sort of, I guess, considering when the last SVO was, I guess, post-nerf, post-mini, post-everything, Vengeance Blood looks like. So we have like Arcus Sin Spinner in here, as an addition to give you that extra little bit of sustain and kind of pushing through. Doomlord of the Abyss is still in here as well.
It's crazy that it's a 3-of. I just gotta say, like, that card got nerfed, and I think a lot of people cut it initially. Some people have started to bring it back, and I think that there's a bit of hope there. But running 3-of seems crazy. So I want to know why he's got those in there.
Yeah, I mean, a win con is a win con. If the whole meta wins on turn 7, I mean, you can do it too.
Yeah, you can definitely do it too. Of course, this deck brings back cards like Bad Girl Life, which I think has kind of been through the ups and downs within this expansion. But seeing 2 of here, I guess if you're looking for those academic followers, it's going to be a nice little boon to you. Also, just drawing cards is nice. So.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to me also how, this is just related to, I guess, the side games universe, but Bad Girl Life and like Galam and stuff like that are all actually from Rage of Bahamut. So the fact that we're getting a Rage of Bahamut set right after that is pretty cool. The game is like where side games began, and like Shadowverse inherited a lot of it, so them going a bit more ham on bringing back a lot of those old faces from the side games universe is definitely very cool. But Yuri does have one more list, and much like how Blood has 2 different archetypes represented here, we do have 2 different ones for Haven. Whoa. With Condemned Haven riding on the hype of Unerial in here too.
What's really interesting about this deck is that I feel it's really similar to the Crystallized Haven deck we just saw before, because they feel so dependent on Skullfane. Being able to get, all those crystallized followers crystallized and then destroyed is going to put your deck online, and one way to do that faster is by using Skullfane to reduce their cost during the course of a turn. And then once you get that, you get the Uriel's down. The Uriel's down. He's going to be able to let you deal damage every time one of your amulets is destroyed, whether it's crystallized or it's an actual amulet itself. And then with cards like the Grace of Taurus, aka Praise the Cow, being able to put a big 5/3 storm on board is so powerful. And because of his effect, once you've got those 5 amulets destroyed, he's going to become a 1 countdown, and you can Skullfane that, and then it just pops. And so, yeah, just super big damage. Tons of burst damage over the course of a turn. I think that right now, this deck is probably the more favored for Havencraft over Crystallized Haven. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pairs up against some of the decks we've seen today, considering how well Crystallized did before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Condemned is I mean, we talked about this a little bit before. It feels like the better of the two, and definitely the more represented as well. We only had 6 Amulet Haven players in the whole tournament, but Condemned was 27. Only one of each went into top 8, but Condemned definitely feels like the list that more people believe in between the two. So that is the decks, that is the lineups. Now it's time to see what we're gonna actually get to work with in these games. I think the pick and ban this time around feels a little bit tougher because on one side there's just no dragon to potentially ban out. So
Yeah.
for Yudi's side, I feel like one of the 2 exciting picks might get taken out. Maybe Unedio, just if you're kind of afraid of like lack of experience, because I feel like that's kind of what we saw in the last match too. Like you don't have the experience against the Crystallized Haven and just get caught.
Also, Crystallized Haven just like wins on turn 9. Double Unario plus one of the Holy Lightning Birds is just game. So that's you have to be careful of that. Of course, it's rare that I think games go that long, considering how decks like Discard Dragon can ramp play points so quickly. But I mean, that is something to take into account, right? If your deck does go long and you're like trying to run like a Bahamut variant, this time not being the case, unfortunately, you have to be wary of being able to just die if your opponent gets too much time.
Yep, absolutely. But speaking of which, let's take a look at what these players have chosen to remove from the matchup. And looks like on the one side, there will be no dragon in this matchup either. Damn. East's Curse on Ignis lasted pretty long, huh?
Let's go.
What's the
You'll love to
cooldown
see
timer on that
W SVO. Let's go. No dragons out here. Meanwhile, we are going to get to see the Haven deck come through from Yuri, so that'll be really cool. And we're going to see both blood decks.
Okay. We got a little clash of concepts here between Yuri and the one. Let's see who is going to be the one to come out on top. Of course, just saying that sentence kind of positions one player over another, but
right?
Let's get into it and see which one it's going to be. Of course, starting off with that, not exactly Blood Mirror. It is 2 blood decks, but they are
bleed in different ways. That's what it is.
That is right.
Ooh, seeing the demonic drummer early on in the Vampire Queen's castle is kind of nice. I think he would toss back the Howling Demon. Oh, he's going to toss the castle as well. He's going to keep the Howling Demon? Really? Wow, okay. Maybe he's worried about like that big burst damage that Vengeance is able to put out, so keeping the Howling Demon here is useful just because you can heal back from like 1 turn worth of damage, or at least part of the turn's damage.
Both players greeting. Ooh, alright, the one drawing into the first 1-cost ping. You run a lot of them, so it'd be a surprise if you don't find it, but Yatsurugi gonna come on out. The last performance from our little wolf boy before it gets rotated out.
I think didn't he win one of the? Isn't he like a leader you can purchase right now?
He is.
He looks very different as a leader. Yeah, he's grown and sexy. He gets plus 4 stats when he evolves.
That's goals. That's goals.
Sorry, Garadev. You're not the only one.
Yuri's in a slightly tough spot where you're gonna have to take care of some of this board. I wonder, like, this matchup we rarely see, to be honest, in competitive Shadowverse. Both decks are definitely capable of making it to the top, but at the same time, it's definitely not the most common matchup compared to, like, the Burial Rite here.
I'm trying to think, like, wait, what do you really do this turn? Like, you don't really want to toss stuff away for Vengeance because you've got really no way to take advantage of it right now, so... You want to hold on to Room Service Demon, you want to hold on to Waltz, so...
It feels like for Yuri as well, because, the high roll of this deck is basically just pushing yourself into Vengeance early, suddenly everything has Storm, suddenly you win on turn 4. But...
Second base, by the way.
When you're the one, you're basically, okay, here's a bunch of wards. Okay, here's some more wards. Oh, that's not enough. Okay, here's another one. So you kind of stop a lot of that aggro, and it feels like that's kind of what happened here. So we see the Vengeance did get activated, though. So it's going to be interesting to see how we're going to push through on Yudi's side of things.
Yeah, I don't think it's really talked about very often, but Demonic Drummer is a really annoying card. A 2-cost 2-body ward is pretty obnoxious, especially like when you're not running a heavy onboard deck like Swordcraft or something like that. It's really early. It's really annoying in the early game to like keep your bonus board clear, and they can like play bigger stuff behind it and start putting down damage.
Yep, it's like those just tempoing out a Metatron on 2. It's like, oops, suddenly everything that wants to aggro can't do anything.
Dude, this hand kind of meh. I mean, you still got the 2 wards up. The Mox Speed Marin is kind of useless because Storm is great, but you can't go to face. So what's the point, you know?
You want to lose both of your room service demons, bro?
Dang, I don't. This is painful. Like, just again, Demonic Drummer is so annoying.
It's tough because, like, I think you kind of have to room service demon here.
Wow.
Yeah, you ditch the Doomlord because you do have 3. You're not going to need it for a while. It
that's
is double room service. I mean, in hindsight, it's like you get to clear the board. You get to do 4 damage from this and then actually go into the storm damage on top of that from the 1-drop the mark there. So that's pretty good.
Alright, you can also drop the Harmonic Wolf too, with card draw. Assuming it gets destroyed, otherwise his hand is looking pathetic.
This is a bit of a gamble on Yuri's side, having to ditch through so much from that room service just to clear a mere 2 1/1 wards.
We're at 5 pings here for Wrath, keep that in mind. 6, 7 now?
Yeah, we're getting pretty close. Does mean that this Vate might also be
Vate's
active.
goated. Bro, Vate does so much, man.
Don't do this, Vite.
He really does. This is going second, the turn 4.
The blood bourgeoisie really needs to be stomped. Like this is the buff on the bats is crazy too, and picked up from Yuri's side.
Full Moon Leap, not right now, bro. I'm not trying to leap anywhere.
Have a seat, please. Don't just stay down. Come on.
But actually, when you think about it, but he doesn't have Vengeance activation. This is actually kind of sad. If
Yeah.
Vengeance was active, the Arca, because she swings twice per turn, you could give her Full Moon Leap, and then you have a double attacking, like I guess post Evo. She's 4/5 base stats. Doesn't get anything on her own. No, just quickly checking that. So
Yeah, you
that's
can
actually
Waltz though. Yeah, Waltz is fine to guess he activate the Vengeance, but he doesn't do anything with it.
no,
Wow.
this is good. This is fine. This is fine. You kind of board lock. Oh wait, but I mean board lock. You got a freaking.
You're gonna get a bat. It's
5
gonna get
heal.
buffed, right?
But like I see where Yuri's going with this, but I'm not sure if he's gonna get the payoff for it. That's kind of the issue.
The shady back. Yeah, he gets the time to do this. The Enchanting Rhapsody now. Gyarados is guaranteed next turn. Because Gyarados
Yes.
has pinged himself once, and then the Trill's gonna do it 3 times for you. So yeah, and the Evo and the bat, he's just inching closer and closer to victory here. The
Yuri's praying. He needs any form of damage here because essentially what he's going for is Arca can swing twice. She's at 4. She gets to 6 with the Full Moon Leap, swings twice. So that's 12 damage. He needs 2 damage from anywhere. Oh no, wait, never mind. The heal 3.
No, yeah, it doesn't work. 'Cause,
Right,
the castle,
right.
yeah, like it just. Yeah, that's ripped. Yeah. Oh,
Hold up.
Hold on.
No, we're still off. We're still off.
We're still off.
This
So
is
4, 8,
No.
12. 15. He's very close though. He's very close. Very, very close.
But even then, even though he's close, I don't think he has any way to find any other forms of damage here.
Yeah, Stay in Paradise is a tutor for Tsurugi.
Yeah, this is... Stay in Paradise is not finding us what we want either. Yuri took the gamble, but
Didn't pay
the
off.
heal back up to 17 hurts so bad.
Yeah, you gotta have some massive huevos to just disrespect the castle like that, bro. Yeah, and we see that. Oh, it pulls Room's Perfect Demons as well. My bad. Yeah. But yeah, not
But even
enough
then,
here.
You're at
this is-
7 life. You could technically heal up to 11 with the Arca, just as she is. You don't have to Full Moon Leap her or anything. So theoretically, you can heal up a little bit.
Nah, Gyarados exists. It's a rip.
Yeah.
It's a rip. Yeah, this is not cute. All right,
Let's see how
Evo
far it
here.
goes.
I'll do whatever it takes. Sorry.
Yeah, you're in
It's a
really
shame
tough
because
spot here.
Arca without the buff is also just not doing enough. So gonna go for the Room Service Demon play instead.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm
this is
very
not really...
surprised.
This is nothing. No dice. This is absolutely just giving the win to the one. Yuri prayed. I think I see the line of play. I see where he was going with it, but for the one, he has so many different paths to lethal, and he's gonna just take it here with a 10 damage to face. I see what Yuri was going for. I respect it. I didn't see that line of play with Arca initially, But when you put it in front of my face, you put Full Moon Leap, just like shove it in front of my eyes. It's like, okay, I see what's happening here. That's interesting.
Still though, to note that the castle is gonna heal as well, you gotta like, what was he thinking he could get to fill the gap for damage there?
Another
he was at 12?
Marin. Because it was basically 12 damage. Marin would have been 3 on its own. So 15. Yeah, like 2 Marins, I guess. Or like with 1 Marin, you're at 15. So you heal to 17. You would have needed 2. 2 is wait. 2 is doable.
Yeah, 2 is doable. Oh no, because they don't evolve. You have to evolve it.
Is fighting
No. So the thing is, you evolve the Arca. That's 12. Max speed pushes. There's another 3. That's
I'm sorry.
15.
I'm thinking of Arca here. I'm sorry.
Room Service Demon did 2 damage to face.
He had to. He actually, yeah, he got the. But he has to spend 2 play points to actually get the room service in hand. Of course, that was all after he like thought about this. So he couldn't have known that he was gonna.
Yeah, he
get
didn't
Stay
have
in
the room
Paradise.
service. That was found off the search from the Stay in Paradise. You're right. All right. Well, it doesn't matter because we're in game 2 now. The one already took the first set, and now it's up to MS Yuri, who switched decks actually.
Yeah, that's
choosing
pretty,
to show
pretty
off a
surprising.
little bit and give us a taste of that Condemned Haven. Man, it'd be hype if we get 2 types of Haven up in the top 4, but it's gonna be a long battle for Yuri here.
Yeah, I love Garuda here. It's he got introduced in the midi and he has a really cool effect. However, nobody cares about it because his 1 cost crystallize is better, allowing you to just draw a card. So
Yeah.
he's gonna be really useful in both of these Haven decks.
Word on the street is that Insight is a pretty good card no matter how you paint it.
Word up. Meanwhile, here on the one side, not a bad hand. Ceridwen. He's got the Cerberus as well for the early game, so he can push out a Mimi for some chip damage in the beginning.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you're playing against the quest deck, and their quest is gonna take a little bit. It is turn 7 where we're at lethal-wise.
Oh, the Spectral Stomp is a good pickup, though. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he's feeling that. Yeah.
Ooh, the bird is found. That's good. It's gonna help to control that early board pressure as well, which is very important, but still missing the Skullfane, which we've talked about a lot, is very important in having that loop of resources.
He could use Plums here to draw? Or is it Banbury? Banbeauty, excuse me. Yeah, Banbeauty to draw, not bad.
Which is Cranberry, bro, what?
It's Plums, Mums, and Banbeauty, yeah. No one ever picks Mums unless you're, like, about to lose. But, or Plums, excuse me. Mums is fine.
After Stomp, drawing cards, like Ndula gets drawn. Whoops.
That's not that bad. You can use Lack for Cerberus here.
Yeah, not too happy about it though. I think Septic has also not been put into the pool yet, if I'm not mistaken, so that's another card that you're slowly waiting to see.
Yeah,
In terms of destroyed amulets, I think we're at, what was it?
1?
Turn 1 we had the Garuda, turn 2 was the,
Banbeauty here.
yeah, the Hall.
He still got a ways to go. And does he just drop Lightning Bird here? Or you can do Asvault as well.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we're looking at Lightning
Is he gonna
Bird.
drop the... Okay, he's not. He's gonna save it. Okay, I was about to say.
Oh no, the one is not happy.
Jesus, really?
You draw 2 of your Lacandulas for
Man's
turn.
got a full house. Look at that.
Yep. There's no gas in here either. That is pretty unfortunate. I mean, I guess you just ditch it with the leads. There's not much else to do.
Yeah, it's
No
gotta
followers
go.
to hurt, but the Burial Rite count is going to help, and that's all you're going to do that turn.
Oof. Yeah, such a
Definitely
low
a bit of
tempo
pain.
turn here. Really just gives Yuri all the time in the world to set up again. Turn 9 for Yuri is great because you just win no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's
Go
see
away,
it.
Unariel. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Luminescent Gems is also good. One countdown. Again, we're still looking for Skullfane though. Where is Skullfane to like really accelerate the deck?
Yeah, no Skullfane, no Astolfo either. It's like a more recent addition to
that's true, yeah.
Haven in general, but I guess you don't particularly need it right now. It's not, you know, I guess it helps against this matchup just to like push out board and draw cards, so definitely a good card for the Crystallized too, but Yuri, just thinking, I mean, at the same time, Asval is also choice. That is
Yeah.
going to help to pick up that Lunetial, of course. It is a
Yeah.
condemned card.
Is he really gonna spiritual blow this leads? That's awful. Don't do that. Come on, man. We save leads for septic shrink and nothing else. Or a big fat. I guess a big fat anything really.
So the thing is, whether Septic is in the
Wow.
pool or not really depends, because this could also remove the...
Oh, he can get rid of
Amulet.
Sarah doing that.
Yeah,
Cute.
so
Okay,
you
you know
get
what? I
rid of
forgot it does
that.
target amulets as well. Any,
Septic
any...
isn't in the pool, I think, so it wouldn't have brought that out. But still, you're
Yeah.
removing an important
You're
part of the
moving
puzzle
some
there.
form of a follower, right?
Yep. Metatron already had it in hand, but doesn't hurt to have another one. You can always ditch it away later down the line. I think you're probably going to follow this up with that leads.
Really?
All
Not
those like a
Cerberus.
duelist. Is this 5 pro rights? Or yeah, this took us to 5. There we go. The
Yeah,
Elos
it's
come
fine.
out.
Ooh, that's
Very
a fake
good.
board. Hold on a second. This is kind of problematic. All right, 2. Bam Beauty is okay. Double Bam Beauty here, but that's like 4 play points. And the targets are random. That's the hard part about that.
Yeah.
Bam Beauty is great if you have like 1 follower to destroy, but if you have 3 and they're all kind of cracked,
Yeah, you don't really have any way. Like, you've got these like Feathery Tempest that are just like blocking up your hand right now, not really doing anything as you don't have any followers to work with. So you're just gonna be eating a bit of damage this turn, but
it's crazy.
again, not seeing Skullfin hurts so bad again.
Yeah.
Like, that's such an important resource in both of the currently relevant Haven archetypes.
It's crazy how we have a class in Shadowverse dedicated to prayer and never answered.
All they do
Literally
is
never
pray.
answered.
You're supposed to be the one that gets blessed, bro. Come on.
Please save me. No. Yeah, he's
You
gonna have
will
to just
work
take
as
the gamble
hard.
here.
For the heal. I mean, you kind of have
Oh,
to.
really? He went for the heal? Oh, Plum's bad. No. We talked about
mean-
this. Nobody wants the Plums.
Bro, you're eating 9 damage next turn. I would not be risking my chances.
I would have shot twice and hoped that I was eating 6. I mean,
You're also expecting Muriel to come out next turn. Like, this is, we don't, they don't know what is in the one's hand. It's like you're expecting Muriel, you're expecting to eat big damage, but lo and behold, you're not.
He
I mean,
also
damage you're still
didn't-
gonna eat, but
he also didn't drop the Holy Lightning Bird there. I figured, I mean, that way you can drop it now. That way next turn it's gonna get the countdown 1. So if you did draw Skullfane, it's a way to actually do 2 damage on board.
that's true.
Kind of surprised at that.
All of the Great Arm.
Yeah,
and
there's
get
the
another
Sabers.
leads back. I mean, if you want to keep pushing out these like big annoying ward followers, that is a way to do it. Serb
Yeah.
could be nice too. Only
I
problem
like
is that like if you ditch this last like Andula, that's like your final one. So if you wanted to go for the big 5 sweep across the board, no, you're not gonna have access to that anymore. So gonna ditch the Cerberus instead. Dude, the one just doesn't have gas. This is tragic.
Yeah, drop a me. I guess you could drop leads here and then follow up with me in the following turns. Hopefully for like a carousal, so you can get the card draw and the damage off. But yeah, this is a rip if Yuri can't do anything here.
Come on off the top.
double
Astolfo,
Astolfo.
you're so
Another
late,
lightning
bro.
bird. Not what you want there.
We need another turn.
Yeah,
Wait, Lightning Bird is actually kind of legit. You can just play it, Evo it, and then just board clear off of the
Oh, that's right.
Feathery
He gets-
Tempest. That's the 0 cost one in hand. So
Yeah.
if you need to get rid of the board, it does get the job done.
That's yeah, to be fair, this deck doesn't really use Evo points for much, so spinning it here for defense is actually fine. You are giving your opponent 2 card draw, and it's turn 7 after that, so you gotta be really wary of things like Muriel, as well as the Mimi in hand that you know is there.
So it's kind of also an interesting debate where, because he didn't swing into the leads and didn't proc the last word's draw, that didn't give the gas to the 1. So this turn, if you're going to go for the big board wipe, they're going to draw 3 cards, which now might finally give them the Muriel as well as, all the gas like Septic Shrink as well. So he's going to go for the play, evolve, deal 6 to
Yeah.
everything, swing
And
6
go
to face, draw.
Ooh, Night Terror is picked up, and Sin Hunter! Hold on.
Whoa, hold on.
3, 5, 6, 7. Not enough yet, but he might find something. We'll see.
Miko for the heal.
Spectral Stomp.
Finally some gas, but is it too late? Like all of these card draw that you needed to see earlier, Just losing a lot of damage potential here.
Bro, is the Holy Lightning? Oh, this is why he didn't drop the Holy Lightning Bird. Now it makes sense for this play. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, yeah, you tears here, put him at 9. Septic
There it
Shrink
is.
is good, but there's no way to actually like get it out right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. You have the wait, hold up. You're actually slightly off damage-wise too. So this is, you don't have enough play points to actually execute lethal this turn. So for the 1, this should basically be a setup turn, but you are facing turn 7 against a deck that goes ham on turn 7.
Yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, that might be a bit of a risk.
Unariel's 2. Cow is 5. I don't think he actually does. You have to get rid of the 6/6, but I don't think you actually get punished. Oh, also keep in mind that this Plums is going to heal Yuri at the start of next turn.
Yeah. Gonna sustain a little bit.
Fanfare and last word.
Oh, everything just comes a turn too late. Everything comes a turn too late. It's tragic.
Yeah, so did you spend the Evo point here? I imagine you would.
Yeah, I think you need this push just to make sure that you can, worst case, just Septic gives you the lethal. So,
Yeah.
because basically, I mean, even if it's late, Mirrorwell next turn with like a, you know, a Septic out there is going to be enough, even with this heal 3. So that is actually going to be perfect. Get the 7.
Yeah,
and
7 here, and then you're gonna spin your Unariel here.
I don't know, man. This is it feels like it's now or never for Yuri.
Yeah.
You don't really have the big sustain.
With the damage output of Shadow, like I think it's really unlikely that you even live 2 more turns. Giving them a total of like 17 play points to work with is kind of backbreaking, and I don't know if Yuri has a way forward here.
I'm dealing out some
Gonna play these into Prison
justice.
Priest to get an amulet in hand, and they're gonna get reduced, so this could be good.
It is more healing, but
That means he's not playing the Unariel this turn.
yeah, we're holding it. We're holding it. He believes in having another turn, but the thing is, if your opponent's been breaking this hard until now, you saw them not have the Mirrorwell on turn 6. You saw that there's no Septic Shrink. That means they're gonna draw into them eventually, so you have to be ready. They evolved and went face for a reason. You can expect to be hit with big damage next turn.
I really thought what you said was about to go the entirely different direction. I was like, well, they didn't have it in the early game. They probably don't have it now. So, you know what? You got a little bit of time to work with. Be like, no, that's just
Bro, that's
coming.
not how
You're going to
card games
die, son.
You are going to explode. There's a time bomb. You can't hear it, but it's right there behind you, bro.
Oh, yeah, the Astolfo here is good. And the Feathery Tempest is, wow, kind of sad. But all right.
Being up to 13 life is the important part.
Yeah.
That's the prayer you're living on right now.
Is it enough, though? Mirrorwell, Septic Shrink, 4, 8, 9. Not enough. That's actually right out of lethal range.
Death has come to Fairview.
Believe so.
Hold on.
So, oh, ditches both Septics? Oh, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna see in a second. Is it gonna be the case? Septic?
Maybe.
Definitely. It's not even in your pool yet.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the second card. It's gonna be the Lug and
Wow.
Dula. Okay.
So yeah, he's
Giving
hoping.
up on
Is not
that player.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, see. Serb. I guess that's kind of to be expected, right?
Yeah.
Serb on the 2 drop, and now you got a pretty thick board, and you saw your opponent use their Feathery Tempest, the second one. So it feels like pretty good chance. Oh wow, Seraphim picked up is so perfect for next turn.
Night Terrors will free up your board space a little bit. It's pretty good, the 3 damage, so you're restricted by the fact that, of course, Muriel only procs 3 times. I mean, if you procced any more, that'd be a bit of a problem.
Oh my god, is that Skullfane in the flesh showing up on turn 8?
Whoa, not the turn 8.
Didn't bring a gift? Little hungover? Skullfane, buddy. I thought you were made of the cloth.
You got a
What
good
happened?
night. All right,
What happened?
this is do or die for Yuri. I think no matter how you spin it, it's got to be this turn. Unidiel, you're working with 20 damage and a bit of a lack of board space here, but
Can he heal here? He could spend. He's got to spend something to get the Skullfane to pop the plums there. That'll be 3, and then after that, I don't see anything. Winged Inversion is cool on your bird, maybe. You wanna like? That's kind of sad. You have to evo your own.
That's like your only sustain you have. So I
Oh, is
think
he gonna
you
do
have
it
to
though? Hold on.
Yeah.
The real battle
Yeah.
It's your only form of sustain and actually like trying to heal things back. So you're sort of forced into it. And then, yeah, swing in there.
That's
This,
so sad,
yeah, Skullfin clears this at least.
though. Yeah.
Not the way you want to be playing Skullfin, but hey.
Yeah, it puts you back at 14, which is good. The question is, what is in the ones? Oh, wow. Senator picked up is good, but it's maybe not enough. Sweet Soul to draw a little bit more. He's got plenty of play points to work with, so. Let's see, 3 from Septic Shrink.
Uh-oh. Oral Souls is
2.
big.
Oh, yeah, it is really big. Hold on.
This can push down to 8.
3, 6, 7, 8. He's still a little off.
Slightly.
Oh,
that changes everything.
Wow.
Deathly Tyrant's Feast off the top. 8 cards left in deck is exactly
crazy,
the
bro.
The one was truly the one that deserved the top 4 slot here between these two players. And is going to take it in our first 2-0 of the day.
Dude, the fact that he was just digging, he's like, oh, this is cute. Pop, buff ghost in the gym every day.
It's like he felt it. It's like he felt it. Again, we talked about this a lot today. These are the 2 decks. The 2 decks that can draw through the entirety of the deck and find those 1-ofs. You try to be fancy, you know, play your 1-ofs in your other decks, but there you're just gambling. You're just living on a prayer.
Yeah.
But Oriole Rite and Discard Dragon, they'll find them. They will find them. They smell them. It's ready. It's time to go. Now, what a beautiful way to end that game. And the one, of course, showing us that he deserves to be in that top 4, winning that $200 money match.
Yeah, you love to see it. Again, well done to Yuri. I mean, I think he played to his out. I think it was rough to get to turn 9. I said it before. I think it's very unlikely you get there. But he did his best to heal back every single turn. He got to 14 that last turn. And I thought that was actually out of range. And then, of course, we saw the Tyrant's feet bump up. But that's a different story. But yeah, I mean, he did what he could have done, I think. And that was probably the best way he had. So, well done to him.
Absolutely.
That means next up we're going to be having Hapu versus DB's Karakiri. I think that Igni's going to be coming back for this one. We're going to let him out of timeout, even though we are still banning Dragoncraft classes all day.
I've noticed that Dragon has been banned with shocking regularity during this tournament. But I will say though that yeah, wow, that last game was a little tough. Like with the Miroel all the way in the bottom, and then that Vengeance Blood also not really making anything work either. We talked about it before the stream too. I was like, I don't know what Arca is doing here, and then she did a whole lot of nothing. So it turns out.
To be fair, I mean, she made it really close though. Like if he could find a bit more of extend after the Arca, I mean, he had a ton of damage plus the full moon lead, but if he could find just a little bit, like 4 more, he'd have been in a really good position. But otherwise,
it was close, but no cigar. But as we come into here, like you said, East, it's the last quarterfinals. Twilight Knights Hapu versus Dawnbreakers Karakiri. Shall we take a look at the lineups and see what we're working with here?
Yeah, let's take a look here. I think we've seen a lot of the decks that both these guys are bringing already today, but I think some of the ratios might be a little bit different here. Discard Dragon. This is the Infiniflame version that we had seen before out of Stella, as well as I believe it was it Shallow? Oh, she's the one, my bad.
Yeah, I think the one of Greater Will is actually pretty surprising here. Like, what are you trying to target exactly? Especially since after Greater Will got nerfed to not be able to target leaders. I feel like Greater Will pre-nerf would be like the best card ever in today's format, because being able to make Miroel not be able to damage for a turn would be insane. But unfortunately, now it only targets followers. So what's the big target here? What's the big idea?
You know, against decks like, not even, because I mean, most decks now, I was going to say Vengeance Blood or something like that, but most decks now, the follower isn't on board until they have the damage active, right? So Greater Will doesn't really allow you to stop that if it's already happened to you. It's just like a 1 turn, hold them off until I can get enough resource to actually clear them off board.
Yeah, potentially. Like, maybe it's just like you play Greater Will before your Lumior turn, you at least draw a card and maybe like stall them a little bit before you're lethal. Yeah. I will say maybe I like Greater Will better than Warden of the Adamant Claw.
Talk to him.
Maybe this is the way. But like we said, usually Discard Dragon, same game plan. You get the Lumior down, and then you dig through your entire deck, discard, deal a bunch of damage, and then you have the one of Infiniflame here to be able to finish them off. Let's take a look at the next deck here from Hapu's lineup. East.
Oh, you love to see a Burial Rite Shadow coming in the clutch. They cannot keep this deck down. They put the dog down, but guess what? Spectral stomping back to life. Hugin and Moon also here to guide him to paradise. Let's go, baby.
And I mean, even in that last match where we saw the Mirwell was at the bottom, sometimes you can just get that one of definitely Tyrant's Feast to save you the entire game, right? Like that card, that one of card is just so valuable to get a surprise finish out of nowhere.
That's exactly what happened last game, out of nowhere for sure.
All right.
Let's take a look at Hapu's last deck list here. I think he's got a little bit more spice here in the Wrath Bloodcraft. Let's see here. Pretty straightforward. I think this is like one of the more accepted or like agreed upon lineups for the list. The one of Lunel, of course, with that extra burst damage at the end. Things like Harmonic Wolf, Devilish Flautist, Fell Transformation, the Vampire Queen's Castle. I don't know why we call it the Vampire Queen's Castle when Vate definitely owns it. I don't know how how that got lost in translation, but that's kind of weird to me.
There is a card back in the day called Vampire Queen, and I think Vite and Vania are her children in the lore. Which is kind of sad. That means that the mom is gone. What happened? Anyway,
We don't ask questions.
The deck is very powerful. We saw that last time too. Like, what was it? Like turn 5-6 lethal in that last round, where like you just like the Vite does so much, thins the deck, gets your Wrath active. Vania is always putting in the work. Howling Demon coming through, clearing the board, dealing damage to the face, and then not to mention that you always have like the ability to OTK with Gyaradeath on turn 7 and 8 as well after getting the 0 cost gift for Bloodkin off of the Vania. Like the deck is just so consistently powerful, and honestly, out of the two archetypes, I think I have a lot more faith in Wrathblood than I do in Vengeance, and we kind of saw it here today.
Yeah, Vengeance feels a little high, really, but yeah, Wrath I feel is very solid. Let's take a look on the next deck list from Hapu here. Excuse me.
That's the last deck from Hapu. We're going
Oh,
over
that is the last one? Okay, my bad.
We're going over to Karakiri from Team Dawnbreakers. This is a very different Mysteria Rune list. I feel like Karakiri is using a bit more of the old school version with more of the 3-ofs.
Yeah, also it just includes Greya, a card we really haven't seen in any of the lists today, so
yeah,
it's good to see her again.
It includes Greya, it includes Anne as a one-of, potentially getting the Anne summoning as a potential target for the Anne and Greya Royal Duo Majestic Sorcery. I will say, though, the lack of Freya is scaring me a little bit here.
Yeah, you do like put yourself in a weird situation where it might be tough finding your followers if you cannot get a Greya down, or excuse me, a Freya down, so...
I feel like this one is much more tempo-based, whereas the other version that we saw was very combo-heavy. That one is like so laser-focused on getting all the cards you need to execute an OTK, whereas this one is like trying to win more through the board in a lot of ways. So we'll see if it pays off for him.
Let's take a look at Karakiri's next deck list here. I think he's got Mysteria Rune as well as Ban Target #1. Discard Dragon.
Target. Hey, the Warden of the Adamant Claws there, though. Your biggest fan, so you might...
Boo!
You might want to put this one through. No, I think Dragon is like very easily gonna get banned.
Yeah.
Honestly, the matchup for Dragon versus Burial Rite Shadow is just way too good. And also, I love that we're saying that, and it is true. I feel like since a lot of the players are banning Dragon, but the one time we actually did see that matchup, the Shadow won. So
yeah,
it kind of sounds like we're talking crazy, but yeah, I do think that Dragon is like easily the easiest ban target here.
Yeah, I think this list is pretty straightforward. I think the only like differences I see are like the 3-of Strike of the Dragon Slayer, which I think maybe most players like to opt to run 2. But
I honestly hate Strike of the Dragon Slayer. We've been over it. We've been over this since the last month.
Strike or Ethica, your choice, buddy.
I think Strike of the Dragon Slayer is so overrated. I mean, we saw it just sit in hand before doing nothing. I don't know, man, but people seem to love it. So there you go.
Yeah, let's take a look at Karakiri's last deck list here. Mysteria Rune, Discard Dragon, and of course,
Whoa, no
Shadow.
way!
Yeah, dude, 8 out of 8. Shadowverse players agree that this is the best deck to bring right now.
9 out of 10 dentists too. They love
exactly. Yeah, this is I think the exact same list that we saw coming out of Yuri in the last game. The 2 Night Terrors, 2 Corral Souls, 2 Mikael, and then 2 Hugin and Moonin, and then one of the Feast and the Ghost Town Apparition as well.
This is pretty much the agreed upon best list for Burial Rite in most cases. I think some people, we saw it a little bit earlier in today's stream as well, some people play a little bit more healing in especially consideration to the mirror. Like we saw some people play Sweet Soul Necromancer, for example.
Yeah.
But in terms of like
The
general
one-point
just efficacy and performance, if you're not actually actively targeting the mirror, I feel like this one is just like by far the standard list that people have agreed upon.
Yeah, and it's strong. I mean, take this on ladder, and you too can become a grandmaster. Yeah,
And how? I mean, that's what I did.
Well, you get the Igni buff right there, but folks, that means that we're gonna have Katakiri against Hapu here. Wrathblood, discard Dragon, Burial Rite Shadow versus Mysteria Rune, discard Dragon, Burial Rite Shadow. So with Dragon inevitably banned on both sides, of course, of course.
You're calling it already. You're jumping the gun.
Nah, bro, we already know. Nobody wants to fight against Drazael. I think we haven't seen one Drazael yet today, have we?
No, we have not seen Drazael come out. And, you know, that's why I voted for her as leader, so that I, too, can terrorize people with Drazael for many years to come. That's my goal.
Is Drazael really a girl dragon? Oh, we have the bands. Let's take a look at them while we're speculating on the sex of the dragon here.
Whoa, East!
What the heck?
Guess what?
Bro.
Dragon coming through.
That means on Katakiri's side, Mysteria Rune is going to be banned, and then Hapu's not going to have access to Burial Rite Shadow. Really?
You know, I really wonder why this is. I think Karakiri thinks if he plays Dragon against the Wrathblood, like if Drazael and Warren Blank comes down, that means that Garudeth can't go phase.
Yeah.
So this might actually be a pretty heads-up strategy. Then again, the Mysteria Rune on Karakiri's side then. So we're starting with the Dragon Mirror. Get ready, because this is gonna come down to an explosive finish. Neither of these versions run Ultimate Bahamut. They run Infiniflame. So this is gonna come down to an explosive big boy Bomba Blast and not anything of attrition. We'll have to see if it pays out for either of them here.
Big Boy Bomba Blast sounds like a special move from Donkey Kong. But anyway,
might as
the
well
Dragon
be.
Oracle's a good pickup here.
Dragon Oracle is fantastic as usual. Best card in the game ever made.
It's pretty dang close. I'll say that.
I honestly believe that. But then somebody was like, if it's the best card, why don't they nerf it? And I said, listen, even with Dragon Oracle being the best card, Dragon is not on top like 100% of the time, which means that if you nerf Dragon Oracle, the class is gone. Like, if you nerf Dragon Oracle, the entire class will just die.
Well, I mean, to be fair, most of the basic cards got buffed a while back, so it
That's
would
true.
be really likely. What if Dragon Oracle was just like one play point?
What if Dragon Oracle got buffed? That's a demonic thought that you just had there.
Now that I put that in universe, everyone can boo so that Side Games can hear that and say never.
All right. Well, I mean, listen, if the competition, oh wait, there it is. I was just gonna say, if
Yeah,
the
I was about to
competition
say
is who gets Dragon Oracle first, I mean, Karakiri's still ahead, but
He's going to use it as soon as he possibly can there. Really add her to the Warden Claw. Not going to be useful right now, but we'll see. What's up?
I just want to say that Waterworm's Blessing is like one of the best spells we've gotten in years for Dragoncraft. Like, we had so many like weird versions of Waterworm's Blessing before. Like, remember Ignis Dragon, where you never ever want to play it for the body and it ends up being a brick in the late game? Waterworm's Blessing is like Ignis Dragon, but none of the flaws and all of the benefits. So
right? And it just like replenishes hand, and it like it's so good.
It is a pretty absurd card.
It's actually Dragon Oracle buff.
I'm a little worried about the state of Hapu's hand. I think Hapu is gonna have to play Strike of the Dragon Slayer on 7 just to draw 2 cards.
To be fair, he's been ramping like crazy.
Yeah, but so is Karakiri. Karakiri was able to play an Oracle and a Waterworm's Blessing as well.
He's kept up. Yeah, also, what we had 2 discards on Hapu's side here?
Hapu is at 2 discards and Karakiri is actually at none.
None. That's rough. And the Lumiere in hand is just a grim reminder of what you did not do.
Although I think the play here on Karakiri's side is not that difficult. Like, if you play Sealong Evolve, trade into the Mermaid, and then just play Dragonoots into your own Dragonoots, and you draw 2 that way, and you discard one, you have a chance of drawing another easy discard this way too.
Play points report. What's up?
What's
Thanks.
up? What's up, play points? That's like What's Up Danger, but it's a very niche and specific version of that song instead.
Only top Shadowverse players know. Yeah, Dragon is here.
Wow. Okay, so they're using it on the Noir and Blank instead because they don't have another target, another discard. So they want to use the Dragonhood's Might again. Although now with the draw of Lilium, they might opt for that instead, actually.
Yeah, Lilium, such a great card.
Oh yeah, I think the biggest thing that Lilium gave to discard Dragon is their like ability to have even more damage potential on their Lumior turn by getting that zero cost discard. Like that allows them to potentially have an OTK, which they didn't previously have access to.
And we all know that in today's world, OTKs are very important.
We live in a society. All right, the strike of the
live in a
Dragon
society.
Slayer probably coming out here. I don't see any other play. Like Hapu's hand is really starting to get a little bit scarce here.
Lumier's a great pickup, but 2 discards. Oof.
I mean, you just discard 1 Lumior plus like Mermaid. I feel like with your Argente, I feel like you don't have any other choice.
Yeah, he's thinking about it for sure.
Like you want to be rampant, man.
You need to be rampant. Considering your hand is like kind of bunk, you need to be doing something. Because sitting there is not enough.
And Argente draws you cards. You don't need 2 Lumiors, man. You need 1.5 on balance, usually.
1.5 on balance.
Yeah, because you know you don't always need to, but sometimes you do. So I think usually you need 1.5, and right now what you need right now is more cards. So just toss one away. It's just math, man.
Bro, could you imagine?
Whoa, tossing the Lilium. I really don't agree with that.
Really?
I really don't agree with that.
Considering he really wants the double Lumior there. I mean, it's a tough decision to make. We'll see how it pays out for him these next couple turns. Meanwhile, on Karakiri side.
I mean, this is an easy toss the Dragonood, right?
Yep.
Dragonood's Might. 50-50 hit the 3-3?
I believe.
Too easy.
Ooh, see, you know what works there? If you do the finger gun at the card you want to shoot, it always works.
Is that what you just did? I didn't even notice you doing that. That's a crazy tech, man.
I do it with Haven all the time. Yeah. Bam Beauty comes down. All right, come on. Got him.
Is that the strat?
I mean,
damn, I didn't know.
Half the time it works all the time. Put it that way.
If you think about it, a 50% success rate is like halfway there, and if you round up, that's basically like 100% success rate. So yeah, basically.
Got him, baby. Math be working in my favor. Even mathemacologists agree.
You think anybody's tuning in and just being like, wow, these commentators are really dumb. It's a joke. Come on, don't leave.
Karakiri, though, has built up quite a board for himself, not even spinning the Lumior. He wanted to get all the discards this turn, so that next turn, Lumior really just gets online.
You know, Hapu was ahead on discards before, but with this Lilium with Argente, now Karakiri's stuff is active, and Hapu's Lumior is not even active now.
Nope. And keep in mind, he saved his Lumior over the Lilium, so now he actually lost out on some discard that he could have had.
I think discarding that Lilium was pretty wild. I don't know if I entirely agree, but let's see if this works out. You gotta sack that Noir and Blank. None of those are discards, man.
Wait, he has it active here. Hold on.
None of those are discards. Oh wait, no, Lilium is. You could Lilium, but
I mean, honestly, you probably want to save that Drazael, right?
I don't know. I don't know how valuable the Drazael is like in the mirror, because like.
Nah, it's fair. You Drazael, I Drazael.
He, she, me, Drazael. Drazaelology, the study of Drazael. It's first grade. All right, get out of here. No ramp, so the Noir and Blank isn't even active.
Yikes. Yeah, we've seen the Noir and Blank come out a little earlier than we would have liked to in both sides here.
Hapu is definitely on the back foot here. Get rid of that Strike of the Dragon Slayer. I don't need to see it. Worst card ever. I'm telling you.
Jesus.
Oh, even with the Argente here too for even more damage push. Or if you're really worried about okay. I was gonna say if you're worried about the damage coming out, you could play Waterworm's Blessing and still clear. But they're not.
Yes,
they're not worried.
Suited the Waterworm's Blessing. That's crazy.
I think you Draconics the Might, and then if you try and draw a Noir and Blank, and then you Noir and Blank Fizz, and then that's lethal if you get Noir and Blank here.
Let's see it.
Noir and Blank is lethal.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, wow. Play your role.
You see what I'm saying? That's
Jesus.
Strike of the Dragon Slayer, man.
Jesus, it could have been a Noir and Blanc. What happened?
Could have been. We could have had it all. Rolling in the deep or whatever. And then out comes the Lilium's Hatchling twice.
I mean, this is close. He's got tons of ward up on the board. He's healed a ton. The Hatchling's also going to give him 2 as well.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Really unlikely Hapu's got this.
Even if they Lumiore here, like Karakiri heals back up so much because of the Hatchling, right? So it's he's actually not really at risk of being in range.
Let's see what we get fixed up here.
Wow,
Lumiore,
that is bad.
Yikes.
Oh!
Wow, really? Come on, you have to Evo your Lumiore here. It's kind of nasty.
I think.
Yeah.
Sacrificing the Lilium over the Lumiore was maybe a massive fumble. I just hate to say it.
Translation,
but
a little sussy.
Karakiri was able to pull it out on top. Dragon beating dragon, man.
You know, honestly, Dragon on Dragon Crime is the only way I'd like to see this deck.
Stop
so
the violence. Stop the violence.
No, they just want us to kill each other, man.
Stop the violence. World peace. Wow. I don't know. I think tossing that Lilium had like ripple effects across the entire duration of that game. Like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, across the multiverse
not
is a
that
little
impactful.
crazy.
I get it. Yeah, all right. Okay. Yeah.
I think across the entire duration of that game, like that was wild.
Yeah, we'll see here if Hapu can battle back. He's gonna be running his Dragoncraft one more time. This time against Rite Shadow. Now you've been talking good smack all day. The Dragon beats this deck up, but we've only seen this deck win against Dragon. So
yeah, the sample size of
eat
1.
your words.
Although I will say, if it becomes a sample size of 2, it's gonna look real sus.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's find out.
Igni.
Well, I mean, Karakiri is going second and has Metatron in the hand. I guess we'll have to find out like how effective this ends up being. But you know, All-Guide Worm in hand for Hapu and sacking a Dragonoot's Might is so strong. Being able to draw 2 right off the bat. Oh.
Yeah, picking up the Songstress is also really good there.
It really is against Shadow, especially getting just like a little bit of sustain against their chip. I will say though, drawing the Mikhail, you never want to see that.
Yeah, I think Karakiri's running 3 copies. Let me double check here.
Is he? Usually it's 2.
Yeah, I've seen some players today running 3, but let me just double check on.
Karakiri is running 2 Mikhails, so.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Only one more, and it's Jover.
Not Jover.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Wow,
Did Hapu just top deck Dragon Oracle?
I didn't see that.
Because he's at 3 play points right now.
That's a great point. Oh, he went first. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. Yeah, he must have. He had to have.
So that's fantastic for Hapu.
Okay, all right, not bad. He's got to worry about this like triple Metatron though. That's really annoying.
If this All-Guide Worm pulls Argente, that's a huge gamble though. I think he just Angel's Blessing to be safe. Okay.
Oh,
that's much
Greater
safer.
Will. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how effective Greater Will is going to be in this match specifically, just considering most things just come down and deal damage. Things like Sin Hunter, Septic Shrink doesn't matter if it attacks or not.
Yeah, I think to be completely honest, Greater Will is literally just there for the turn right before the Lumiore turn.
Yeah.
And then that just buys you just like that little bit more time until you can close the game out. Karakiri draws La Kandula. Seeing a lot of invocations being drawn today, very unfortunate.
Well, that means they're meant for the grave.
Toss him away.
He held on to this Ceraduin for so many turns.
No, wasn't that Ceraduin just top decked?
I'm pretty sure he's had Ceraduin in hand for a while now. Did he? He had one before as well. So if he did get rid of it, first kind of weird, but also he's had this for so long. I feel like.
I don't know what the play is here. Are you just gonna call it the Great Arm to invoke your La Kandula just to increase your hand size, or like what else could you possibly even do? Just land Metatron? That seems
Honestly?
bad too.
I might just land the Metatron. I mean,
you could.
that
It
way you
gets
can keep the third one in hand for burial riding. So
Yeah, you have 3 Metatrons all in here.
yeah.
So you might as well just play the second one, I guess. Like, Call of the Great Arm feels really weak, but at the same time, like, well, you don't have another opportunity to get Lakandula here now.
Yeah, honestly, maybe, like you said before, Mikhail might be the way. Just because, yeah, you have a 1/4 ward up, so they have to take care of this 3/1 or they're going to eat 4 next turn. Or, excuse me, 6. Oh, okay, that
Or
works.
what if
Yeah,
they
that-
just Greater Will the Mikhail and then ramp with Waterworm?
Hey, that's cool, but you also just, like, again, we have perfect knowledge because we're watching this as commentators, but you're just ceding them the free play point.
Yeah, the Metatron. You're right. I
what it's gonna do, though?
think. Oh, they're actually Greater Willing the Metatron. The Argente draw
Okay,
is
wow,
so good.
That's so nice. Was he just gonna Waterworm's Blessing then?
Yeah, the idea was that if he doesn't Greater Will the Metatron, Karakiri absolutely evolves the Metatron and goes face anyway. But I guess fortunately and unfortunately, he did draw the Argente.
Yeah.
At the same time though, like, this is still fine. Like, now the Metatron doesn't do any damage even if it evolves. So it's not the worst thing in the world. That being said, he does have another Metatron in the back that he can just involve instead.
Yeah.
Obviously he didn't know that, but yeah.
I like Metatron and Call of the Great Arm here.
I think you save Call of the Great Arm for when you get a second Invoke, or a second Burial, right, honestly. Like, because what if you top deck Burial, Spectral Stomp right here, right?
But
You
he
need to
hasn't. He's only had 1 barrel right all game.
Yeah, but I feel like there's so much that, like, procs off of getting 2 Burial Rites in 1 turn that only using Call of the Great Arm and then nothing else, you're not setting yourself up for a better future turn. Like I said, if you top deck Spectral Stomp, it doesn't do anything if you Call the Great Arm now. Also, like, you lose the opportunity to invoke Lakandula this way too if you use Call the Great Arm now. So I actually think this play is fine, just passing and not using the resources in hand.
That seems so weird. I don't know. I feel like there's some sort of like, I feel like he's hurried to get to those burial rites as soon as possible, considering he sees the mirror well in hand. But let's see how it plays out. Meanwhile, Hapu, hand looking kind of nice now. Got the C-Long here. He's going to ramp again. He's
Ramp
going to be
to
at
10,
10
right?
very quickly, yeah.
Ramp to 10. Ramp to 10, but no Lumior, no Argente, lacking discards. Right now, you're just playing good cards, Dragon. Which, good cards is fine. Doesn't win you the game, though.
Yeah, good cards, Dragon's pretty good,
There's the second Call of the Great Arm. Now he can Mirrorwell, bury both Metatrons, and then next turn Call of the Great Arm, Call of the Great Arm. I think this is the only line that made any sense, but
What is
no
gonna get
Septic
back
Shrink
on
is so
call?
tough, too, and no leads, too, right?
Okay, Metatron and Mikhail. That means his entire pool is nothing but neutral followers, right?
Yeah,
That's painful.
it's really painful. What
you
happened to
could
the
next
Shrinks,
turn-
man? What happened to
could next turn
Hanako of the toilet? Ain't nowhere to be
Nah, bro,
seen.
flushed. Flushed.
Flushed.
Problem solved, yeah.
Oh, there's Augite Worm. That's really strong. And triple Lilium. We're just waiting for the Lumior now. Nowhere to be
Yeah.
seen.
Yeah, Angel's Blessing
There
here.
she is.
Oh, there she is, yeah.
There she is.
All according to Keikaku on Hapu's side.
Keikaku means plan. Translators
Nuh-uh.
know.
Nah, bro. Experience. Nah, you're right, plan.
It won't be long now.
Keikaku Dori, I think they said. Is that right?
Dang.
I don't speak Japanese. Somebody
Yeah,
help.
I bet this guy speaking maximum weed. Nah.
Wait, only
Is it-
one Warren blank though, and you're gonna have to overdraw here because you don't want to spend the 0 cost Lilium spell right now.
I mean, you don't really care about what you draw. I mean, losing an Argente is kind of sad.
Yeah, losing an
outside of
Argente.
Oh, the Luminar would be kind of sad, but Luminar's pretty heavy. We'll see.
I
But
feel
yeah,
like
keep
this
in
game
mind,
has
Miro
gone
is
so slow for both players. This is like the worst case scenario on both sides.
Yeah, again, the early game for Katakiri was just playing neutral followers. I mean, he got to ramp a little bit because of the Metatron that didn't get destroyed from Greater Will. But outside of that, he really hasn't done much this game. He got the Muriel down last turn, which is great, which means that he can actually take advantage of all of the Barrier Rite that he hasn't been using. But, you know, Noir and Blank is kind of annoying.
If Karakiri called the Great Arms here, what is the follow-up play?
Sin Hunter?
He only has Muriel and La Candula. Sin Hunter doesn't kill the Noir and Blank. It's immune to destroy.
Is it immune to destroy or immune to damage?
It's immune to destroy, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same way right now. I'm not, hold on, let me double check.
I just think that Noir and Blank, they're tanking everything.
They are.
Yeah, it's immune to destroy, as you can see.
Yeah.
So
and effects. Wow, it's both. My bad.
I'll show you.
one of them is immune to destroy and one of them is immune to effects. That's why they're Noir and Blank, man. Dream team.
Wow, the power of teamwork. Another lack comes here into the hand.
That's the best
Ooh,
possible mill. You
that's
don't
fine.
care about that at all.
Yeah,
Get
it's
that out of
Lumior
here.
Big Lumior, slap
Yeah,
the board.
get rid of a Draziel. You don't need it. Oh, mama.
Keep in mind, 12 cards in the deck for Hapu.
That's true.
He wins either this turn or next turn. 10 cards. Does he win this turn? Is this lethal here?
It's close. You can do this,
No,
and you can
right?
play another. You can play another Lilium, and you can evolve again. And get another
you're
0
right.
cost.
Yeah, I get for 0.
That's lethal, isn't it?
Is it?
1, 2,
4,
3,
8? It's one
4,
off, right?
5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you're right. It's one off.
Yeah, it's
Ooh. Oh
He's
no.
close. That's smart.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
he's at 16. I feel like 16 is a pretty good number to be at against.
That's true. Also, if he plays both hatchlings off of these Liliums, he's gonna be at
18.
20, right? Because the hatchling heals too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then it'll deal damage again, so then he'll be at 16 again. So he'll basically like not take any damage.
Perfect. Yeah, again, keep in mind, Katakiri, the early game has only been playing neutral followers, so he doesn't really have the 5 Barrier Rites online yet, I don't think.
Really just an
Oh, he
unfortunate
did
draw.
double call of the Great Arm, so there's that. I think I might be missing something.
Now that's smart. Didn't have the lethal, so conserving the Evo point instead, just in case.
Yeah, I like that. All right, Mikhail, good to see you not be drawn.
There's literally no play for Karakiri. He just has to hardcast La Candula.
Yeah.
But that
big
loses him
lack.
the game too.
Yeah, because Lumior in hand is going to be a problem. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, he had no other choice, to be frank.
That means Hapu here is going to tie this one up 1-1. Kind of a, wet noodle game here.
Wet noodle game. But hey, man. Dragon, favored. Confirmed.
Oof. No, it's 50-50. Hold on. It's an even matchup as far as the numbers go.
Confirmed.
Hold on. My boy still got a shot here.
Bada boom. All right. Now, this one I'm interested in. Burial Rite Shadow or Wrath Blood? Who comes out on top, man?
What last
They
month
both
we
kill
had
on turn 6. Turn 7. Let's just be honest.
Yeah,
right?
they do.
Like, you know,
Blood, though, I
turn
feel
7,
like-
Garrow Death with Vania Gift for Bloodkin, or the Muriel Sweep. 2 options ahead of you here.
I don't know, man. Considering how much of Wrathblood we saw last month, that deck definitely did damage. And I feel like if you're gonna queue up into Shadow with something that's not Dragon, Wrathblood is not a bad option.
All right, let's take a look at how it actually turns out here. One thing I do worry about, I mean, I know that Blood has a lot of healing. I wonder if Shadow can catch them off guard, like, before they proc their healing and, like, deal massive unrecoverable damage at that point.
One of the things that I think is important for Shadow here is to make sure that they get to 20 Shadows as soon as possible, because Deathly Tyrant's Feast is, in most cases, just GG's.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because, like, they'll ping themselves down a lot, right? And then Howling Demon puts them back up to, like, maybe 13, 15. And then, yeah, definitely Tyrant's Feast might be the key to just bursting them out of their insane amounts of sustain.
Yeah, like an early, like a turn 6 Muriel, which you see actually in Katakiri's hand picked up there. And then like turn 7 Deathly Tyrant's Feast on like a ghost from like a Carousel or something is kind of backbreaking. Plus some like burial writing during that turn as well.
Hapu has he's starting to set up OTK already though. He has Vania to get Gift for Bloodkin and then Raging Commander.
Vania's so good.
Yeah, Vania, something has to be done. We need to start the anti-Vania league.
Doesn't she rotate out? Is that?
No.
Oh, really?
No, Vania doesn't rotate.
What
Iturugi is the one who rotates. Vania's still here, man.
Ooh.
Drawing
Alright.
2 Lacandulas in a row?
Stop! Yeah, Karakiri just, you can see the tears. He's like, not like this.
That's really bad.
Your soul.
If he draws the 3rd Lacandula, it's Jover. It's Jover.
It's annoying too. He can't play the Mimi down because if he plays it and leaves it on board, Hapu can take advantage to help ping himself. Which, against things like Gyaradeath, you definitely don't want to happen. So that's gonna stick in hand for a while, or just become fodder for Burial Rite.
No second Burial Rite to proc Spectral Stomp
Feels bad, man.
because he felt like he had to play the Kerberos in order to contest the board. I wonder if that wasn't the right decision, because now he can't invoke Lacandula. He not only didn't contest the board, but he can't
What?
address the 3-1.
Oh, okay. His tears. Okay, yeah, I was about to say.
Okay,
Cerado's not bad.
50-50.
I believe. All right, finger guns ready, chat. Come on.
50-50. It has to hit the 3-1 or else things are gonna go south real fast.
Yeah, I believe. We shooting. Septic Shrink down the drain.
What's a witch?
Tossing a Mirror Well. I think he needs the Septic Shrink for heal.
Good point. Oh, no.
Aims a little off there, East. Missed the
Sorry,
mark. Hapu is nodding like he just won the lottery.
He's like, feels good, man. Hell yeah. You know what he needs? Remember when Glow hit us with the glasses? He needs those, bro.
Yeah,
Just
the
deal with
sunglasses when something good happened to him.
Deal with it.
Deal with it, man. Ain't no way.
Yikes. Now, I mean, 3 damage plus. Wow, really?
There's
Oh, there's the
Gyaradeath.
Gyaradeath pickup.
There's the Gyaradeath, man. All he's got to do now is play Vania, get the gift for Bloodkin, and then bada bing, bada boom. It's going to get real ugly real
Yeah.
quick.
Now, I still don't like Harakiri's hand here.
The only play is Septic Shrink, Spectral Stomp, invoke Lacandula, kill one, run the
Not
Spectral.
enough play points, big dog.
Septic Shrink recovers the play point.
Oh, that's right. You right.
You have to Septic Shrink, Spectral Stomp, right? And pray that Spectral Stomp doesn't draw Lacandula.
My G. This is not Haven. I'm sorry. In Shadowverse, your prayers are not answered. Wow, he's gonna
Wait,
go with
he's
the
not
Coco
going for
instead?
it. This is technically more consistent, so
Yeah.
but it's not progressing your Burial Rite at all. So I feel like your game plan is just so delayed this way, though. I mean, this
gonna-
does deal with the board. Maybe he can extend into a longer game, but I don't know. I'm doubting it.
Well, you definitely don't want these guys to stay up.
Detestable.
Like the evolve for the free ping is painful, and they do have a Gyaradeath in hand.
Sorry, boss.
Yeah, this
Yeah, I
is
mean,
much safer, but at the same time,
Yeah,
at the
he
same
just has
time, I'm
now.
like,
Hapu just has time.
he
Yeah,
literally
you know
has a free Enchanting Rhapsody. He has the Devilish Diva for free for a
you
triple
see that?
proc on Gyaradeath.
Did you see that?
What's up?
Hapu plays the 5 there and just starts like rubbing his hand.
That's because he knows he has it in the bag. A free board to play Enchanting Rhapsody?
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes.
That is very funny, though. I didn't see that. I wish I did.
He
You're
was
rubbing
like,
his hands like a super
yeah.
villain. Hapu was
Also
actually
missed the
reporting in
burn
from his
shit, yeah.
volcanic lair.
Oh. Now, the Septic Shrink here is okay. Spectral Stomp with the card draw, yeah.
Stomp the Lacandula out of here, man.
Gotta go.
Oh, or the Mikael. Fair enough.
Wow. Hey, now there's a good card. 12 shadows though, so he's a bit ways away, but he does have the double Mirror Will in hand. Or excuse me, the Mirror Will in hand.
You know, Hapu is not actually in Wrath yet, now that I'm thinking about it.
He's not.
Yeah.
I mean, this is definitely gonna put him in Wrath though.
Not this. This doesn't do anything for Wrath. This just evolves the
She pops you 3 times, homie.
That's not Devilish Diva. That's
Oh,
Trish.
you're right. I'm tripping. Yeah. Whoa.
But that's okay.
Wait, people choose the other one? Really?
Well, you get both. You get both.
People play the other one though?
Um,
Here's my applause.
rarely.
Really? That's a
Well,
thing?
I mean, at least he's in Wrath now.
You're right. That's not true. That's crazy.
He's
I
in
feel like
Wrath
you're in,
now.
like-
It's all good. It's all good.
I feel like you're in dire straits when that shit happens. That's crazy.
Well, hey, he's healing a lot back though with the demonic drummer and the Azza and Iza at least. So this Mirwell isn't doing that much damage.
Also, evolved demonic drummers.
Well, the Mirwell does double procket, so it doesn't really matter that much. But it does do increased healing, so that is annoying for Karakiri either way.
Yeah, Hapu also he forced Katakiri to have it, right? So he's like, all right, if you don't have her, then he's gonna be really, really bothersome to get rid of.
Is that lethal? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's not. Wait, is Hapu on the back foot now? All of a sudden? Wait, it is lethal, right? Evolve.
Yeah, Mania here. Evolve.
Oh, he has Fell Transformation too, right?
3, 4. Oh, yeah, he does have the Fell. Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Times 2, 8.
Darkness
Gyarados?
2,
Is he one off?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus
1, 2.
Oh, and the
3,
castle. The castle's an extra damage in ping too.
That's right.
That's it. That's gonna be enough.
Wow, Hapu. Now
Wait,
it's
is
all
it
about
enough?
execution, buddy.
Okay, careful now. Yeah, and then devilish Levi. Yep, it's lethal.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Wow, Hapu was like rubbing his hands like an evil villain as soon as he played the Enchanting Rhapsody, and he knows it's because he had it. He knew it's because he had it. Like once Karakiri didn't have a board and let Hapu play the 5-cost win card for free, like it was over. It was super over. Like once the Raging Commander pulls the Garrett, like the OTK is so easy to find from your deck because Gyarados is like really easy to tutor because Raging Commander is like the most goated tutor ever made. Like, so powerful, and that makes the deck so consistent. We just saw it right there. I mean, we saw it right there.
Yeah, that Raging Commander doing the numbers. Like, hey, let me always call my best friend on speed dial and only my best friend on speed dial. Also, I'm gonna destroy everybody I see. So.
And really, the addition of Fell Transformation was so good for Blood too. Like adding additional burst on top of Vania, and it pings and it buffs the bat is really wild and absolutely a top performing card. And that's gonna put. Wow.
That's gonna put Hapu over DB's Katakiri. Let's take a look at the bracket here.
It was pretty exhilarating to watch, honestly. I think Wrathblood though, like Wrathblood is one of those decks where if you know how to execute it, it really does feel like nothing can go wrong. But it does take a little bit of practice to get there. But as we just saw, Hapu was able to take it over Dawnbreaker's Karakiri. The One took it over MS Yuri, and they're going to be fighting it out in the semifinals. And also in the top half of the bracket here, Stella from Team Enmity took it over TKZY, and Ryzen took it over Shallow. So those are our semifinals. Remember, guys, the stakes only get higher from here. It's $200 money matches. Now that they're in the top 8, they're guaranteed at least 400 or 500 USD, including the webcam bonus. But remember, the grand prize is that cool 1,000. So
yeah,
a lot to
also,
play
guys,
for.
we're gonna go on a short break before we jump into these semifinal matches. But don't go anywhere. We've got lots of Shadowverse action coming up. Also, we might have that nice, cool Shadowverse card reveal for the upcoming expansion. Coming in, how many days is it, Iggy?
In just 9 days, 27th of June.
Heroes of Rivenbrand, perhaps card reveal coming soon. We'll find out after the break.
With Mysteria Exchange Party.
You got the buff. Magic Missile for another one, and the zero-cost exchange party, buffing it up for exactly 20 damage on board.
You know, we were talking about, hey, maybe.
I might just, run.
On time.
Yeah,
Oh, Stella.
Wow.
He's not happy with that one. Just passing 3 damage to face.
Stella had like such a great opener, but no gas after that. Like I mentioned that before.
This is easy lethal for Stella.
Yo,
Lakandula
big
just comes on
lag.
down.
Yo,
Just, whoop.
I don't know about that line, to be honest with you. I think he rolled Mysterian Missile off of the.
This is just game, isn't it? Yeah,
It is just game because he has a Mysterian Exchange Party.
Exactly. So we're coming in here big time with exactly 20 damage on board. That's the beautiful part about this specific pool is that this pool plus exchange party is exactly 20. Managed to actually find the wingy. This will clear out the board at the very least. Gonna Evo forward, and of course that beautiful Evo animation. I can spark her in 2 days, bro. I'm ready.
Hey, I voted her for leader. I'm just letting you know right now.
Same.
So that it gets +3 defense, so that it doesn't die to Mirwell.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Oh, and Balanced Blessing is a lot of burst. We talked about this. The one of Balanced Blessing tech, because of the +3 defense from the shrine.
You're so right. Oh wait,
that's
is
lethal.
That's just lethal. Oh my god, Ryzen!
Holy moly! The Balanced Blessing for lethal. This is a world first. Mark your calendar.
Nothing. No dice. This is absolutely just giving the win to the one. Beauty Parade. I think I see the line of play. I see where he was going with it, but for the one, he has so many different paths to lethal, and he's gonna just take it here with a 10 damage to face the one. So this turn, if you're gonna go for the big board wipe, they're gonna draw 3 cards, which now might finally give them the Mutawell as well as, you know, the all the gas like septic shrink as well. So he's gonna go for the play, evolve, deal 6 to everything, swing 6 to face, draw.
Ooh, Night Terror is picked up and Sin Hunter.
Whoa, hold on.
3, 5, 6, 7.
Slightly.
Oh,
that changes everything.
Wow.
Deathly Tyrant's Feast off the top. 8 cards left in deck is exactly
crazy, bro.
the one was truly the one that deserved the top 4 slot.
And devilish Levo. Yep. It's lethal.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Wow, Hapu was like rubbing his hands like an evil villain as soon as he played the Enchanting Rhapsody, and he knows it's because he had it. He knew it's because he had it. Like, once Karakiri didn't have a board and let Hapu play the 5-cost win card for free, welcome back, everybody, to the Southeast Asia Oceania Shadowverse Open 2023 June Cup. We have just gone through 4 of our quarterfinals, and we are now on to our semifinals. For those of you just tuning in, let's take a look at the bracket to see where we've been and where we're going to go as we progress through the tournament here. Just a reminder, it is a rotation, best of 3, 3-deck, 1-ban, single elimination bracket. If you lose, you are out. So coming up next, we have Stella from Team Enmity versus Ryzen, and then the one versus Hapu. I'm here with Chris. How you feeling?
Doing great, man. Watching the last game from the sides was pretty exciting. Hapu getting that nice 2-1 over Karakiri was pretty exciting, but the one that really stands out, I mean, pun intended, is the one had the most dominating finish so far of all the top 8s. And it's going to be interesting to see how their top 4 match plays out later down the line. But I'm curious about this one. This is going to be a matchup that I'm very, very hyped to look at because, of course, we now have, I think, 4 different deck archetypes or 5 different archetypes remaining. So we have Mysteria, Discard Dragon, Burial Rite, and then
Wrathblood,
Haven, and Wrath. So 5 archetypes. So pretty good. And of course, Ryzen is the one with the Haven. So I'm excited to see how he's going to perform if it gets to stay up, especially because it did stay up last time. And I feel like, you know, the receiving end got to feel the punishment for not bending it out.
Yeah,
so
the broken blessing, as you said earlier.
Yeah. How do you feel about this upcoming matchup, Igni?
Well, I mean, just as a quick refresher to the viewers, Stella from Team Enmity is playing Mysteria Rune, Discard Dragon, and Burial Rite Shadow. Meanwhile, Ryzen is playing Discard Dragon, Burial Rite Shadow, and Crystallize Haven. So the main point of difference being the Rune and the Haven here. Honestly, Chris, they didn't ban Dragon last time, and look how that worked out. I think we're going to see a double Dragon ban yet again, if I'm being completely honest with you. But we're going to have to see just exactly what ends up being the case, because I feel like, to be honest, like Discard Dragon and Burial Rite Shadow by far has got to be the ones that they've prepared the most for. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I feel like that's definitely a factor in terms of ban strategy, like what you're comfortable fighting against. Like we saw that earlier in an earlier series where like that Crystallized Haven was able to just run away with it. There was like no matchup experience for anybody against that thing. So we're just gonna have to see. Like maybe the Crystallized Haven gets banned just because like Stella doesn't know what the line of play is to deal with that. And like when the stakes are high on this like huge stage with huge cash prizes on the line, like not knowing what to do can like be a huge crippling factor. You know, you get decision paralysis too. When you're playing against a deck there, okay, maybe objectively my odds aren't better against this deck, but I know what to do to give myself the best odds. Whereas against the deck where you don't have that experience, you're just like floundering a little bit.
I think that's like the day 1 and day 2 experience too. It's like day 1 you'll run into some players that are not as experienced, you know, maybe don't put in the same amount of hours into practice. So they'll go like, oh, I can ban out the most, you know, consistent and strong deck of the lineup. I'll just do that. And then, I mean, I'll play along with whatever else comes out. But here, everyone puts in the hours. Everyone that makes day 2 knows these matchups, has the preparation, and therefore they're not afraid of no Burial Rite. They're not afraid of no discard. They are more afraid of that surprise pick that they haven't put in the hours to play test.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're going to see any more Haven today, even if Ryzen makes it to the finals. So let's see if we can get those picks and bans out, because I'm very curious to see what is actually going to get picked and what will get banned out in this top 4 matchup.
I'd love to know. Let's have a look. The bans are in. Oh, I was half right. Stella's Discard Dragon was banned, but you were also right, Chris, because the Crystallized Haven got banned. So
kind of bittersweet. I would have loved to see more of it. I'm like getting inspired. Like every SVO, I feel like I get inspired to build one of the decks that does well. Like there was like Armed Dragon a little while ago. I feel like actually last time Ryzen brought Armed Dragon, and I was like, oh damn, this deck's sweet. Let's build it. And then I was definitely feeling that with Haven, but I have to wait and see if he makes it to finals for another chance to get it featured or not.
That's beautiful, Chris. Whenever you're on, Ryzen makes top 8, and then in turn, Ryzen inspires you. That's crazy.
That's right. we should shake hands, thank each other, and let's see if Ryzen can make it further down the line into the finals here. So we are going to be seeing that Ryzen's going to go first with that Dragon 2. Not a bad opening hand. You have your first discard fodder, but Noir and Blanc, I feel like might be the toss. Songstress too, like I think, do you just prioritize here, just trying to find ramp and more discard, like especially because you need to have Argente?
I think I was gonna say I think you toss everything, but he did end up keeping the Lilium. That being said, like Songstress I think does absolutely nothing in this matchup, because Stella is playing the OTK version, not the board-based version, where you just get the one of piece of every Mysteria for like a clean OTK. I think the most important card in this matchup is, well, first of all, ramp, and second of all, Ryzen must get Noir and Blanc down before Majestic Sorcery comes out, or else he is going to instantly lose. So the important thing is to just get to turn 10, get Noir and Blanc out, and I think that's the only path to victory. because the Majestic Sorcery can't kill the Noir and Blank. Otherwise, all of those guys are just going straight to the face. So I think Ryzen needs to like be laser focused in trying to find one, his ramp pieces, and two, his Noir and Blank. We're starting to get there. Let's see if we can make it.
Going first too, it's gonna help a lot. We see the exchange party get burned there to search out the Craig.
You know, I think he was probably hoping for Hannah, honestly, but the Craig is. Yeah, because if he got Hannah, he would have been able to play it, and then the Hannah would have pulled Mysteria, right? Oh,
awkward.
Wow. Are
You can't
really?
afford to ditch the creation either because he actually got rid of his other copy of William earlier. So, that kind of hurts. That kind of hurts.
But spending Noir and Blank right now is such a gamble because once the Majestic Sorcery comes out, you're not gonna be able to block it.
Nope, you're gonna have to find the final piece and somehow do something with that. But they do remain. You're not gonna get to 10 here.
But how are you gonna ramp to 10?
Wait a second, we're very close. It's not gonna be this turn.
It's not enough.
It's not enough, but
they're
it's so
all
close.
gonna die to Anne and Greya.
Oh my god, well, we're getting close. Thing is, you like prioritize ramping so much for the payoff of Norm Blanc. Okay, I was gonna say that you don't draw into the Lumior and then you don't have any like payoff for it. But draws into the Lumior, I take back everything I said.
Well, Dragon's main specialty right now is drawing. Which is why I'm like, why are you playing Warden of the Ardent Claw? But you have enough draws, I think. But anyway, yeah, losing both Noir and Blanks here is so sad. Because now when the Majestic Sorcery comes out, man, what are you going to do about it? Not to mention, Stella was able to draw the Hannah. So now Hannah instantly pulls Mysteria, making all of the spells Mysteria, discounting the Craig, discounting the Majestic Sorcery. Is this Lumior enough damage? Like, he wasn't able to even evolve the Lilium.
You got a second. You got a second. This is... I believe. I think
Wait. No, it's not enough, right?
It's not. You are off by 2.
But you are actually so much faster, and you got the second Lumior. I think Ryzen just wins.
That second Lumior did everything. Like, there was a bit of hesitation on like whether this will work out or not because the second Lumior was in hand, but managed to find it. And with this, like, I don't know how much damage you're dealing. I don't know what board you're building, but you're gonna have to heal a lot.
And Stella Mills Mysterian Exchange Party.
Oh no, that's the risk.
The sorcery is not gonna come down fast enough.
No, it's not. It definitely not this turn. Hell no.
Wait. With a winged inversion. No, it can't be.
You don't have enough sustain. You don't. So there's like several lines of play that could be done here. It's like you could theoretically Craig out the smaller ones and then enchanting spell the bigger ones to do some kind of board block. But there's so much. Like, you have to get rid of the Lumior or the damage is just uncontrollable. So regardless, you are in a situation of having to board clear here and somehow sustain and find ways to heal out of damage. But at the end of the day, you technically know that the creation is in hand. So that is going to be damage if the Lumior is in play. But I think the moment that Stella sees the Lumior, you know it's over. You know that there's 8 damage in that hand and you cannot heal back up to 9.
I was just thinking, was there a possibility, no matter how slim, that he was able to boost the sorcery this turn? But it's not possible.
No.
Yeah, it's not possible. Not only is it not possible, but it doesn't even really matter because his Mysteria guys aren't dead yet. So it wouldn't have mattered anyway. So yeah, the Lumior is just gonna lock this one up. Listen, you come for the discard. Don't come at it with a bunch of students who are still in school, okay? It's not gonna work.
Right. Stella sees it. He's like, okay, you had the second one.
Yeah, there's the second one. And then here comes Dragonewt's Might, Draconic Creation, All-Guide Worm. Listen, I just think not banning Dragon is a huge mistake. But then again, like we said, maybe the inexperience against Crystallized got him shook. Who knows? But yeah, Dragon takes an easy dub very, very quickly here.
I am willing to agree. That was a very strong showing too.
That's fast. That's fast, man.
It was a quick little game right there.
That's Dominic Toretto turning the NOS on fast. Like that was quick.
turning the NOS on in like Need for Speed 1 or like the latest one? Because I feel like the laws of physics in that series have definitely changed as it progresses.
He's gonna drive down a dam and everything.
Driving to the moon, bro.
Okay, so Ryzen is going first. I think you don't need to keep the Metatron. I don't know why you're keeping the Metatron if you're going first.
No, he's going second.
Oh, he's going second. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Guest goes first. I misread it. Oh, then this is great. And he gets to Caridwen and Spectral Stomp turn 2 now.
Many are charmed by what they cannot
So-
have.
Yep.
Like, being able to just Caridwen Spectral Stomp and pull out the Lakandula right away is so valuable.
Yep.
We saw games earlier in this series where the Spectral Stomp or like the draw was not there, or they weren't able to get double burial rights off, and then they were just stuck with a brick hand. That is not a problem for Ryzen right now.
Bro, Ryzen is like destined to win this. This is insane.
I mean, he did draw Mikael. You know, you can't win them all, but this is a very, very good outcome right now. And like right now, like if he wants to, just land a Mikael and Night Terrors it and try and draw into Mirowell.
Yeah.
As fast as you can. If this draws Mirowell, he can ramp into it with Metatron. Oh, but it doesn't.
Not. That being said, man, both. Ooh, just a turn 4 pass. You got nothing
There's
to
no
do there,
play.
buddy.
Like he can't invest in Mysteria, right?
No.
He
That's
needs
like the
every
one
single
nice
piece.
thing. The one nice thing of running multiples that sometimes you can get away with it, but
And look what got top deck just now, Chris.
woo,
It's the girl herself, Mirowell.
easier.
Feels
Everyone's
weird calling
favorite.
Mirowell a girl. Seems kinda
Hey man,
disrespectful.
I know some people on Twitter that'll be very offended by that statement.
Just feels kind of disrespectful. I feel like I should call her like the Death Enforcer. Give her the proper, put some respect on that name.
That's true. You gotta state the title. It's like when you call
Yeah.
your Professor Steve, but he's like, that is Dr. Smith, thank you.
That is Dr. Smith, PhD.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude,
I
these
know-
players, why are these players going like ultra speed mode, man? It's like there's zero time to like consider other plays. It's just boom, 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 boom.
The NOS has been hit, my guy. We
Dude.
are going straight forward. Where's Little B? Is he safe? Who knows? We didn't get a Septic Shrink though, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's still really, really strong for Ryzen here. Like, man, he's got so much damage in the back too.
That is right.
The unknown
Mysteria gonna come on down. This is gonna be the turn to discount that Mysteria as much as you can.
No Craig though. Like absolutely no sustain because of no Craig.
We're not Kragan, but there is triple enchanting spell, which is like, I mean, you can burn through it theoretically to get yourself discounted. Everything is Mysteria now.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like you kind of want to use the story of a lifetime and hope to God you draw Craig. Is that out of pocket?
I think that's right. I think that's a good idea. But
Oh, he's actually just going straight for Boardlock. Wait, is this anything?
We're not okay. I mean, you're
Miranda?
basically setting up. I think that this completes the pool. This Miranda completes the pool, so that would be good.
He didn't play Hannah though, right? Or Craig.
Oh,
He
you're
didn't
right.
play Hannah or Craig. He's only resing 3. He's resing Anne and Greya, Mysteria, and Miranda, and that's it.
That is very not good. That is very not good.
That is very, very not good. I agree.
I
Oh
think
no!
you need the story, but then it's
Oh no!
oh the story, bro. What happened? The bad ending.
The bad ending. I like
Oh.
that. We're inventing new nomenclature every day.
That's
You gotta-
right.
you
This is
gotta-
what SVO is all about.
You gotta stay tapped in if you want to keep up with the lingo. Otherwise, you have no idea what the people are talking about next
You
day.
miss one SVO, they're speaking a different language.
All right. Lakandula comes down. I mean, your board is locked, so who cares? Just deal with it. Yep. Get that ward on the board too. Craig. Oh wait, this Freya is either gonna draw Hannah or Craig.
He's so slow though.
It's
like
way too slow.
all what you wanted, not right now. And like you don't have a way to run anything in or like get it traded off so that it then gets revived. You cannot like again. This is running this. I feel like we saw the good parts of this build of Mysteria throughout the top 8, and now that we're in the top 4, we're starting to see like the shortcomings.
Yeah.
There's situations where you want the second Anangrea because you want that sustain and the board wipe.
I just think Mysteria
you know.
is generally not as consistent as these other tier 1 decks. I mean, look at this. You draw the cards in the wrong order, even a little bit, and
Yeah.
the entire thing comes crumbling down. Like now, this Majestic Sorcery is not nearly enough damage.
Oh no, you don't even have the exchange party either. So like,
You don't
even
have the
if you-
exchange party. Craig's not dead. Hannah's still alive too. Why don't these kids die so we can res them?
Oh my God.
That's all I'm saying.
Please, nobody take that out of context.
Don't clip that one. There's no play other than to sorcery, and if you sorcery now, you lose the game because you have no gas.
You can't sorcery. You just, oh my God, you get a sorcery. That's insane. 11 damage. That's all she
You literally
wrote.
just lose the game. You have no gas. You only have one Anangrea.
Yeah.
How
that
could this
is-
possibly win?
Ooh, I
Not
don't
to
know,
mention,
this
like,
is-
Ryzen can kill his, wait, this is lethal.
Yep.
This is like
You got-
easy lethal.
You have just 2 more pings. Put down to 8.
Yeah, you have an evolve still. You can still proc a ping. You can still play Sin Hunter.
Sin Hunter's waiting. Going for leads. Does this?
Wait, is Sin Hunter lethal? Yeah, 5. No, it's 1 off, right?
No, but
no.
oh yeah, no, because you don't get the Burial Rite ping with it. Right.
Yeah.
You do lose out on the last ping. Okay,
Well-
you get one more turn.
You get one more turn. That being said, there is a ward in the way, and you have literally no win condition anymore.
You have a turn, but they took your phone. You don't have your keys. You're just sitting there.
There's
trying
no
to pick
win
up change
condition.
from the street. Oh, the exchange party.
None of this does anything because he has no other cards.
Ryzen is going to go 2-0 in top 4, bro. That's crazy.
What with the emote? No! I
The
can't
fist
believe
pump.
the emote.
He saw it. He's like, I don't need Haven, bro. I'm no one trick. Give me any deck. I'll win with it. Whew.
That was so dominating. Like Burial. I mean, there you go. Burial. Like even when Burial Rite misses, it's still the most consistent. And like when Mysteria misses, it doesn't do anything. So, wow.
We're just get dropped in the water. Don't know how to swim. Man,
School's out. School's
School's
out.
out.
Foreclosed upon. All right. Find it on freaking Zillow for 10K later. Mysteria's closed.
God, like, sometimes you listen to the things Ziggy says, and it's like if you are not part of this very small niche of internet culture, it's just gibberish. You don't understand anything.
School's
But
out,
anyway,
baby.
that locks in our first finalist. Man, Ryzen, absolutely beautiful, just incredible showing. And now, you guys get to find out who's going to be playing against him in the finals. Between our 2 last players, going to be, of course, the one and Hapu.
All right, East, come back in there. Did you see that game from the outside, brother?
That wasn't a game, man. That was domination.
That was so fast, right? You blink and you miss it. Like Ryzen just blazed through that.
Yeah, playing the Mysterian part, I don't know, like this. Yeah, I don't know why you would want to play cards early, considering you only had 1 out, and that is like the Majestic Sorcery, and then you just play it early. 3 things get rezzed, and that that Mirrorwell's effect is active, so that's all she wrote. I mean, maybe he saw the writing on the wall, like, well, I'm probably dead next turn anyway. And I think considering the way that his hand had looked, like Ryzen was probably just gonna win anyway. But like, that's crazy to me. I don't know why. Play to your outs, you know.
That's the problem with this version of the list. Like, you have literally only 1 chance. You don't have any backups. If you don't hit it, you quit it. All right. But we're heading into the next semifinal
Those
here.
are kids. What's that?
It is gonna be the one versus Hapu. Just in case anybody is just tuning in, just as a quick recap, the one is playing Discard Dragon, Burial Rite Shadow, and Wrathblood.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, guess what? Hapu is playing Discard Dragon, Burial Rite Shadow, and Wrathblood. So,
Yeah, to be fair, I think that lineup of Burial Rite, Wrathblood, and Disco Dragon is the most common lineup of decks. It's either that or Mysteria. So I think those are actually 1 and 2. So
I mean, I think those 3 decks are like easily the top performers in my opinion. Anyway, I feel like those 3 decks are like far and away the best decks in the format. But I think it's very close. I think the Mysteria lineup edges it by 2 plays. But the Wrath Blood, well, clearly is showing more results. Mysteria has kind of floundered as we get to the top half of this tournament here.
It's kind of sad. We also saw the Vengeance Blood not really work out for Yuri either. So Vengeance Blood, maybe another day.
Maybe
although most
day.
of your stuff is rotating out, so maybe not. It's fine.
Maybe,
you know what?
Another day. Maybe in the distant past. Maybe in custom rotation you can make something. Good luck.
There you go. Also, shout outs for folks who didn't catch the very beginning of this or just joining us. It is Shadowverse's 7th birthday this month, and they have a ton of stuff happening, and it's all so fun. We're also getting the new backgrounds for folks. We also have the new rewind feature for like rewatching your games, which honestly is fantastic because if you're reviewing a game or you're recording something for a game and you miss that one moment, you have to go all the way back to like the end of the game, go back out and then restart the game and like hopefully you don't miss it again. So
yeah, no more. That's a thing of the past. Now you can skip around whatever turn you want. You can rewind. You can fast forward. The replay function in Shadowverse right now is second to none. Like, it's so good.
2023 Shadowverse VCR. We're in here. Let's go.
We're in here, baby. Yeah, the Shadowverse 7th anniversary is amazing. It is like the best time to get into Shadowverse is during these celebrations because right now, for the next 10 days, they're giving away 10 free packs. That's 100 free packs.
100 free packs. Plus, like you and DF told me before, if there's a leader out there that you're missing and you really just need that one leader, like I need Magna Zero in my life, there's a leader pack where you can just tell the game, I don't want to pick these leaders, and just choose one, and then you'll just get that leader in the pack. It's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Why would you not do that?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Get the cool cards, get the cool leaders, get the cool backgrounds, play some good Shadowverse.
I'm really happy for you, Easter. After today, you're going to have a Magna Zero. You're going to be a Magna Zero guy.
Perfect. Yeah. Also, like you said, it's a great time to join the game if you're either just watching or just just hopping into it. Like one of the guys in my Discord was like, "Hey, I just hopped into the game. What am I supposed to spend my 100 free packs on?" And I said, honestly, that's a great question because I don't know what decks like. What we talked about before, I don't know what decks like won't be hit that much, and honestly, it looks like Mysteria might be the one to choose. So maybe you go in for the Mysteria cards, eh?
Maybe. I always say probably go for the latest one because if you ever get any extras, you can always liquefy, and also they last the longest because of the rotation format
true.
too. And also, they're probably going to be the ones that are the most relevant going forward because, they're in the pool of rotation, so they're probably going to be taken into consideration when publishing new cards. So I always just say go for AOA, man. Plus, AOA cards are good. They're real good.
Yeah, they are. Like, I can't even front. They definitely are.
Yeah. Not to mention, though, too, like, once the new expansion comes out, you're going to get pre-built tickets to build up your collection even more to get started right into the game. So, like, it's never been a better time to get into Shadowverse, man. 100 free packs, like, that's nothing to sneeze at.
Also,
get in there.
It's hot as hell outside, man. It's summertime for folks who are above the equator here. And so,
It's true.
If you don't want to go outside and melt like me, stay indoors, play some Shadowverse, grab some snacks, grab some drinks. It's going to be a good time.
Like, unironically, that's actually what I've been doing. I streamed 5 hours yesterday just playing custom rotation. It's so much fun.
There you go. I mean, from the man himself. Also, I think, do we have the bands up yet? I think we might have the bands here for these guys.
We might. I think the guys are still getting into the lobby right now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we're going to get set up with
then.
this next semifinals real quick for you to find out who is going to go up against the speed god Ryzen in the finals.
Speed god
Is it going to be
Ryzen.
Hapu or is it going to be the one?
That's a hell of a name, man. And considering the last time we saw him was the wild card and he won that last year.
Yeah, he won that last year.
He is the one for sure. Let's see if he's going to be the one today. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, keep in mind, folks, these guys are playing to get a shot at that $1,000 at the end of the day. Again, they got to go up against Ryzen to get it, but this match itself is going to be a 200 USD money match, and I don't know about you, man, but like Chris said before, that exchange rate for the US dollar is looking pretty good. We talked about
Oh
it
yeah.
just
Oh yeah,
before.
baby. I'm
He told me
aware.
what the exchange rate was. I was like, I might transfer $2,000 right now.
Oh yeah, baby. I mean, to be honest, like as somebody in the SEAO region, like it matters a lot. Like it's really good. That
And
being
for
said,
one
they're also
weekend-
competing for league points, of course. You get one league point per round one, and then one extra point for the champion of the tournament overall. And of course, those league points contribute towards whether or not you qualify for that end of year tournament. So, you know, for the chance to compete for even more prizes. So lots on the line, lots on the line. Not to mention, can I just say the cosmetics this year are they're it, man. They look amazing.
I need to know who I need to talk to get the emblem and the flare for the SVOs, because this year they're actually fire. They're
Well, you're
actually
definitely not gonna get the flare because it's the flare for the champion. But you can probably maybe you can. It does say champion on it, and like if you do that, that's stolen valor, I think.
Fair. Ooh, is this true? Considering the SEAO standings, I think that Ryzen is now standing at the top of the region. Going into this, he had 24 points from last month. And I think with the wins he got yesterday, I think he went 6-1. And the wins he's gotten so far today, I think that puts him at number 1.
Oh goodness gracious! If Ryzen is all the way up there, he's sitting in real pretty shape going into the end of your tournament. By the way, East, we finally have the bans in. Would you like to know what they are?
Hold on. I'm not gonna look. Is it Dragon and Drag?
You're half right. Let's take a look as we go into the matchup screen. It looks like Hapu's Dragon is banned, but Hapu doesn't want the smoke from the one's Shadow, so that one goes out too.
Now, hold on. I feel like this is a story that we've seen before. This feels like a familiar tale where you don't ban the dragon and then bad things happen to you.
Yeah, that happened literally last set. So
I mean,
we'll see if it is a repeat or maybe Hapu thinks that he can navigate the dragon matchup properly. I mean, Wrathblood versus Dragon, if you were able to assemble the OTK in time and they don't have Drazael or Noir and Blank or
yeah, Noir and Blank is really annoying.
Hatchling or I think I would have banned Dragon, actually, the more I think about it. But hey, maybe Hapu knows something we don't. I mean, obviously, they've definitely practiced up against Dragon and Shadow the most, so we're just going to have to find out. Maybe he can find a line here that other people have not been able to find as we get into this match here. Let's go. The one versus Hapu.
Ooh, first deck sound, what, Dragon versus Wrath, maybe?
Wrath versus Wrath. Oh, this is gonna be.
The mirror.
Oh, and Hapu went first. You can see Hapu did like a little pop-off seeing that he went first. Yes, going first is very advantaged in the Wrath mirror.
Yeah, here. Wow, really quick mulligan there from the one. Grabs the Raging Commander off of that.
Not too bad, not too bad. Hapu keeps. Full keep.
That's a pretty good hand. I mean, he's got lots of Wrath activators. So you see Rolling Tank. He's got the Harmonic Wolf. And then the Vania on 2 is so good. You got to get that zero cost spell out, man.
I do understand it. Like, keeping the Steamrolling Tank means that your Raging Commander is much more likely to always pull Gyaradeath as well.
Yep.
So... Oh, and drawing the Vampire Queen's Castle on 2 is so good for Hapu. You just slam that so easily. And boom, out comes the Ward Bats. You're starting to activate your Wrath much faster, too.
Yeah, keep in mind that's going to give him that consistent ping turn over turn. And to get it so early like this means you're not going to get the heal that you kind of don't want in the early game.
And you activate the Wrath without spending that many cards, which is
wow. Second Vania picked up here.
The Harmonic Wolf has to go down.
Yeah, Wolf plus Vania.
I think you might even save it. Oh wait, no. He wants the zero cost spell. He's gonna save the second Vania for the evolve.
Exactly.
Then he'll have 2 Gift for Bloodkins for whenever he needs it. Gift for Bloodkin is maybe the most valuable card in order to proc Gyaradeath and get lethals.
Exactly. You want to assemble that OTK or as much damage as possible in turn. A zero cost card is the best way to do it.
Raging Commander on the one side is really strong here, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it wipes out most stuff, but it doesn't.
The only thing that doesn't die is the Howling Wolf, which isn't that bad.
Vania sticks around too, right?
No,
I
because
guess
you can
run
just
your
trade. You can
harmonic
just
wolf
trade
in,
the Howling
yeah.
Wolf that you have on board. Yeah.
That makes sense actually. But you have to get rid of these wards. So yeah, you play this, pop everything, and then run him in, and then pop the
But
remaining.
drawing the steamrolling, and you don't have that many other sources of draw. I'm a little bit worried for the longevity of the one's hand. Unless the one Howling Wolf draws something real good. Ooh!
Jesus, yeah, it's not that. That's for sure.
All right, let's see what Hapu draws, because Hapu's hand is looking pretty light too.
Keep in mind
Man, what
that
is
the one
happening? What happened here?
Yeah, high speed, nah. Turn it down.
Turn it
This is
way down. What
This is not
happened?
fast X. Hand off the
No
NOS
plays in sight. This is
yeah,
a
this is
no
kind of
play
awkward.
zone.
Pretty much. You just drop Flautist here? Ooh, I wouldn't like that.
I think the one's
pass.
hand is better, but like he doesn't have any draw other than Howling Scream now. So unless that Howling Scream and the natural draw something good, this is a
So-
turn 4 complete pass on Hapu's end because he has no other play. Oh,
That's really good.
Okay.
What's good about this turn for the one, he's already at 4 pings. So what? You could either castle here and Steam Rolling Tank. Probably a bad idea though, because you want to clog up your board too much. You can also double tank here and then Howling Scream here to get the full 7 as well. I mean, that's what he's
And
gonna
you
do,
also
yeah.
heal up all the way back to 18. And now you're guaranteed your Howling Demon is active turn 5. Hapu
Yep.
completely floating turn 4 has just slowed down his game plan so much.
Yeah, he's so far behind at this point. So the Fell
That
Transformation is not
doesn't
bad, but
do
not great right
anything.
now. It's good once you get that Bania up and running, right? But you're still missing way more than enough pings to.
And he didn't
get
have
everything
the enchant. Yeah. This is horrible. Like without the 5-cost spell, he's gonna have a really hard time drawing that Gyarados too. I feel like.
And if he doesn't
Actually,
leave
no.
anything
Even
on
with
board-
just with the 0-cost spell, he can do it. But like, he needs to find like a way to get to Wrath ASAP.
Yeah, exactly. And meanwhile, on the one side, if turn 5 out of Hapu is again not great, that means that the one has the time to set up the Enchanting Rhapsody. And I mean, we don't see the Gyarados in hand, but 3 Howling Demons is kind of wild.
3 Howling Demon. That's a lot of howling. 3 main guitarists.
Oh, the Evo on the Maestro is kind of sad.
Ah, that
And he
is
just
that is
passed it.
incredibly
There's
sad.
Gyarados as
And
well.
Gyarados is in the hand.
Yeah, this is fine. This is
Oh.
fine. Yeah, I don't hate this at all.
It's Jover. It's actually Jover.
It's Giraffe.
Isn't
homie. It's-
that's almost lethal next turn already.
11. It's 11 plus.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
14, right?
7, 8, 9, 10, 18 damage.
Is it
Right?
18? Where are you counting the 18?
Vania?
I'm counting.
Evolve.
Okay.
Because the Devilish Diva costs 0, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So you get the 2 extra play points here.
That.
This is
Yo.
close. This is actually not that great considering the one already has this much burst damage in hand. It would probably have been better to actually save this guy.
I think with no lethal here, I think you just play Howling Demon.
Maybe the Hapu was actually worried about the lethal. Maybe he was actually worried about dying, so he played it preemptively.
I think he had to, yeah. If he
Yeah.
didn't do it, he could have easily died. Like,
He'd been really close, right?
yeah, it would have been really close. Yeah, 1, 2, 3
He's 1 off,
plus
or 2 off.
3, 6 plus 2,
1, 2, 3, 4,
8 plus.
7.
Yeah, it was a lot.
16. Yeah, he was close.
It was a lot.
Oh, we're here, two grown men trying to do simple addition. Anyway,
Nah,
Yeah, so-
we more or less got there. Oh yeah, it's got to be Howling Demon because now he's just slightly out of range, so it has to be Howling Demon.
the question is, does this give Hapu the
I think Hapu
time
might
to
have
set
lethal.
up? Does he really? 7.
Yeah,
for
Wrath is
sure.
active. Hapu has lethal
Oh, yeah.
from passing
From so far
passing
behind.
almost 2 whole turns.
Yeah,
But
it's
Hapu is still able to
crazy.
find the lethal because of double Vania. Gift for Bloodkin,
Dude.
Gift for Bloodkin, Gyarados, Fell Transformation. That is super lethal.
The double gift for Bloodkin is really, really nice. Yeah.
Holy
bad.
moly. Hapu passed 2 whole turns, but because he was able to just get out of range of the one's lethal,
Oh, yeah,
and
the
because
one is
he
not
played
happy.
the Vania turn 2, he was able to get the lethal in the end. What an insane back and forth. This mirror is actually, I can't breathe during this mirror, dude. I
Pretty
just can't,
wild.
I don't know what's going on.
All right,
Holy
now
moly.
that the match is over, you can take a deep breath, Igni. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
I
crazy,
really
right?
thought that-
Hapu
that
looked like he
whole
was
game-
behind that whole time.
yeah, I felt like the one was in such good control. He got all the pieces he needed, the Enchanting Rhapsody, but that last turn, I feel like not being able to like somehow find a way to close the game out is what cost him.
I think he was
I think
only
he had
one or
all
2
the-
off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, it's smart on Hapu to actually just play the Howling Demon early. He sensed that he already had lethal in hand, so he's like, all right, if I can just
Mother,
survive, I'm
Father,
good.
Come on.
This one's for
Man,
my
that just
family.
goes to show you the sheer amount of like surprise burst that Wrath can pull out. Like, if you assemble the pieces and you have a lot of draw and a lot of tutor to get you there,
Yep.
then I feel like it's almost inevitable that Wrath is just gonna find the way to deal massive damage to your dome.
Yeah, dude, between the Fell Transformation, Vania, and Garadeth, it's wild.
All right, knowing that Hapu has to play Burial Rite to win, the one switches to discard Dragon in order to try and snipe that matchup. And he
All
draws
right.
Dragon Oracle
on
off the
2.
top
Okay,
on
all right,
turn
bro.
2. Meanwhile, Hapu did draw La Kandula. It's looking pretty dire for Hapu.
Lockadoodle stock's always down today, it feels like.
La Kandula stocks are in the gutter, bro. You know that image of the line going down and the background is red? And everything's going, and there's this guy going, sell, 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 sell. That's La
I'm pretty sure
Kandula
Leonardo
right now.
DiCaprio is scamming people with the Lacandula stocks as we talk.
The double Dragon Nude Smite might be the wave, honestly, just to get 2 discards down.
I guess.
Oh, wait. Oh, didn't go for it. I think you might actually just play. Oh, really?
William here.
This
really?
is super greedy. I was thinking you play the Draziel to try and draw into Argente as fast as possible.
He gets rid of the Sea Long as well. Okay. Just want to make sure you keep the hand replenished with the Angel's Blessing.
I suppose so. And Silong is not really doing anything for a long time, so I guess you
That's
can just play
true.
Angel's Blessing this turn.
Meanwhile here, again, Hapu trying to get to 5 Burial Rites.
Just
Also,
play Kerberos
he
again,
has-
it's no problem.
He has sunk a Septic Shrink already, so we might see him hold on to this one. We'll have to see.
I think you definitely sink the Lakandula here, man.
Oh, for sure. That dude is garbage. He
That's
is
a big
literally
guy.
just crumple that card up in hand, toss it in the trash.
Wow.
and that's exactly what he did. I mean,
Yeah, and we're gonna get the other one back, so no issues there. Now, here's the problem. Miruel, where?
yeah, we've been digging, and the hand is huge, and she is not there.
My love go with ye.
Okay. Just Oracle
Okay.
here, right?
Yeah, this is a setup turn. Like, again, not a lot of tempo on board coming out of Hapu. Take advantage. You're Dragon. You have all the time in the world, it feels like.
Your Algite Worm Overflow effect is now active too.
And Metatron up. Ooh, can we spin the
think-
rest of the play points this turn to draw, though?
I think it's definitely just leads. Like, the Spectral Stomp is not efficient. Wait, really?
Mimi's a little-
Are you planning on playing double Mimi? That is...
The one's deck doesn't have any way to transform followers, so I mean, Mimi's just damage on board, right? Yeah, why not?
Double Mimi is quite aggressive. You're losing so much hand size, which is a real concern. And you're minimizing your chances to draw the Miruel too by not playing the leads, because the leads last words is a draw.
Maybe his thought was that last turn, the one kind of just
As a whirlpool.
he was just ramping. He's like, I don't really care about what's on board, so he's like, all right, I'll put on some pressure now and see how he responds.
If Hapu doesn't draw the Miruel, I'm like actually pretty concerned about what's about to happen.
Dude,
and he
it's
draws
fine.
the Argente off of that Water Worm still.
Yikes! Yikes! Stop ramping, please.
He's gonna ramp to 10. Like
Does
this
he
goes
evo?
down,
He
he's at
can't.
10 next turn.
He can't even get through the Metatron.
That's true. He can't get through
So
the Metatron.
hold on, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage on board. Sin Hunter might be even more.
Yeah.
That's 16 total. So if he can find, he can really put the one in a tough spot. But after that, that's where things get dire. I think he's got to find Miro, like you said.
If he
Gotta
finds
give him-
Mirowell, then it's curtains, man. But like, if he doesn't,
Ooh, doggy.
but Dragon not being able to clear this board is insane.
Yeah. Okay, how's he gonna spin this? You could make L to run in, or you could just do the damage this way, I guess.
I think you kill off your Mimis.
This is still 2
imagine.
damage, yeah. But he's gonna keep 1? This is so weird.
Well, he needs
What's
to
he
make the
thinking
board
here?
space in order to do Burial Rites. So
That's true,
He's
yeah.
considering whether or not he should Burial Rite instead. But goes
I
for
think,
this.
considering he hasn't done a ton of barrier riding this game, that's a great idea. He's only done it 3 times, yeah.
Akandula, get out of my hand.
Hey, what's up, Septic Shrink? Punch this mermaid in the throat.
Oh, jeez, Louise. Why are you so aggressive?
This toilet ain't big enough for the both of us.
What happened?
Punch this mermaid in the throat.
Yeah, just leads here, right? Seems like an easy leads to me.
Yeah. Again, just huge board.
I won't end up like
Wait, what did he get rid of there? The Coco? Okay, yeah, that's what to say. I thought he got a little worried for a
That's a
second.
lot of damage, man.
Yeah, again, he's putting on so much pressure now, and then, yeah, lag comes down.
This has to be Wait, no,
Drazael.
he used Drazael for draw.
Oh, no!
He doesn't have Drazael. Oh, wait.
Lumior, though.
Lumior.
Yeah, Lumior's gonna evaporate this board, right?
Yeah, and then
He's
he
at
also gets
5.
the 0-cost hatchling from the Lilium's
Williams.
Witch
Yeah.
spell. Oh, he's actually not gonna play it though.
Yeah, Gente here just to really wipe the board.
Oh no, he still has mana. Yeah, he can still do it. He still has
And he
mana.
drops Noir and Blanc here, so they're gonna get buffed. That's gonna be so annoying to deal with, a Shadow.
Drew the second Drazael. Hopefully, he can play that next turn. You have to play the Lilium's hatchling here. Draconic creation is so important because you need to do everything in your power to not just instantly die. All right. So let's get that hatchling on the board, please. Yes, sir.
Even after all the pressure Hapu put on earlier on, game is still even. In fact, the one's in a better position. Jesus.
The one is in a better position.
All right, Miroel. All right, that thins the deck. That's fine. Miroel. F's in chat. No.
No, Mirowell is pretty tough, man. It's pretty tough. I won't lie to you.
Other option, like the easy option here is to Lakandula, but I don't think that's good because you pretty much just die to whatever's in hand, right?
Well, Lakandula doesn't. You have to evolve the Lakandula to clear the Noir and Blank too.
Yeah.
And then they just Lumior you.
Yeah, exactly. Like you still die either way.
Yeah.
Saradwin is not pulling back anything except Lakandula. I don't think he dropped the Ghost on Apparition, so yeah, I think this might be curtains.
Might just be, man.
Man, Dragon.
What's Caridwin summon? He's hovering over it.
I think it's just Lakandula, right? He didn't drop.
Yeah, he
Ghost
didn't
Town
drop
yet.
a Ghost Town yet.
What?
Oh.
Hold on. All right, boys.
Yeah,
we're crazy.
this is running into Noir and Blank, and he's playing Lakandula, right?
See that?
Wow. He wants to keep the lag cleaning. All right. Big thick wards. I mean,
Right, back up to 7.
Dragon's not throwing down on storms, big dog. Well, okay. You know what? I take everything back. I'm sorry. Come on, man.
We actually got
right.
to see it this. We actually got to see it this tournament. The one of Infiniflame Dragon Evo for massive damage.
I like that you said that we're finally going to
boom.
get to see it, and Hapu just turned around and was like, not me, bro.
Yeah, Hapu turned around in his chair full 180 degrees to not look at that.
That's
Goodness
crazy.
gracious.
I felt like he had so much pressure on board, and the one still found a way to battle back. Again, I feel like if Hapu could have found that Miroel, he'd have been in a really good position, but not finding her was rough.
Yeah, not getting the Mirror. I really think he should have played that leads earlier. He would have been able to dig a little faster.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it wouldn't have made a difference, but I feel like gambling on top decking a Mirror, that's so risky, and it really didn't pay off.
I mean,
But here we go.
Yeah, I kind of understand. I mean, he really wants to put pressure on Dragon, because if you don't put pressure on Dragon, then they feel no pressure to deal with the board or play anything out. They just ramp, discard, and then they just kill you. So
That's that's fair. I feel like it's sort of a losing game though. It's an uphill battle for sure, right? Because
yeah,
if
definitely
they just
uphill.
play Dradzire or Sealong or any of them, Lakandula in the opening hand.
G? That ain't right.
That's a great hand from the one. Now that he drew Maestro though.
Yeah.
That's a lot of draw too.
Okay, that's not that bad. So you hold on to the Spectral Stomp here, and then turn 2 you can Cerberus.
If Hapu doesn't draw a Burial Rite, I think he has to save Kerberos for turn 3.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Otherwise, there's no way to use the Stomp.
Unless you're just really confident you're gonna top deck it. Okay.
Okay, well, there's... Yeah, all right, fine. Meanwhile,
that was almost stressful.
It is nice, though, that we have confirmed Muriel in hand, so not a problem this game.
It's true. Metatron is very much needed, though.
Bro, drop that Ghost Town Apparition, though.
Metatron is very much needed.
Yeah.
Scary stuff.
Don't put that energy out into the universe, Igni. Come on, man. Denying Shadow players the cards they so rightly deserve.
Deserve?
Absolutely. In this
Are you the
case,
representative?
Absolutely. Shadow representative. Here's my business card.
Well, Spectral Stomp is active here, which is very nice, actually.
Hey, let's see it. Double draw. Goodbye, Mimi.
Caridwen. No Septic yet, though.
Yeah, Caridwen
And no
on turn 4.
Metatron. Makes it a little slower.
Yeah. Now, Cyrillin on 4 is kind of awkward. You typically want to have it in the early game, but now it'll be interesting to see what Hapu does with this card.
I will say though, like, Hapu is like, where's Metatron? Meanwhile, the one is, where's Vania?
Bro, Bat Collection.
The Bat Collection. Yeah, they're all here, man.
Jeez.
No meta. Oof, that's rough.
Yeah,
That's
he's not going to be
real
able to take advantage of going first here, so how can he best get value out of this turn? Yeah, it's trading some of this stuff. Oh, go face with that, really.
Carousels is the best chance to draw Metatron.
Let's see it. 3. Oh, still no. He tried, though. He tried.
He did. It was a
So we
valiant
run
effort.
these into Vate. Oh, if you don't, though, the basket buffed again. This is,
I mean, he can full clear, right? He just has to play Caridwen. It deals 2 damage to 1. And then
Yeah.
he plays Mimi and evolves it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he could compete with it. I wouldn't think about that.
Or he can Burial Rite twice and just invoke Lakandula.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, keep in mind that the Lakandula, that nice little 3 damage popping at the end of the turn.
He has 1 left in the tank, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just Burial right then. Yeah, why not? Goodbye, Muriel.
Hello,
Hello,
Muriel.
Muriel. Yeah. Boomerang back to hand.
He is going to overdraw here, though. Just keep in
Oh,
mind.
yeah. Wait, what?
And evolve here is interesting. I wasn't expecting
That's
that.
greedy.
Yeah.
Okay, this seems better, yeah.
Full trade
like-
into invoke Lockon here.
He was like, what if I did the same thing I did last game and just went ham on face?
See how that worked out.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about all that. You gotta live in the now, Igni.
Now, this is
Stop
an
looking
easy
ahead or
Howling
back.
Demon Slam. I think the 1 is actually kind of in a bad spot with no possible
Oh, Invocators for... Or not
no
Invocators, but, like-
Vania is so tough. He doesn't have a way to proc Gyarados lethal, and he didn't really have the room to play the Enchanting Songs just because his hand was full. So really
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, Gyarados here without any 0-cost spells or things like the Maestro is really rough. You're just like waiting until you find some good pieces. He has 1, 2, 1 cost, 3, 1 cost. But that's like a turn 7 at best. So definitely looking for like a Maestro or maybe
The Miracle getting slowed down by a full turn by not drawing the Metatron is super rough for Hapu, though. This gives the 1 a little bit more wiggle room to try and find the combo that he needs.
Hapu sunk a Septic Shrink before, right? Or am I thinking of last game? I can't.
No, he didn't.
They're kind of running together. He didn't, right?
Yeah, I don't think he did, no. Enchanting
Yeah,
Rhapsody, here it
Enchanting.
is. He's setting up for a lethal. Does he have it?
Yeah.
1, 2...
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, 1, 2, 3 plus 8 is 11 plus
14, best.
3 is 14.
Oh, hold on a second. Deathly Tyrant's Feast here? Evil in the Cerberus? Whoa,
Wow,
Hapu,
that is
hold on.
incredibly aggressive.
See, man, just, do what I did last game and punch him in the face real fast. Don't worry about the consequences
Wow.
afterward.
Is that gonna pay
he
off?
burns the Maestro. That's on Fort. I mean, it is a fat ward in the way, too. Keep that in mind. 6/7 ward?
But he can clear it easily and still go face with the Howling Demon, though. Trish plus Aza and Iza is an easy clear.
This is true.
Without spending your Devilish Diva.
Yeah, the Devilish Diva would be mitigated a little bit by the Coco there. But yeah, if he goes the route... Okay. Oh, yeah, just Howling Demon here.
Yeah, he's going to play Trish and Aza and Iza. And it's an easy clear.
But is this curtains for him? Well, next turn is Mirowell.
I keep calling her Trish. Her name is Trill. I think it's because Trish is a real name and Trill is a fake name.
Jesus.
This is more heal too. By evolving the Aza and Iza, you get 2 more heal. Getting out of range. You're back up to 16 this way. That's a lot of sustain, man.
Yeah, 16 is a big number to be at.
And now he has double Gyarados Devilish Diva on turn 8. That's hyper quantum lethal.
Hyper quantum lethal. Multiversal lethal.
Lilu multipass.
Bro,
all right.
Ant-Man got nothing on this lethal. That's crazy. Let's see. Sin Hunter here is 5 at best, puts him at 11.
You're done for. You hear?
I don't think he has 16 damage.
I don't think he has
no shot.
It's chopping
I'm definitely not seeing it. Whoa, hold, wow.
Oh,
what?
no.
Bro, the one's had a heart attack. He's like, did he really have it? Oh, this is kind of sad. Metatron finally picked up, by the way. Just put it out there.
Finally is really not good enough.
Yeah, that's it. He floats 4, and that's rip, man.
Yeah, it's super rip. Wait, what?
Huh?
What did you do that for? Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have a
nothing
target.
to attack into.
Devilish Diva doesn't have a target. It's not super rip. He lives.
Hold on. He might still die. He has 5 wards in the way, and one of them takes a lot to kill. So, Mirowell here, 6 plus. He already spent the Sin Hunter, man.
Mirowell doesn't do it. He needs some sauce.
Well, he could have sunk the Septic Train for more damage, so 4, yeah, still not enough.
Fascinating.
That was only 7.
What is even the out at this point? He has no Sin Hunter to put Deathly Tyrant's Feast on.
He's already sunk the all of the Septic Strengths are coming now.
I think he's gonna play nothing and just make it so that the Devilish Diva can't trade. I think he's legitimately gonna pass.
Wait, because this board locks too, right?
This board locks.
Ooh, hold on, Hapu. Hapu might be cooking.
Hapu is actually cooking.
He's still in the kitchen. Hold up.
Holy moly. There's no trade target for Devilish Diva.
So what do you... So then still, what's the out, though? Like, I'm trying to think. Like, even with 10 play points, he can't do 17 damage, can he?
I don't know what he's looking for.
That's good, actually. So you do this. You do, Mimi
yeah,
plus...
now you can deal some damage.
And then you just leave the ghost there. Chill with the ghost. Oh, there's a Sin Hunter picked up, and then another Spectral Stomp. He's gonna trade, really?
Detestable.
Why not just leave the ghosts?
Well, he also doesn't want to die.
Oh, fair. I mean, damage is damage. You're right.
Vania was never picked up, which is kind of crazy to think about.
On Fort.
What is the out? I think he's literally just trying to draw. He has the last Sin Hunter. He's literally just trying to draw that Deathly Tyrant's Feast.
He already used it, though, didn't he? Didn't he already use it?
Oh, he did use it.
Yeah, he can't use it anymore. He did
use it. He used it on his when he went to evolve the Kerberos to go face.
He went on. Yeah, he put it on his leads there. He made her a 6/7.
So then what is the out?
Let's take a look at Hapu's deck list here. We got a chance.
Since he used the spell, what's the out? Is the out just turn 10 Mirowell Septic Sin Hunter and hopefully that's lethal?
Together, we'll lay the moon low.
Hapu, buddy, what you got in the tank?
Let us howl in harmony.
2. He can activate 1 Gyarados here.
Okay, so one is good.
Steamrolling Tank is nice.
Ready
Yes,
for your
for
orders,
the
boss. We'll ride under
heals too.
The one is just like, okay, if I can't activate 2 Gyarados, I'll just activate 1 Gyarados twice. Seems okay.
The question is, can Hapu heal out of that? I don't think he can, given the cards we see him.
No, especially with now this demonic drummer is healthy again. Oh, that's 1 off lethal.
Jesus, he's close. I don't know if we got it. Yeah, I don't know what the out here is for Hapu.
I don't see it either. I think Hapu like really did try to like get what he needed, but I think it's just not gonna be enough in the end.
What's on your mind?
Yeah.
Septic Shrink is 6 damage.
How am I gonna face the
Plus
boss?
Sin Hunter is 11 damage.
3 off.
Let evil burn in the
Plus 2,
fires
1
of
off?
righteousness.
No, it's not enough.
Hold on, Septic Shrink here, gonna heal back 1, gonna put him at 2. Yeah, it's not enough.
It's not enough because he has to kill the demonic drummer, and the demonic drummer heals back 2 anyway.
Fires of righteousness.
You're done for. You hear?
You're done for.
The demonic drummer heals back 2.
I'll show you.
Yeah, that's way too much.
That's exactly 11 damage,
It's all mine.
but that's 16 health.
Yikes.
It's chopping.
Yikes. Yeah, he tried. Kill the bat.
I've seen that.
He did his best. Got to give him that. But at the end of the day, Wrath Blood prevailed.
That's so unfortunate. I feel like if he'd have held on to that Deathly Tyrant's Feast instead of going ham in the early game, nice. Let's go the 1.
Let's go the 1. Yeah, that was tough. I think using the Deathly Tyrant's Feast that early as a try to do an aggressive push. I mean, we seen like that strategy was tried as well earlier in the set too, and it didn't work out. Same thing. Blood has a lot of sustain, and you have to work towards your out if you're not going to commit to your mirror well. I feel like if you kept the Deathly Tyrant's Feast, you maybe had a chance, but at the end of the day, like using it that early did not pay out whatsoever.
Yeah, I think the thing that really hurt Hapu was that he was so focused on dealing as much damage as possible that he was just not really. He kind of ignored the fact that Wrath Blood also has a great amount of heal, and that's exactly what happened right after he did all the damage, right? We saw, what, 6, 4, what, almost like 12 damage come through in a single turn, and then right back after that, Hapu was
back to 14 health. Don't even
yeah,
care.
the one was, yeah, it's just like way back up, so. Well, let's take a look at the bracket here. Again, unfortunate that TK Hapu is going to be going home, but I mean, well-deserved win to the 1, being able to make sure that his opponent did not take that victory. And we're going to see him go up against Ryzen in the finals for the day. Now, this is really cool because both of these guys are already champions, you know? The 1 got that wild card win last year at the end of 2022. Ryzen won February. I don't know, man. It's going to be a rough one.
It's really cool to see that kind of consistency rewarded. Ryzen has been playing absolutely out of his gourd today.
And quickly.
And
Very
quickly.
fast.
Meanwhile, the 1 was able to navigate some pretty tough situations as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how that works out. I think the real lesson that we can learn here is to ban Dragon. And your chances of success are probably going to go up.
If you twist the knife.
But, you know, we're going to be back with that grand finals very soon, right after a short break. Guys, you do not want to miss it. The grand finals is a $400 US money match. Not only that, but right after the grand finals, we might just have a little sneaky reveal for you for the upcoming Shadowverse set, Heroes of Riven Brand, coming out 27th of June. So you're going to want to tune in right after this break. Don't go anywhere. I'm like, why are you playing Warden of the Ardent Claw? But you have after us, I think. But anyway, yeah, losing both Noir and Blanks here is so sad. Because now when the Majestic Sorcery comes out, man, discard. Don't come at it with a bunch of students who are still in school, okay? It's not gonna work.
Right. Stella sees it. He's like, okay, you had the second one.
Yeah, there's the second one. And then here comes Dragon Newt's Might, Draconic Creation, All-Guide Worm. Listen, I just think not banning Dragon is a huge mistake. But then again, like we said, maybe the inexperience again. This is like easy lethal.
You have just 2 more pings. Put down to 8.
Yeah, you have an Evolve still. You can still proc a ping. You can still play Sin Hunter.
Sin Hunter's waiting. Going for leads. Does this...
Wait, is Sin Hunter lethal? Yeah, 5. No, it's 1 off, right?
No, but oh yeah, no, because you get the Burial Rite ping with it. Right.
Yeah.
You do lose out on the last ping. Okay, well, you get 1 more turn.
You get 1 more turn. That being said, there is a ward in the way, and you have literally no.
Dragon versus Wrath, maybe?
Wrath
Oh.
versus Wrath. Oh, this is gonna
okay, the
be.
mirror.
Oh, and
Oh.
Hapu went first. You can see Hapu did like a little pop off, seeing that he
like-
went first. Yes, going first is big.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Hapu passed 2 whole turns, but because he was able to just get out of range of the one's lethal,
Oh, yeah,
and
the
because
one is
he
not
played
happy.
the Vania turn 2, he was able to get the lethal in the end. What an insane back and forth. This mirror is actually, I can't do it. He's lost.
And he dropped Noir and Blanc here, so they're gonna get buffed. That's gonna be so annoying to deal with a Shadow.
Drew the second Drazael. Hopefully he can play that next turn. You have to play the Lilium's Hatchling here. Draconic Creation is so important because
Yeah.
you need to do everything in your power to not just instantly die. All right. So let's get that Hatchling on the board, please. Yes,
Wow.
sir. All right.
Even after all the pressure Hapu put on earlier on, the game is still even. In fact, the one's in a better position. Jesus. Dragon's not throwing down storms, big dog. Well, okay. You know what? I take everything back. I'm sorry. Come on, man.
We
That
actually
ain't
got
right.
to see
That
it
ain't
this.
right.
We actually got to see it this tournament. The one of Infiniflame Dragon Evo for massive damage.
I like that
Bada
you said that
bing,
we're
bada
finally going to
boom.
get to see it, and Hapu just turned around and was like, not me, bro.
Yeah, fake name.
Jesus.
This is more
Denying
heal
her
too. By
resistance.
evolving the Azza and Iza, you get 2 more heal. Getting out of range. You're back up to 16 this way. Not good enough.
Yeah, that's it. He flows 4, and that's rip, man.
Yeah, it's super rip. Wait, what?
Huh?
What did you do that for? Oh wait, no, he doesn't
Oh,
have a
nothing to
target.
attack into.
Devilish Diva doesn't have a target. It's not super rip. He
Hold on,
lives.
hold on.
But that's 16 health.
Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, he tried. Killed the bat.
I've seen that.
He did his best. Got to give him that. But at the end of the day, Wrath Blood prevailed.
That's so unfortunate. I feel like if he'd have...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Southeast Asia Oceania Shadowverse Open 2023 June Cup. We are here, all 3 of us, East, Chris, Igni, for the finals of this tournament. A $400 US money match. The winner walking away with $1,000 US, not to mention the league points that count towards the end of the year tournament. It all comes down to this, guys. How are you feeling as we get into this finals match?
Silence. Nothing. I feel serious. I'm ready to go.
I
serious.
have no words. Like, I mean, considering the top 8 we had today, I feel like the 2 people we have as in the finals are probably the best picks. Ryzen,
Yeah.
who's been doing crazy this year, and then the one who, off of the name buff alone, you'd probably just say, that guy's going to get to the finals. But outside of that, I mean,
Yeah.
wildcard winner from last year, it's going to be a great final showing for Shadowverse today.
As we get into the finals, if you're tuning in just for the finals, let's go over their deck lists one more time. First of all, the bracket, where we came from, of course. How can I get ahead of myself? Ryzen had a hell of a matchup spread here going up against Shallow and then EMT Stella. Both very strong players in their own right. And then The One taking down Yuri from Team Mana Surge and then Hapu from Team Twilight Knights. Ryzen and The One up here, not affiliated with any teams. Is it the era of the free agent? Who knows?
Definitely feels like it. Keep in mind, we're going to hop into these guys' deck list, but Ryzen is the only one bringing the super spice in that Haven lineup. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, again, these guys playing for $1,000 plus the 100 for the webcam. USD looking pretty good right now. I don't know what else.
Oh yeah, in SEAO, dude, the purchasing power through the roof. The stonks are up. All right, let's take a look at the lineups. First up with Ryzen, of course, discard Dragon. We've seen it all day. Every time it's not banned, it instantly wins, it feels like. So you gotta be real careful about this one. If you guys didn't know, the objective is to land that Lumior prestigious gold down. And then once Lumior is on the field, whenever you discard, you deal 2 damage. So it ends up adding up real fast, and alongside the new card Lilium the Worm Witch, you can even get into scenarios where you almost OTK.
Yep, this deck is, you know, we've had a few variants of it seen throughout the day, and we were kind of debating, it's like, is the Infinity Flame version better? Is it Bahamut better? And looks like we might have an answer by the end of the day. So Ryzen bring in Dragon all the way to the very end. Let's take a look at the second list of the lineup. Definitely quite a few things to talk about here.
Burial Rite Shadow. We started the day off talking the good shit because we beat that one discard Dragon deck, but it feels like this deck has had some trouble since then. But again, discard Burial Rite Shadow still very strong, being able to get those 5 Burial Rites over the course of the game. You drop your Mirror, you do damage every time you Burial Rite, and then all of your follows. Once you get to those 5, Burial Rites are going to be able to get a ton of damage. Things like the Septic Shrink, especially, as well as the Sin Hunter, going to be able to have tons of damage on board. If that doesn't work out, you've always got the Ghost Town Apparition and the Deathling Tyrant's Feast, just as 2 other options to get burst damage at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for Burial Rite Shadow being like the most consistent performer. All top 8 of the top 8 today. They all brought it along, and man, it just speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So, of course, it is the deck, but on the polar opposite side, Ryzen brought a deck that nobody else believed in, which is going to be the last list of the lineup, which is that Crystallized Haven. And of course, we only got to see one so far. Got banned out in the top 4, and I'm hoping we get to see it in this final set. We'll see whether this or Dragon is more ban-worthy. But man, I love this deck. It is very explosive. You basically play through making a bunch of your amulets through crystallizing them, and then of course at the same time you use cards like the Holy Lightning Bird and Skullfane to just generate a bunch of advantage, get rid of your opponent's stuff on the board, and discount a lot of your cards. And then Diamond Master in combination with that Wingy, of course, enable anything on your board to have that Storm and Ward to push for big damage thanks to that Bejeweled Shrine. So it's a beautiful combo deck that, you know, didn't get much representation, but has climbed all the way to the finals, and hopefully it gets to show up as well.
Let's take a look on the other side here. His opponent, The One, with a pretty similar lineup. First off, discard Dragon, a deck that we've seen pretty much all day. I think not really much more needs to be said. Both these guys running the Infinity Flame version of the deck. The one big difference, I think, from both these guys' lists is I think that the one is running the Warden of the Adamant Claw, whereas Ryzen, on the other hand, is not running this card. I think he's running, is it Greater Will?
He's running Uranus, actually.
Oh, what the hell? Really?
Yeah.
He is.
In 2023?
Yep. Very surprising, right? I think legitimately it was to snipe other discard dragons playing Bahamut. It's the counter to the counter.
Wow. All right. Well, all right. There's the difference there. I thought it was something simpler, but Uranus, I swear to God, I didn't see it. Wow. Interesting. Let's take a look at the next list out here from The One, Burial Rite Shadow again. Any big changes from this one, fellas?
Yes, The One's list runs Sweet Soul Necromancer, which is actually very strong in the Burial Rite Shadow mirror as just a little bit more sustained. Whereas Ryzen's list is the more typical version, running Hugin and Moonin to replace the draw engine that you lost with Dog. Here, we have Sweet Soul Necromancer, which also draws, but very importantly, being able to heal in the mirror can put you just out of range for you to get a lethal, even if you're going second and you didn't get your Metatron, for example. So it's actually pretty important. And like, I think it's exactly teched because he expected to see a lot of Burial Rites up against him.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. Absolutely. Take a look at the last list though for the one. Of course, this is going to be the third pick that we've seen has been usually the diversity point throughout the day, and it is going to be that Wrath Blood. Got to see quite a bit of it just recently, so we're going to have to see how it competes in this final match as well. I mean, again, he said it as well. The one is a name that feels like if it doesn't come out on top, it feels like he's been the favorite ever since he made day 2 and just been cruising through this top 8. So let's see if the Wrathblood is going to take him all the way to the number 1 spot, or he's going to get stopped by the one and only opponent left for him, which is going to be Ryzen.
Very interesting, though. The Wrath Blood we saw earlier, it can just pull out so much explosive damage out of nowhere. How is that gonna line up? Because if he matches up against Haven with this, that's a lot of wards that Gyarados has to get through. It might be the Achilles heel. Not to mention, you know, with Ryzen, this tournament in day 1 had over 150 players, I believe. Is that right?
Yep.
And only 6 people total brought Amulet Haven, and Ryzen brought it all the way to Grand Finals. So if anybody knows how to use Amulet Haven to counter the meta, it's Ryzen. So
This is the guy.
I really hope it doesn't get banned, because if it doesn't, I think I have a lot to learn from watching Ryzen play it.
Actually, taking a look at this list, keep in mind, even you mentioned about burst damage before, this deck doesn't actually have it. We don't, oh, sorry, I'm tripping, my bad. Yeah, Gyarados right there. I was like, wait a second, where's Gyarados? Wait. Also, of
He's
course,
right there,
the one
homie.
of Lunel. Yeah, the one of Lunel, Queen of Wolves, just for the burst damage at the end of the game. Similar to like a Deathly Tyrant's Feats, similar to a Ghost Sun Apparition, similar to an Infinite Flame Dragon, she kind of fulfills the same role. So don't
Lunel
worry.
is actually really good turn 4 evolve too, to be honest. Like, it gets you 2 Wrath procs, and it clears the enemy board. So like, even playing Lunel on 4 isn't bad, and then as a backup plan, playing it on 7 is good too. I think Lunel is actually a lot better than a lot of people give her credit for. Like, you saw, like, Vite is nice, but sometimes it can clog your board, or more importantly, sometimes you don't get the Vite at all. And when
That's
you get
true.
the Lunel, especially against something like Shadow or more aggressive decks, like, for example, all the swords who got farmed by this Lunel
Calm
in day
down.
1.
Calm down.
Lunel was just
How
able to deal
dare he.
with all of them. So yeah, there you go.
That hurt, man. Why
He's
you
on his
say it
hater
like that?
arc right now.
Why you
Listen,
bring it?
You got 2 sword mains on the cast. You really gonna
They
say
hated
that?
him
Wow.
because he spoke the truth.
That's
I
right.
don't know, man.
That's right. And they live to tell the tale. Anyway.
I'm just
Look at
saying,
Dragon
don't
Ear
sleep.
getting wiped out.
Don't sleep on Lunel. That's all I'm saying. All right. The players are currently in the lobby deliberating on their
Ooh, pick some
bans.
bans.
Again, it's a single elimination, 3 deck, 1 ban format. You bring 3, you have to win with the other 2. I'm betting. Dragon is gone. We've seen it all throughout the tournament.
Let's go,
Dragon
baby.
is way too strong. It
Fingers
needs
crossed.
to get out of here.
Fingers crossed.
Boom! Dragon is
We
gone.
get to see Haven.
I'm actually so excited to see this.
Oh my god.
Haven versus Wrath is going to be a really interesting match that I hope we get to see. I'm definitely holding out for that one.
I think that if Ryzen can just make a board full of wards, what does Gyarados do, right? Like, that's the question.
The problem is that's going to take time. Ryzen has to like get his Skullfanes down in cost. He's going to have to find the Diamond Master and the Chirpy or the Sapphire. So it's going to take some time. He's also going to get the 5 Crystallizers as well. Meanwhile, the one pinging yourself is so easy with Wrath Blood. Like, why not just like go ham while you can and then just kill them before they can even get started?
But I will say, don't sleep on that Azurite Maiden, though. It's a ward, it's a heal,
right.
and it draws. Like, that's one of the biggest things ever. The one is praying to go first.
Prepare for
Oh!
You could see the hope fade.
Man, I love how emotive these players are today. They're just
It's
like,
amazing.
they're
I
wearing
love
their
it.
heart on their sleeve right now.
Yeah, but I don't know. He didn't get to go first, but this opening hand is already pretty good. So
Yeah.
I
It's
wouldn't
not
be
bad, it's not
complaining
bad.
too much.
Yeah, toss the
Mulling
flowers here.
tank.
Oh, now it's very good.
That's fantastic, yeah.
Whoa.
Jesus, all right. The
Meanwhile,
one.
Ryzen with the Shadowverse June Cup Classic Lakandula in the opening hand. Seems like we've seen that over and over again today.
It's his parting shot. You know, there's like,
Yeah.
there's no more Lakandula after this. Let me be
Mika in
there.
the opening hand too.
Wow. Oh, the double
my
spectral stomp is
goodness.
cool
The
here. He got
invocations
another
do
one.
not
Wow.
want to stay in the deck today.
Oh,
Nice. The corral
Here
still
it
pick up is
comes.
good too. Goodbye.
Dula gets brought out. Clear up the board. You know what's
That worked out
crazy?
well.
While we were on break, I was checking some of the card reveals for next week's set. They gave Burial Rite another card of support.
No
They
way.
needed it.
No
They
way.
gave it a
No way.
3-cost 2/1. Fanfare Burial Rite draw 2. Evolve Reanimate 4. Give it rush.
We needed it.
No way. That's a lie.
I'm not
That's a
kidding,
lie.
bro.
That's wild. That's actually wild.
Lakadula, the loss of
Holy
Lakadula
moly.
was too great. The loss of Lakadula is too great.
Burial Rite draw 2? Reanimate
Wow.
4 so you can reanimate? You can reanimate
Wow. Drawing
Septic
some
Shrine?
Lakadula there. So this is crazy. Ryzen's opening hand, he had 2 Spectral Stomps, and then on the first Spectral Stomp, he drew a 3rd one and the Cerberus.
my God.
So like after that, he got this turn 3 where he Cerberus and Spectral Stomped again. He's already like 4 Burial Rites on turn like 4.
Yeah.
three,
Yeah,
yeah.
he made it by turn 3, which is pretty incredible. And I mean, he's just gonna keep going forward. He's got another Burial Rite right
Yeah.
here with leads.
The only direction is forward. He is going ham. Ryzen, he's been our like speed player of the tournament too. Like, you have those players that kind of take their time, you know, think out the different lines. He's doing that during his opponent's turn. He's like, I will consider everything. I'm not gonna let the timer pressure me. He's maximizing that time use, and already at 5 Burial Rites too. We're pretty good in terms of pacing.
Crazy. So fast.
It is pretty good. But Vite on Evo turn is just always incredible. Just a free trade.
Oh, there's the
with
Vania
this damage
pickup
attack.
too. He's also got
Oh
the
yeah,
Fail
Vania
Transformation
pickup
in
is
hand.
huge. He has Gyaradeath in hand. All he needs to do is find enchanting. Ooh, I don't know.
Wow. All right, what's up, Miro?
That's 3 Mirowells in hand.
Yeah, he's got them all.
But Mikael's
Yeah.
already invoked. Holy moly, that's
And-
fast.
He's going first, so the Metatron not that important here.
Yeah, get it out of here.
The spotter. Oh, he's gonna Evo the Cerberus.
Ryzen is making plays at lightning speed. I wonder, like, he must just be considering it the entire time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he's just not giving himself a break to the point. Because thing is, by also playing fast, you're taking away the time that your opponent can use during your
That's
turn
true.
as well.
That's
So
true.
he's just keeping the pressure, man. This is, I love it. We get
He's-
these kind of players every so often, and it's always a treat to watch.
He's cool, calm, and collected, giving the one less and less time to make their decisions.
Yep, you can see the paw as the one. Gotta consider the lines of play.
Yeah,
For
considering how many
Ryzen,
cards
he's
he has
using
in
this
hand
time
here.
too.
So he's probably wondering, all right, so how do I use the cards that aren't Gyaradeath so that I can get this hand a little fleshed out and grab some more either Vanias or get an Enchanted Rhapsody?
You can
Oh,
burn
yeah.
Urbania here. You do have 2. It
Yeah,
is
I think
active.
you evolved. Yeah, you evolved Vania and you just play the Summon Bloodkin, right? Get it out of the hand. Keep the gift for Bloodkin in hand, I would assume.
Yeah, hold that for another turn for another Vania potentially as well. Looks like gonna be the play. Gonna hover over it.
Yep,
Ooh,
I agree with this. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Run that in.
You keep the 0-cost spell, of course.
Back up to 20. But here comes the
Feels
Mirrorwell.
good. Yeah, this is a hard Mirrorwell turn. Question is, like, after this, you'll only have Sin Hunter. I don't think he's dropped the Septic Shrink yet, so...
No Septics and no draw. Wait, no, he has Night Terror. So
Yeah,
he's gonna...
Yeah.
No, but he doesn't have a Mikael left. He doesn't have a free target.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he just throw into the other one.
No.
He doesn't have a free target for Night Terror because he drew Mikael. Oh,
That's
no. Well, at least
unfortunate.
he has a lot of draw here with the leads.
Yeah, at least will help him out. Yeah, Raging Commander's got to come down here, get rid of his board a little bit. Ooh, another Gyarados picked up,
Triple
though.
Gyarados in hand,
Triple
though.
Gyarados. I think you can afford to sink one right now.
Yeah.
You can do it right now. Gyarados face.
Yeah,
Gift
that's
for
do it.
Bloodkin.
Yeah, the gift does proc it. Yeah, you're right. There we go. Gift coming through.
Yeah, and came ready to
Hold
pop
the
this
board clear.
here.
Looking beautiful out here, too.
Oh, Sin Hunter's gonna pick up.
The one is like, please do not have Sin Hunter plus plus Deathly Tyrant's Feast, and he doesn't have it.
Well, as you were starting to say the sentence, I was like, he's gonna draw it. This is
Wait, no,
always
but
how
this
it
is, this is still lethal, right?
Is
Sin
it?
No, Sin Hunter is 6 damage plus.
Yeah. Where's the other
He doesn't have Evo points, so
Yeah.
Call of the Great Arm would have
Call of the Great Arm Caridwen is 4 more damage.
Caridwen, yeah.
No,
you
it's
could
not
do-
enough. It's not enough.
no,
it's
it's
not
2
enough.
off, right? 2 off. 2
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
I
He's
think
very
he's-
close, but it's 2 off. Yeah, +2, +6. Yeah.
Yeah. He's too. Oh, he's really close.
Mimi.
But thing is that he, like, you lose next turn. This is
Wait, no,
being
isn't
close
this?
doesn't matter.
Mimi,
Oh,
right?
it's so
Mimi
close.
plus. Yeah, it's really close.
No, because now we can't Caribbean and send 100 at the same time.
You don't
He's
have
too
burial
off.
right damage anymore. That's
Oh, if he had the Evo point, he'd have won here. Ah!
Yep, that would have been the case, but Rice are gonna run it down to 2, but we know that there is the damage
The
here. The Vanya
Vania.
comes through.
The Vania is so... Yo, this card is a menace, man.
He does so much. It's ridiculous. And of course, maybe just go for the gift, go for the summon, whichever one will get you there.
Spell
Needs
transformation.
4 damage. Wait, can he actually... Yeah.
Yeah, spell transformation as well, so it's fine.
Yeah,
Oh wow, the Maestro.
Yep,
Okay. I see
He
how it
can't
is.
use
All right.
Spell
fancy
Transformation.
with it.
If he used Spell Transformation, he would have lost because he would have pinged himself down
He does
to
have
0.
one life.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm not.
So
oh,
he
wow.
actually had
Good
to
point,
play the
good point, good
Maestro,
point.
and that was exact lethal.
Ooh.
Sometimes you
All right,
keep-
the 1. Actually, off to a great start here.
Oh yeah,
that was Ryzen was like this close. It was this close.
Yeah. Ryzen playing very fast, but it's unfortunate he didn't have that last Evo point left over, so he could evolve one of those Sin Hunters and actually close out the game. He was too off. It's so unfortunate to get that close and then not.
I think Ryzen would have won if he didn't draw his Mikael on turn 1. I honestly think so.
Yeah. I think
He would have healed 2 more.
The
The 1 had exact lethal. Ryzen would have healed 2 more out of range. He would have had a free target for Night Terror too.
Oh, that's true.
I'm willing to agree.
Lakandula in hand, the June Cup
Alright,
special.
Now we're playing Shadowverse, baby.
All right, so it looks like Ryzen here.
Mikael in
Shadow as well.
hand. How is
You
this
gotta- you gotta
happening?
stop.
Seriously. How is this happening?
Ooh, Septic pickup, that's big. That was also missing last game too.
Yeah.
That's true.
That was
A
like the
Septic would have
little
actually
bit of
changed the
damage
game
that
as
was
well.
missing.
One Septic would have also won him the game.
Yep.
I'm legit. How are they drawing Lakandula and Mikael with such disturbing regularity?
Go forth.
Ooh, Sarah Rune's pickup is nice. You gonna actually run this in?
No, I think you
Yeah,
just play.
in the face, yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah. You just Corralsals here, right?
Ah, yeah, you need the card draw.
Here goes the 1 again.
He's like, hold on.
Does he Cridwin instead?
What's a witch?
think he does.
if not
Oh, and
evil?
sinks the Septic, but then you have to. Oh,
Just get another one, bro. And you can also Spectral Stomp here.
I feel like if you.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
gonna save it, okay.
All right.
I think if you didn't, if you played Kerberos or Cridwin there, you would have no hand. I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like this is the only play.
Yeah.
Kind of
Ooh,
awkward
Both
because
players
you
got
don't.
Septics.
It's a little awkward, but I think it's the one that works out the best. Great Arm is a great draw here.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Especially
think
in the
you
early
have-
game when
you
you
have
can
to great
control your pool. Great Arm is so nice.
What?
Night Terrors, really?
I would have absolutely Great Armed. It would invoke your
Yeah.
The pool's so
Lakandula.
small still, too.
It would invoke your Lakandula, up your hand size, and heal you 1 more because of the Sweet
Yep.
Soul. I don't know why you didn't Great Arm there.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Maybe he didn't want to invoke Lakandula. Maybe he wants to save on those.
Oh, for a
those 3
potential
costs.
board clear?
Yeah, those
that is a
three
valid
damage
point.
Could be. Spending Spectral Stomp first. Oh wait, no, he got it. Never mind. Kerberos into Metatron, right? Surely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Really?
What are you hoping for?
Metatron.
Great Arm would be the best draw here, right?
Fires of righteousness.
Yeah, didn't get it though.
That's the last Septic, I think.
Yeah, next turn he does have Septic Hardcast into Kerberos, which is fine.
I mean, Muriel is sitting in hand waiting for turn 6 after that.
No
They're all
Metatron
on
in the
one
one's
side.
hand. When you're going
Sarah
second,
Rune-
Metatron is crucial to win.
Yeah, this is definitely putting the ball in Ryzen's park, so gonna depend. I mean, Ryzen's also got the Mirrorwell. He's got all of the other ways to kind of navigate through this matchup as well, so does feel a lot more
the
favored.
Stomp pickup is so good.
There's 2 chances here at Metatron.
Yeah.
If this draws Metatron and Mirrorwell, the 1 is gonna do a freaking jumping jack. Oh no!
Backflip. No,
Not like this.
That's
Not like
unfortunate.
this. The
Can't
1
call
is
him.
like, he's literally several cards away from potentially becoming the champion, but
Is he
Ryzen's
spinning
still
this now?
vibing.
Wow, okay.
Wow.
Interesting. Wow. Alright, Sin Hunter, what's up, buddy? A cool 5 damage. Love to see it.
Cool and collected, 5 damage.
That does spin
Kandula
the,
number.
Kandula
Is this
here.
3 on the one side, or is this still 2?
I think it's 2 because he drew
Yeah.
1 off the rip and then he hasn't invoked one until
Right,
now.
right. That's the first thing. Okay.
Yeah. Our Septic Shrink's coming down. Sin Hunter's coming down. Hey, man.
This should get another
Cool play. Let me just,
5
yeah.
damage in. Plus the 3 from the shrink. So this
I think
is
I'll do it too.
pushing pretty heavy. Down to 9.
Ooh,
Next turn
Ryzen is
basically
bringing it
lethal.
back real fast. Oh, there's Miroel, but no Metatron to ramp into it.
A little late. His hand
lack
is
of
so
ramp is everything.
bunk.
The lack of ramp is everything. Absolutely true. There's
All
no way to
agree.
clear this now, too. And
Yeah.
Ryzen has Miroel in hand in the back.
Yeah, like the Miracle just wins. Like you have enough AoE damage, you get
He can
at
actually
least one
split
septic
this.
back out.
Right, Septic here, and then Evo Septic run it into, yeah, Evo Septic run it into Sin Hunter, then Corral Souls. Oh, wait, no, never mind, that's not how numbers work. Okay. I don't know why I thought the Septic had only 2 health. I was like, wait a second, hold on. Chill for
Oh,
a
that's
second.
still not enough.
Yeah.
Septic only recovers 1 play point. You can't play the leads.
That might be GG's for all the 1 here.
Can I just say, throughout this entire time, whether he's winning or losing, Ryzen plays like instantaneously. I don't know how he does it.
I mean, he probably just is well practiced, right? Once you know the lines, you kind of know what to look for, you know what to do. It's all just a matter of like executing well. Make sure you don't misplay.
Yeah, man. Must be.
All right, yeah,
Kandula
okay.
here.
I can
This
do
is
it. That's the
off.
full
Ward
clear.
up.
That's the full clear. Very nice. Very nice.
Oh, forgot
And
about
this
the
one's the
lack.
last one.
The last one, yeah.
That is the last one. Not invoking the La Kandula turn 2 ended up being really, really important.
Shrink's gonna come back here though, and I think that's it, right? Because he can just.
That is
Mirror.
indeed lethal, right? Because he just
Go
Miroel,
Mirwell, get the damage in.
Drop it
And of
Miroel, and
course,
then
get
plus
that
the
revive.
septic shrink would be 10 damage.
Yep. So that's gonna be safe. There we go. There is the 1. So this is gonna be 2, 3, and 3. Ryzen ties it up in this grand final set. And is gonna have 1 more shot with that Haven. Oh,
Let's go,
I'm sure the one did not
baby!
want to see the Haven.
Crystallize
I'm sure.
Haven versus Burial Rite Shadow. How is this one gonna go? Jeez Louise, I can't
Yeah.
even tell.
Yeah, Shadow versus Haven. I don't even know, man. Honestly, I don't even want to think about it. I just want to see it happen. I want the players to impress me.
Yeah.
That's
I
really
think
what it
Haven
is.
might have enough sustain. Because
You think
remember,
so?
Bam Beauty's got buffed too. You can play it for 3 heal.
That's true. But
For
keep
2
in
play
mind,
points.
like
Bam
Mirwell
Beauties
just
can represent
boards.
Bam Beauties can represent 6 heal for 2 play points. Which is pretty
Takes a little
good.
time. Get a skull fang. Maybe it's all right.
Yeah.
Heaven's
Man, I'm sure the one
blade
that did want to win this cup without having to see the Haven, but no. Ryzen's like, you're gonna have to go through the entire gauntlet. Gonna have to see everything. Going first Metatron, not exactly what you want, but so the hand is definitely looking for some card draw. Definitely not a second Mirrorwell, that's for sure.
I don't know
No
what it is,
card
man.
draw, second Miroel. Meanwhile, Ryzen just slams the Bejeweled. Oh, wait, really? No, yeah.
Garuda.
Slams
Yeah,
the
Garuda,
Garuda
that's fine.
to try and draw a Skull Fane. Here we go. Ouch.
Not right now, bro. Not right now.
This Metatron might actually do some work because Ryzen has to run board in, so any ward is actually kind of annoying for him. Minus the Diamond Master pop up.
Yeah, you just Bam Beauties here for draw. Wing
Oh,
Fire.
wow.
That's good. Not a Skull Fane, but the pieces are slowly coming together. Draws the classic Mikael.
That's not a Burial Rite.
I'm calling.
Oh boy.
All right, the question is, what is Ryzen gonna spiritual blow on the one side? It's something's gonna get hit. I just need to know what it is.
That's a
Is
lot
he
of
gonna
draw.
spiritual blow? I think he just does this and then Emerald Maiden.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
now. I mean later this game. Like, are we
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
see
yeah,
Septic Shrink is spiritual blown, or
If he hardcast this Septic
That's
Shrink,
That's
it is
right.
Oh yeah, that is going.
oh, that's gone. Yeah,
Third
no,
one.
no chance.
That's
The one,
gone,
I'm
man.
sure. I'm sure the one is super excited to finally see a Burial Rite, but I'm like, sorry, bro. I'm
Nah, bro.
sorry, bro. It's,
You good.
it's gotta go.
That's
Not today.
gone, dude.
I mean, he does get to push some damage here. Mikhail's nice on top of Metatron here. And then Ye just compounded with more board space. Does he drop the Mimi as well?
No reason not to, I don't think.
Yeah.
I feel like Great
that a
Arm isn't
call?
bad here because the pool is very small at the moment. Like,
If
nothing
he-
you've played has died yet.
If he drops the Mimi, he doesn't invoke though. His hand size
Yeah.
is getting really small.
Yeah, card draw. Kind of necessary, isn't it?
Ooh.
That's a board clear in the
okay.
Still no Skull Feign, though. I mean, this is the last game for Ryzen of the day, so not finding Skull Feign could probably be fatal.
No Skull Feign. Wait, what? Azurite Maiden just as a body?
No.
Yeah, you don't have the destruction yet. This is where Skullfake comes in so
Oh,
big.
is he gonna Feathery Tempest?
He can't. He doesn't have enough play points.
Oh, great point.
Yep,
yeah.
sadly doesn't. He's fast enough. But Spiritual Blow,
He has
he's
to
gonna come
spirit-
on through. Huh?
Wow!
What?
Wow!
Is he that hard? That's just send a message. Honestly, not getting your Ceradoin hit there, I feel like is a huge message that he's so worried about damage he cannot afford to take the 2 from Mimi.
Yeah. That's. Wow. Okay. Well, Great Arm here has a very limited pool, so. Nice.
What's up, Shrink?
Just
Shrink,
play
honestly, not a
Septic?
bad idea here.
Don't have the bonus effect yet, but
No, not
getting pretty
yet.
close.
You can't
If anything,
bury
the
a Rite
board
either,
spaces.
so this is kind of problematic.
What if you just pass?
Yeah, I
Keep your hand
think
healthy.
so.
Get Mirwell down the next turn.
I mean, even now you're pushing 6 damage minimum, so
Yeah.
definitely chilling.
Whoa!
Let's make that 8.
Let's
okay.
make it
Let's
8.
make that 8.
Let's
All
make
right.
it 8.
With the potentially one turn away from winning the game, and without a Skull Feign on board or in hand.
He has clear though, right? Yeah, he has a clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
He plays a Holy Lightning Bird. Then he plays Azurite Maiden. He heals 3.
Yep.
yeah, but
heal's
Jewel
gonna be
Shrine
so
you have to
huge
draw,
here.
right? You have to draw.
Holy Azurite Maiden heals 3 and draws a card, and then he can Feathery Tempest the Azurite Maiden to do a full clear.
Diamond Master picked up that late is so unfortunate, considering the board is full now.
Wait, it's not even a full clear, is it? Oh, it is.
No.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
No.
Oh no! It's all down to the
Mirrorwell
Burrow
turn?
Rites now. And this
Hold on.
actually
Is this game?
Was he at 3 or was it 2?
3,
He's at
5,
3, right?
9. Does he have 2 more sources?
He's at 3. If he does it now, the
to
septic
5.
does do 3 damage.
Oh no.
Did he bury a
Ryzen.
septic? Oh, he did.
He did.
It's
yeah.
over.
That's real.
That is it. 6 damage here for the one. The fist pump. He sees it. He has it. The one is your June champion for SVO 2023, taking down Ryzen, the one that so many people thought would get the run back after February with that Haven. Damn, you don't see it on camera, but Ryzen is clapping it up, you know? Good
Yeah.
sportsmanship.
Good
start to
sportsmanship.
finish.
Love it.
Love to see it.
Man, wow.
Dang.
Amazingly played games. You know, the one, his hands were not great.
Yeah,
he kept
I mean, he was
drawing
never happy with his
Lakandula,
hand.
He kept drawing Mikael, but he was able to navigate it, keep his cool, and managed to find the line to win the game. Honestly, hats off to him. Ryzen, that Crystallized didn't perform in the end. I feel like that's just a testament to the sort of lack of consistency with a lot of these decks compared to the 2 heavy hitters, Discard Dragon, Wrathblood, and Burial Right Shadow, the 3 heavy hitters, I guess. Yeah, so I feel like the other ones sort of have a little bit of a lack of consistency, and that ended up biting in the end. But the one, congratulations, man, walking away with $1,100 US.
Not a small
Pretty
chunk
good.
of change.
That's pretty good. I mean, it's also as you say, right? I feel like a lot of things were decided in like the pick and ban phase, where it's
Yeah.
like you could have gone and like banned out the Haven, the kind of uncertainty factor, but then because you're like, okay, this deck is still weaker than Dragon, and Dragon is going to be a tough matchup no matter what.
Yeah.
We're not gonna gamble on the Dragon. We're gonna take that out, and then I'll just watch if you can perform with Haven or not. There not being any Skull Feign, of course, was a pretty big,
Yeah.
factor there. But regardless, like that was excellently played from the one side.
Yeah, well done. It's a shame that we didn't get to see the Crystallized Haven really like go off and close out the day with a big win there. And you know, honestly, I felt like Ryzen was leading up until the finals. He felt so in control and so calm and collected and poised. And I was like, this guy is gonna go the distance. Like, He knows what he's doing. He's playing very fast. He clearly has an idea of like what his deck needs to do to win, and he's just executing. And to see him fall short at the end there is kind of sad, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the bracket, I think, to see where we've been all day, because we've definitely had a road, an adventure throughout the Shadowverse Open this month.
Yeah, man. Only 2-2-0s the entire day. 2-1 sets. Very, very close matches. We got Ryzen, of course, rising through the ranks here against Shallow, and then Stella. Meanwhile, the one coming up against MS Yuri, and then Hapu from Team Twilight Knights, all culminating in a victory for Ryzen. Can I just say, very cool as well that the 2 grand finalists unaffiliated with any teams. Guys, pick these guys up. Come on, wake up over there. Twilight Knights, you there? Mana Surge on the phone? Dawnbreakers, come on now.
Just want to correct that it is the one that managed to take it all. At the end of the day, we gotta update this one just a little bit.
Yes. That was sorry, my mistake.
You put in the wrong name.
Hey, listen.
Come on, Igni,
I just wanted the
on,
Crystallized
bro.
Haven to win so bad that I manifested it and made production put the name on there.
All right, there we go.
Gun to their head, and he's like, put in the one.
Put it in. Put in Ryzen so that I can say Crystallized Haven won.
It'll make the rounds. It'll put SVO on trending.
Yeah, no sirree. The 1-1 fair and squared. Man, can I just say, I am week after week, month after month, I continue to be like infinitely impressed by Wrathblood. That deck just seems so unstoppable when it gets going.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And I mean, it's just fitting that a lineup with that in it was able to take it all.
It was one of the most brought lineups, I think. One of the most brought decks to this event, right? Top 4, not bad.
Well, not that much, dude. Condemned Haven was brought by 27. Wrathblood was brought by 28.
I'm tripping. Yeah, hold on. Yikes.
Ooh.
Yeah,
More people brought Vengeance than Wrathblood.
Yeah, that's
Wow. Oh, that's
That was
true. Yeah,
devastating.
just eked it out, huh? That's wild.
I think
What an
Mysteria
incredible
Rune
story.
is really overestimated, and like Wrathblood, it like clearly just keeps showing performance after performance after performance, man, every single time.
I will say it was really interesting that we got to see the really tight list for Mysteria Rune, only running like one of each follower and then just all Freyas to hope to tutor them out. That deck honestly surprised me and did way better than I thought it would.
Yeah, man, it was able to pull it out way more often than I thought, but then like we saw that one set where it fumbled. I'm still not fully sold, but yeah, it was definitely better than I expected.
Yeah, I think we got to see some strengths, some weaknesses, a good balance. Like, if you only watched the games in the first half of the tournament, you definitely were like, oh my god, this deck is insane.
It's cracked, yeah.
But then, like, as it kept progressing, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess these games can happen. And you know that if you bring this deck to ladder, those games will happen no matter what. So,
yeah,
it's not gonna go that smooth, but still, good representation today. You know, great way to send off the meta, as we're definitely in for some new changes, new cards, and new exciting, plays to be made in future SVOs, and maybe some new players. Which, by the way, if you're not enrolled in SVO, what are you doing? Check it out. There's a bunch of links at the bottom. You can join the Discord, get involved, join these tournaments. It's free, so make sure you get involved. But speaking of getting involved, we're actually gonna get our winner here with us. Hear about how it felt to become the June Cup champion.
Hello, the one.
Hi.
First of all, huge congratulations for winning.
Well done.
How do you feel? First of all, first question.
Okay, firstly, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we can hear
we
you
can,
just fine.
absolutely.
Yeah, I feel really happy. So this is like the first time I top SVO. Like for the wild card, it's just like top 2, right? But this time I actually topped it. Yeah, so it's really happy.
Yeah, well done, dude. That was a fantastic showing too. I mean, it looked like today you weren't super happy with a lot of your hands, or the fact that you had to go second in a lot of games. So to fight through all that adversity and still do well is so cool to see.
Yeah, cause in this meta, if you don't go first, most of the time you will die unless you have Metatron.
Yeah.
Cause around like turn 7, it's basically who first turn 7 who win.
Yeah, who first assembles their OTK, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, I think your lineup has by far like the most consistent decks in terms of assembling the OTK. Like Burial Rite's able to cycle through the deck so fast.
Yeah.
Discard Dragon as well. And then Wrathblood just has like the best tutor ever in terms of a Raging Commander. Why do you think so many people brought Vengeance Blood over Wrathblood?
Vengeance Blood? Maybe it is more simple, I guess. Like usually just go into Vengeance and then just go face. Yeah, I brought Wrath Blood because it is a really stable deck and actually good against quite a lot of deck and have a decent amount of heal. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree, man. I agree. I mean, that sustain was just insane. Like, we saw throughout the tournament, like Howling Demon, even evolving Azza and Iza to run that in for even more heal. Like these plays are like, with so much sustain, you have a really good matchup, I feel like, against Burial Rite Shadow, for example, too. So, yeah, I agree. I think Wrathblood has just been impressing me over and over and over again.
I have a question from my side as well. You know, you managed to get this dub. You're the champion for the June Cup, and you're looking pretty good in the standings too. What's your plans for the rest of the season, man? How are we feeling for the rest of the SVOs this year? You know, any big plans for this upcoming new set?
Basically for the future SVO, probably gonna play every month and try to maintain a pretty stable score for contenders. Yeah. And as for the next expansion, I'm pretty excited, especially for Forest. Okay. So this expansion for us actually not very strong, but next expansion I feel that it could be pretty good as the new area that's revealed. I see a lot of potential in it. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Especially with the Evolve variant, right? Especially also got strong neutral support with the Kyrie Gold card, adding another Evolve as well, and 2 draws too. Yeah, I think it's got some potential.
Yeah, it's gonna be really awesome, man. I'm gonna be cheering you on and hopefully see you in contenders as well. I mean, you're definitely potentially making it in there after today's showing. And you know, any shout outs you want to give or anyone you want to thank, like playtesting partners or those that helped you make it?
I would like to thank all the person that helped me. Some of my team members from Ragnarok, which is the previous GT members, some of them.
I see.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, and then that's it. And I will also give a shout out to Anonymous, if you know who he is. I think he's Sona 5, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. He helped me quite a bit the previous day in the SVO. Helped me test quite some decks. Yeah. And he actually, after practicing with him, I decided to bring Dragon. Before that, I'm thinking of bringing Mysteria Rune. Mysteria Rune.
Bullet dodge, man. Bullet dodge.
Right?
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes before the deck deadline. I just changed it to Dragon.
What the heck? Really?
That is awesome. 10 minutes before you switched it up to discard. And it paid off in spades. So congratulations once again. And I really hope to see you back in top 8 soon, man.
Sure.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. And we've been teasing it all day. We do have, speaking of the next expansion, we do have a card reveal for the upcoming set, Heroes of Rivenbrand, coming out on the 27th of June. None of us have seen it. So this is sight unseen, first impressions. We have no idea what the card does. Let's take a look. Oh, this might be a big one.
Get the Polyrex ready.
Get the Polyrex ready. Come on.
All right, here we go. Oh, Pascal is back.
Hold on. Earthrise back?
Yeah, Pascal is back. Pascal, Radiant Oracle, 3-play.33 Runecraft Legendary Follower, Fanfare, Earthright 3, restore 5 defense to your leader, draw 2 cards. At the end of your turn, if at least 7 allied stacked cards have been consumed this match, double other allied followers, attack and defense.
I'm a rune main now.
Bro? I
gotta go back to the old me.
So, I've been in the dirt for years.
So first impressions, Earthright does lose a lot of cards in the rotation, which I'm a little bit concerned about. Specifically, like the magical sediment generators, so many of them are rotating out. That being said, if Pascal is this much of an Earthright push, I can't wait to see. I cannot wait to see the gold, silvers, and bronzes that are gonna come out in support of this archetype.
Also, just
Surely.
defensively, like I mean, we're kind of like pogging at the fact that like the doubling attack and defense is pretty wild, but defensively for 3, and I mean that if you've already had 4 destroyed or 4 Earthrights destroyed, then like this just puts you into the 7 that you need to actually win the game. So defensively, fantastic card. Also, tons of draw as well. And for a 3 cost, this seems really flexible, not only in the late game but also in the early game.
Yeah, like, the only restriction is the Earthright 3. Like, the fact that you just drop this as a 3-drop to be able to sustain draw and then potentially get that double is insane when you think about its application. So, I'm hyped. I can't believe she's back. It's been a hot minute, dude.
Also, Restore 5 is a lot.
Wow. Yeah, that's a huge deal. Plus card draw, dude. Like, the 5 is not even the only thing. It's more than that. That's crazy.
And then listen, like we have the new card, the Grand Summoning that summons a Genesis Dragon if you have 7 allied stacked cards consumed. So you play Pascal, you play that 4 play point card alongside it, send the Genesis Dragon to face, double its stats. That's a 14-20 follower. Wait, yeah, isn't it like a 14-18 follower?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
It was gonna be crazy.
Guacamole. Yeah, very, very cool.
Thank you, Side Games, for letting us have such an insane card. This is definitely an incredible card to reveal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so excited for the future of Earth right now, man. I thought it was Jover because of all the sediments rotating, but no. Pascal is in, and it's like, don't give up hope. We're back, baby. We're so back.
They didn't forget. I love it.
They were like, no, back into the... No, I'm Mud Wizard now. I'm back. I'm out here.
I was built from the mud.
Going back to the old me. All right, well, there you have it. Pascal Radiant Oracle, one of the legendaries, coming up soon in the Heroes of Rivenbrand expansion on the 27th of June for Shadowverse. And yet again, let me remind everybody, Shadowverse is currently going through its 7th anniversary. There has never been a better time to get into Shadowverse. Free packs, free everything. Get in there, get your packs, build up your collection, and hey, maybe you can compete in SVO soon too. That being said, we do have the standings updated after the results of today. Let's take a look at where people stand.
Ooh, like I said before, Ryzen had a really good chance to put himself at number 1. Fell a little short, unfortunately, in that last match, but that means number 2 was also a really good spot to be at. Again, hanging right under Life there, and then TK Yahiko, again, who's always been pretty strong. I think he was number 2 beforehand, gets unseated by Ryzen for the moment. TKZY we saw at the beginning of the day, and then Jian as well up there at number 5.
Can I just say a 4-way tie for 6th place? The standings are neck and neck, man. Every single win matters at this point.
Yeah, I feel like the top 2 are probably going to keep fighting for the top 2 spots over the next 2 months, but for everyone below that, I feel like it's anyone's game. Like, this is, for the 1, this was the biggest boost you could ask for, so if we see some consistency over the next few months, I mean, we'll be seeing the 1 in contenders as well. But for Ryzen, like, that's what 2 good months does, basically.
Yeah,
exactly. 2 strong months and you're up there at the top. Got to keep it up. There's only 3 more SVOs left after this, right? I mean, July, August, September, and then we're in contendies. So it's going to be a good time and a very intense competition for all the players involved. And even those that aren't on this top 10. I mean, you could win 2, even if you're like 20th, and potentially make it into.
I just want to double check. I don't think we have any auto qualifiers this year, so I think it's solely through points, right?
Yeah,
right.
I think so.
I don't believe we do. So yeah, I mean, this standing list is going to be like the 10 Commandments. Then I mean, you want to get yourself on this list as soon as possible if you're not.
And let me just say, if I'm Ryzen, even though I fell short of coming in first, like being 1 point away from Life, and Life is like maybe one of the best Shadowverse players I've ever seen. Like that's pretty big. That's pretty big.
Absolutely. And hey, if you're you've been watching the SVO coverage, you want to get involved, make sure you check out all of the links below here, whether we're watching this on whichever platform. Get involved, join the Discord, and if you want to get involved in a different way, those Shadowverse Evolved coming out in English in just a couple weeks, and it's going to have its own tournament circuit as well, with grand finals happening in Tokyo at the beginning of next year. So if you want to get involved in, you don't have to get involved in Shadowverse just one way anymore. It can be through the actual analog game of Shadowverse Evolved 2. So make sure you check it out. It's going to be a pretty good time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely going to dig my teeth into Shadowverse Evolved. I've really been enjoying it. And as Chris said, make sure to go to svo.gg, sign up for tournaments. They're free to enter, man. They're free to enter, and you can win fantabulous prizes. Not only that, check out all of our socials, SVO_esports on everything. Get involved in the community. I mean, listen, just now in the One's interview, practicing with other people is crucial at getting better at Shadowverse. 10 minutes before deck lock-in, somebody convinced him to bring this card, and he won the entire thing. So, you know, nobody's an island. Make sure you get involved, talk to people, make some friends. You're going to have a great time. That being said, thank you guys so much for tuning in to the June Cup this month. It's been an absolute blast. East, Chris, thank you as well for being my co-casters today. Appreciate you as always. And hey, we'll see you all next month for another Shadowverse Open. Ward, it's a heal and it draws. Like, that's one of the biggest things ever. The one is praying to go first.
Oh! You could see the hope fade.
Man,
there we go. He's coming through.
Yeah,
boom, the board clear. Here. Looking beautiful out here, too.
Oh, Sinner's gonna pick up.
The one is like, please do not have Sin Hunter plus definitely Tyrant's Feast, and he doesn't.
Since I was like, he's gonna draw it.
Wait, no, but this is still lethal, right?
Is it?
No, Sin Hunter is 6 damage plus.
Yeah. What is the other?
He doesn't have Evo points, so
yeah.
Call of the Great Arm would have.
Call of the Great Arm Caribbean is 4 more damage. Can he actually? Yeah.
Yeah, it's still sensitive.
Yeah,
oh wow, the Maestro. Okay. I see how
it is. Use spell transformation.
With
If he used spell transformation, he would have lost because he would have pinged himself down.
He does have one life.
Oh, that's right.
One off the rip, and then he hasn't invoked one until
right.
now.
Right, that's the first thing.
Yeah. Our septic shrink's coming down. Sin Hunter's coming down. Hey man.
This should get another
cool play. Just, yeah.
Damage in. Plus 3 from the shrink. So this is pushing pretty heavy. Down to 9.
Ooh, Ryzen is right because he just
Mirwell get the damage in.
Mirwell and then
get
plus
that
the septic shrink would be 10 damage.
Yep, so that's gonna be safe. There we go. There is the 1. So this is gonna be 2, 3, and 3. Ryzen ties it up in this grand final set. Ooh. And is gonna have one more shot with that Haven.
Let's go,
I'm sure
baby.
the one did not want to see the Haven.
Gonna feathery Tempest?
He can't. He doesn't have enough play points.
Oh, great point.
Yep, sadly doesn't. He's fast enough. But spiritual blow. He's gonna come on through.
Huh?
What? Is he that hard? That should send a message. Honestly, does he have 2 more?
He's at 3. If he does it now, the septic does do 3 damage. Did he bury a septic? Oh, he did.
He did.
It's over.
That's real.
That is it. 6 damage here for the 1. The fist pump. He sees it. He has it. The 1 is your June champion for SVO 20.